It is now 10 o'clock. Top of the hour. So, let's begin. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, we were at a ball in Gloucester. Tamlin Lancelot. She just up and left after telling us she was Percival's sister. She's clearly the type who just says what she wants and leaves. Percival kept this pretty close to the chest. I don't think he was hiding it from us. There was just never any reason to bring it up. Is this something most people in Britain know about Altria? No, not at all. In fact, I don't think most people would believe it if we told them. I could barely believe it, and I just heard it straight from Lancelot. And I guess Percival wants to keep it a secret. It'd probably be hell in the Round Table Army's morale to know their commander is actually Lancelot's brother. That oblivious Tamlin just spilled the beans like it was nothing. I swear, Tamlin just seem to go around doing whatever the hell they want all the time, don't they? So, what do we do now? It's not a big deal. I think we could just keep this to ourselves. It's not as though Percival and Lancelot are in contact. It's not like our place to comment on their relationship as siblings. Okay, got it. If you're okay with that, we don't mind keeping it quiet. I still don't get how they could be siblings at all when Percival's human and Lancelot's a fairy. It's not uncommon for fairies to adopt humans as their children. So I'd guess Lancelot and the fairy who took in Percival are old acquaintances. Well, this explains why you didn't want to go near Salisbury. Da Vinci. You there, human. That's right, I'm talking to you. One of the Tamlins said they wanted to talk to you out on the terrace. Get out there, and fast. Make sure you're on your best behavior, too. Me? Well, you are the only human here, so... What are you gonna do? Are you gonna see what she wants? As long as you all come with me. Of course, even with Marian's rules in place, this is still enemy territory. And the terrace is a private area, so no other fairies will bother us there. It's perfect for our clandestine conversations. I guess Lancelot must have more she wanted to ask us about after all. Fine with me. Honestly, I was hoping to observe her a little more anyway. By which I mean her outfit. Just her outfit. I thought I could pick up some tips from its construction, you know? I'm impressed you accepted an invitation from the enemy. Not that I ever doubted you would. Dress looks good on you. Of course it does. I'm a lord. I'm not so barrack as to wear armor to a ball. Good evening, Barkhest. We haven't seen you since that night in the Welsh Forest. Yeah, also had no idea what kind of disciplinary measures you had to face afterwards. If you have something you want to say to us, why don't you start with that? What is it, Barkhest? Is this for Hio's ears only or something? No, not exactly. It's not that, Da Vinci. You just captivate her. Come on, Barkhest, spit it out already. We don't have all night here. I know, I'm a busy woman myself, so I'll keep this brief. Da Vinci, was it? I'm currently confined to my territory, and I've already been relieved of my duty to protect Britain. Consequently, I have no reason to raise my hand to the child of prophecy now. I wasn't even planning to attend this ball at all, until I realized I might see you all here. So I swallowed my pride and came here to speak with you. Does that answer your question? Sure does. I know you don't mean us any harm right now, but I had to be sure. You understand. Pay it no heed. You're the foreign mage's advisor. I understand you had to ask. Now, here's my question for you. I'd like you to tell me whatever you can about the outside world, about proper human history. High Queen Morgan has given me a broad overview, but I still know nothing about its history or what things are truly like there. I would like to know if you are actually merciless arbitrators and barbaric invaders, or well-meaning visitors who truly wish to know our history. And there you go. That's all I can tell you in the limited time we have. Our battles in the Lost Belts have been to reclaim our history and our future. This place isn't our target now, but it is still a Lostbelt that will eventually need to be pruned. But that doesn't mean we have any issue with its Lostbelt's inhabitants or that we want to erase its history. Even though this may be a zero-sum game where only a Lostbelt or a proper human history can ultimately survive, that's an issue between worlds, not residents. Is that how you feel too, Hio? Yep. I see. You truly are a young lady of integrity, aren't you? In that case, Let me now ask you this. Do fairies exist in proper human history as well? Yep, life isn't exactly easy for them, but we still do have fairies in Britain's woods. There are also fairies in Ireland, the Isle of Skye, and France just across the channel. Ireland, Skye, France, I see, alright. Setting those questions aside for later. What about the calamities and moors? Do those exist too? No, we don't have anything like those there. What a peaceful world yours must be. I envy the fairies inhabit it. Okay then, let's say strictly hypothetically. What if we were to... No, never mind. That would be asking far too much. I've learned what I wish to know. My apologies for taking up your time. Yes, broadcast, you can move to proper human history. How did you know? I didn't think that would even occur to you. Oh, please, it wasn't hard to figure out, and I have no doubt Hio feels the same after talking to you. Broadcast, you've always seemed more focused on protecting the fairies of Britain than the land itself. The whole reason you agreed to serve Morgan is because she was keeping Britain safe. But if she has no intention of protecting his people, you have to find another way to do so yourself. So it makes perfect sense that you consider moving them to a more peaceful place like proper human history. But is such an thing even possible? The inhabitants of a Lostbelt can only survive inside their Lostbelt. And the fairies of Britain are doomed to be used and discarded as mere tools for High Queen Morgan. True, that was the case for the other Lostbelts, but Britain is different. It really is possible for you and the other fairies to exist in proper human history, broadcasts. It won't exactly be easy, of course. There are a number of major hurdles that would need to be overcome first. But they're nothing that can't be resolved through peaceful discussion. And I'm sure we can manage that as long as we have kind-hearted fairies like you and Altria leading the others. I see. Then it seems I need to make a decision as well. Da Vinci, Hio. I'd like you to come to my domain, Manchester. I have a proposition I'd like to discuss with you there. I understand if you still can't trust me. Just hearing what you had to say has been enlightening enough. Sorry I'm late. It took longer to get in than I thought. Was that Burgess I just saw leaving? Looks like whatever she must have wanted must have been pretty serious. She didn't challenge you to a duel or anything, did she? Well, I see. So she's thinking about emigrating to proper human history. That's something I haven't considered. But that's just the kind of bold thinking I would expect from her. Definitely an idea worth pursuing. I wish I could have been here for that discussion. So, what did you tell her? That was as far as we got. It's too dangerous of a topic to discuss here. She asked us to come to Manchester to talk it over. What do you think, Oberon? Manchester, huh? I'm not sure I like the sound of that. The rule of Barkas's domain is the survival of the fittest. A very literal dog-eat-dog world where the weak are just meat for the strong. I'm not talking natural laws here either. This is something everyone there truly believes. In Manchester, the weak offer themselves up to the strong, and the strong think nothing of exploiting the weak. The very idea of fighting for their lives never even crosses their minds. Gloucester's Fate domain is designed to let the weak and strong coexist on equal footing. But Manchester is all about letting the strong do whatever they like, and the weak be damned. Still, if you're absolutely positive that Barkas won't try to attack you there, then I suppose you could pay her a visit. Becky didn't seem like she meant us any harm, but she's also definitely a carnivore. So if she did decide to eat us, there wouldn't be anything we could do to stop her. Not really. You know the stories about the Black Dog Duchess, right? Barkas has taken a number of lovers over the years, but none of her relationships have lasted very long. She'll marry her boyfriend and bring him back to her mansion, and by next night she'll have eaten him whole. The only creatures in all of Britain who eat fairies are the black dogs, and Barkas. She may struggle against her nature trying to be civilized, but those instincts always win out eventually. There's a reason why she's so widely feared. I can't really endorse this plan. So that's why she's called the Black Dog Duchess. Come to think of it, Mike said something about her too. Gwaine of many loves, Gwaine the glutton, always hungry, never satisfied. She'll take a lover one day and eat him up the next. She seemed pretty sincere to me, but I guess I could just be a part of her nature as a fairy. Let's forget about Barkas for now. We still have an objective here, and we should focus. The bell tower is right next to this hall. In fact, we could sneak in there from this terrace. I think it would be best if we handled that now, before the ball ends. Are you ready, Altria? Yeah, okay. After everything else that's happened, I'm not even nervous anymore. Come on, Hugh, let's ring that third bell. Emigrating, huh? What a clever idea you've had, Barcast. And just after you burned down the Welsh forest, too. Bell tower, 3rd floor. Looks like the merch mailer and make finally came in handy. Nice work with that lockup tree. You did a hell of a job. Like a modern day Nezumi, Kojo, or Jiraiya. I don't know who this proper human history fairies are, but something about their names tells me that that wasn't a compliment. Now that you mention it, there are lots of fairies who love to play pranks, but I've never heard of one who likes to steal money. Of course you haven't. Ordinarily, fairies would never have any need for money. It's only because Morgan created currency that Fairy Society started building banks to keep their property safe, which is why lockpicking was developed in the first place. Oh, welcome to Nash. It's not easy to open human-made safes with fairy sacraments alone, so now we have lockpicking. Marlon said something to that effect too. Something about these skills being useful on a journey like mine. I'm the figure of it. I never did ask about Merlin. Latria, you said that Merlin taught you magecraft, right? Did he live in Titanagle too? Actually, I've never seen him in person. I only heard his voice whenever I was by myself. He said he'd been imprisoned by a scary queen, but that he could still teach me magecraft if I didn't mind distance learning. So that's how I learned the basics of magecraft. Everything else I basically came up with on my own. I see, that sounds like a lot would happen with proper human histories, Altria. By day, her adopted father taught her the ways of knighthood, and when she was asleep, Merlin taught her what she would need to know to be king. Yep, that part is more or less the same here in Fairy Britain, too. Hang on, are you all hearing that chatter, too? That fairy you saw below was child's play. I fancy an illusion, nothing more. But this is Gloucester, the city of trends, brands, and joy. It needs more than a party to liven things up. It needs excitement, stakes, pathos, drama. Which is why I prepared a once-in-a-lifetime show for all of you to enjoy. This audition will decide the true queen. The winner of this battle will chart Fairy Britain's very future. Now, get ready to howl with laughter and gasp in envy, because it's time for the main event. Well, where do those masked fairies come from? I knew it. I knew you were up to something like this, Marianne. Allow me to introduce the contenders once again. Up on the stage now, we have one of the hottest couples in all of the land. Tamlin Tristan, Her Majesty's beloved daughter, and Lord Beryl Gut, Her Majesty's fiancé. Their opponent is the wind of change sweeping across Britain itself, Einsel's prophesied savior. Altria, the child of prophecy, and Lady Hio, the foreign mage. It will be here, on the stage, that Tristan and Altria's fated showdown began. And I'm also told that Lord Beryl and Lady Hio have an even deeper connection. Can you think of a better matchup? I certainly can't. Now come to the stage. Whatever I may think, Gloucester's Belle will not reject one capable of defeating Tamlin Tristan. This is amazing. Trust Lady Marianne to give us what we didn't even know we wanted. Lady Tristan means business this time. That's a traditional combat fairy outfit if I've ever seen one. And I have. Oh my gosh, no matter how many times I see Beryl Gut, there's just something indescribably wonderful about him. Just look at his limber stature, his strong, muscular limbs. He looks like an expert dancer. The child of prophecy must be quite the looker too, seeing how she defeated Lord Woodrose. I can't wait to see what the Savior of Britain looks like. Don't listen to them, Austria. It's too late. She's already trying to sneak away. Get back here, Altria. There's no getting out of this now. No, let me go. I can't do this. No, seriously, I can't. Just kick her onto the stage. It won't matter when she's up there. Oberon! Marianne, a stage like this has gotta have a dressing room, right? Where's it at? Oh, if it isn't Murma, so I'm glad to see you're still alive and well. Yes, there's the dressing room behind the stage. What's this about? Great, give us a minute. Hey, Hio, come here a second. Oh man, where'd he go? Are they seriously not gonna fight after we went through all this trouble? Of course not. Nobody in their right mind would ever fight me. This isn't like the last time. There's no rule against magecraft, and I'm wearing a much more glamorous outfit, and I've got you here with me. It'd be a shame I won't be able to cut that cheeky tongue of hers out, but I could live with watching her run off with her tail between her legs. In fact, I already feel sorry for her. I mean, can you imagine anything more hilarious than a pathetic low-class fairy being paraded around as a child of prophecy of all things? You couldn't find anyone more miserable in all Britain. Oh yeah? We'll just see about that. Huh? Stand up straight, no slouching. And there's the best outfit she has. Anyway, alright, okay, deep breaths, deep breaths. Well, you said your bit, Tristan, but what's with that totally obscene outfit? I am Altria, the child of prophecy, and on my honor as the caster, I'm gonna ring the bell of pilgrimage whether you like it or not. Try to get in my way and I'll cut you and those tastefully extensive heels down to size. Huh, Kitty's got claws, though I didn't think you'd know a decent high heel if it stepped on you. But all this big talk is gonna make losing so much more embarrassing. I feel sorry for you, sure, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna spare you. Huh? Wait, you actually think you're stronger than me? Oh, now I actually feel kinda bad. I really do have nothing but pity for you, you know. You've had plenty of practice running home and crying to mommy, right? I mean, I think so, this be your second crack at it. No, it won't. You're the one who's gonna be crying after I tear you apart. Ouch, Tristan can't hold a candle to her trash talk, huh? Guess I start to compete with someone who's used to bottling up her frustrations. Anyway, I would have liked to chat with you a little more here, but since it's a 2-on-2 battle, well, it was never gonna go any other way, right? Personally, this is my very first time fighting a master, so I'm going to go up against a seasoned veteran who's defied death more times than I can count, so I plan on treating this as a learning experience. Let's enjoy killing each other, shall we, Kohai?
いいね。モルガンの娘同士、マスター同士の戦いってわけだ。楽しもうぜ、後輩。
浴びるようにね。
援護は必要かい？レディースピネル。
動き準備。白兵戦行きます。もちろんやります。ここでまっすぐセクイス。ぐちゃぐちゃに痛い。望まれることを望まれたようにやります。負けないぞ。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカイバーン。ここでまっすぐ。ほらどう？もちろんやります。
I like the music here. It's fun.
負けないぞ。ここでまっすぐ。セクイス。ほら痛い。戦いですか。望まれることをもちろん。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカイバーン。ここでまっすぐ。ここまでやればわがまま気まぐれ。 酷よね。恨まれたらそれまで。ほーらゴミになーれ。もうやだ。ブー不良品になーれ。
乗ってきた乗ってきた。受け取ってくれよ、俺からのおひねりだ。
今のうちに準備。負けないぞー。やります。負けない。もちろんやります。まずここ動かない。ここまでが良かった。ブーターほら。運命ですからやります。もちろん。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。ここでまっすぐなんだ。ぐちゃぐちゃに白兵戦行きます。やりなんのもちろん。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。ここでまっすぐなんだ。ほら不良品になれ。
Let's try that again. Because it should be possible without a ley line stone, considering how restrictive it is. So it really just depends on the mystic code used. So perhaps a healing one would be better. Like this, perhaps. Let's give this a shot.
いいね。モルガンの娘同士、マスター同士の戦いってわけだ。楽しもうぜ後輩。
わがまま気まぐれ。
援護は必要かレディースピネル。
やります。まあもちろん。ここでまっすぐ立ちはだかるならここまでが良かった。ブーター不良品にぐちゃぐちゃに。何のためにやります。負けないぞ。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ 幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。ここでまっすぐなんだブーター痛いどうやります。もちろんやります。もちろん負けないぞ。突破します。ここでまっすぐここまでやれば不良品だ。ほらブーター白兵戦いきます。望まれることを望まれたようにもちろんやります。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。ここでまっすぐ先制の杖に残酷最悪何もわからないまま死んじゃえば。もうやだ。ほらどう
乗ってきた乗ってきた。受け取ってくれよ、俺からのおひねりだ。
もちろんやります。もちろんやります。ここでまっすぐなんだ浴びるようにね。ほら負けないぞ。もちろん負けない。やります。先制の杖どうほら今のうちに準備白熱戦いきます。今のうちに準備運命ですからもちろん負けないぞ。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。ここでまっすぐ先制の杖何もわからないまま死んじゃえば。もうやだ。どう白兵戦いきます。何のためにやります。負けないぞ。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。ここでまっすぐここまでやれば運命ですから負けない。もちろん あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。ここまっすぐ先制の杖。
Son of a... Okay, we almost got that. Try 3. Yep. Maybe I should have gone for Arced Buster instead of Buster Arts. That way the Buster in the third place would have gotten more damage. I hate thinking.
いいね。モルガンの娘同士、マスター同士の戦いってわけだ。楽しもうぜ、後輩。
浴びるようにね。
援護は必要かい？レディースピネル。
戦いですか。もちろんやります。負けないぞ。突破します。ここで立ちはだかるのです。ここまでやればもっとブター痛い。負けないぞ。もちろんやります。突破します。そこ動かない。先制のプレイ。ブー痛い。何のためやります。負けないぞ。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。ここでまっすぐ先制のプレイ。ショータイムね。ほらもうおしまい。これがあなたの慣れの果て。鉄のフェイルノート。もうやだ。ブター不良になれ。ですから運命ですからやります。負けないぞ。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。はじけてジャッキフォル先制のプレイ。痛い。水が痛い。白兵戦行きます。何のために負けやります。それはいつか来る。
Oh wait, I'm gonna change out that because Buster isn't gonna matter when she's gonna break bar. So I'll do 2 arts cards instead and try and see if I can get overcharge on the NP. So I have an extra hit of the anti-enforcement defense. Alright. Wait, why am I even doing that anyway? I don't even need to. Jesus.
負けないもちろん
Because I have to evade them. Man, I'm stupid.
しゃらかるならなんだわがまま気まぐれほら最高どう
乗ってきた乗ってきた。受け取ってくれよ、俺からのおひねりだ。
何のためにやります。負けないぞ。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。ここでまっすぐなんだ最高。ほら
Oh, that's currents. Let's see something here. Yeah, I'm not gonna have us stuck in the same fucking fight for like an hours because it's the Sonic Superstars, so I'm gonna pull up a guide on YouTube and follow that. So they have this active. Let's go.
いいね、モルガンの娘同士、マスター同士の戦いってわけだ。楽しもうぜ後輩。
浴びるようにね。
援護は必要かいレディースピネル。
白兵戦行きます。やだな。戦いできた。もちろん負けないやります。ここでマスセクエンス先制のプレイ。ほらどう痛い。
We're here for the story, not to watch pain and suffering over and over again.
もちろんやります。もちろん突破します。セクエンス先制のプレイ。最高どうブーチャー。なんのもちろん負けないぞ。
Thanks,
あれがいつ
Nash.
か見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。ここでまっすぐなんだ最悪痛い。白兵戦行きます。 もちろん
And the PNG tuber art was done by Life with Pixel Art on Twitter. Careful if you go there though, because they do a lot of not safe for work content.
もちろん先生の杖ショータイムねほらもうおしまいこれがあなたの慣れの果てペイルノートもうやだブーター
Oh, pain. RNG's a pain in my neck.
やります負けなもちろんしゃらかるならわがまま気まぐれブータ痛い最
乗ってきた乗ってきた。受け取ってくれよ、俺からのおひねりだ。
望まれることを望まれたように負けもちろんあれはいつか見た終わりの星どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのですさあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーンここでもうすぐ弾けてジャスティボル先生の杖ほら見ぐれ戦いですか白兵戦行きます今のうちに準備やりますもちろんここでまっすぐ立ちはだかるならどう
God damn it. Alright, try 4. The guide I'm following derailed after the third turn. Because for some reason, our Tristan didn't get full charge to do their MP. But theirs did. So we're doing it again, boys. So first of all, make sure we're on Atlas. Enter in. So I refuse to use a ley line stone for this fight when it's literally made to be able to be done with the only variable being your mystic code here.
いいね。モルガンの娘同士、マスター同士の戦いってわけだ。楽しもうぜ、後輩。援護は必要かい？レディースピネル。
今のうちに準備白兵戦行きます今のうちに準備やります負けないぞもちろん突破しますここで立ちはだかるなら不良品だ痛いほらやりますもちろんやります突破しますセフィスここまでやれば痛いどうブー
Okay, I think what's happening is because Tristan's here using her MP charge skill on like the first turn or something on their end, but it's
もちろん
not being used on our end. So we have to use other
やりま
means.
す。突破します。しゃらがるならここまでやればブー不良品になれ不良品になれ白兵戦行きます。
Now then.
望まれることやります。もちろんそれはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。ここでまっすぐここまでやればわがまま気まぐれ運命って残酷よね。恨まれたらそれまでってほーらゴミになれ。もうやだ。ほら最高。
乗ってきた乗ってきた。受け取ってくれよ、俺からのおひねりだ。
Alright.
何のために。
And we're off the rails. Because, hold on. So we'll have to do this. But,
負けないぞ。
but,
やります。
but.
負けないぞ。突破します。しゃらがるなら先生の杖見ぐれブーカ負けないぞ。やります。負けない。もちろん突破します。そこここまでやれば白兵戦行きます。何のために。負けないぞ。やります。もちろんそれはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。ここでまっすぐ弾けてジャスティフォル。ここまでやればほら見ぐれ動き準備。戦いですか。負けやります。何のために。ここでまっすぐ。
Beautiful.
あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。
Now with the overcharge.
ここまでやれば
What the hell do you mean 3? Generic mobs only have 2. The hell are you talking about, jackass? Alright, try 6. Let's go.
いいね。モルガンの娘同士、マスター同士の戦いってわけだ。楽しもうぜ後輩。
わがまま気まぐれ。
援護は必要かいレディースピネル。
Okay, so let's try this one.
白兵戦行きます。ですから今のうちに準備もちろんやります。もちろんここでまっすぐでしゃらかるなら先生の杖ほら見苦しいくちゃりかに
Okay.
負けなもちろん運命ですからここでまっすぐあれはいつか見た終わりの星どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーンここまでやればどう最高どうもちろんやります。負けないぞここで
Welcome to the chat, Reader, and thank you for the follow too.
先生の杖
And currently, I'm trying to figure out how to get past this fight without having to burn a blue cube on it.
ですから やります。もちろん望まれることを望ここでまっすぐあれはいつか
Nope. Need to make enough in order to hit 300%, otherwise I'm fucked. Oh, throwing bricks would be nice. Unfortunately, Castori only has bombs and they do like 0 damage. Crikey. Alright. Alternate strat at play.
今のうちに準備もちろんやります。運命ですからここでまっす
And
ぐ
there
あ
we
れはい
go.
つか来る兆しの星誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン先生の杖残酷最悪ショータイムねほらもうおしまいこれがあなたの慣れの果てフェイルノートもうやだ不良に痛い
乗ってきた乗ってきた。受け取ってくれよ俺からのおひねりだ。
もちろん負けないぞ。ここでまずセクレス。
Yeah, but the goal with the NP is to get 300% overcharge so that way you can get 3 hits of sound defense as opposed to only like 1 or 2 hits. That's why I'm doing NP last, so that way I can get enough charge to do 300% here. But now that I do have 300%, I could go 1, 2, buckle my shoe.
それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。ここでまっすぐ。ほら、白兵戦行きます。やります。まっけんやります。ここでまっすぐ。セクレス。ここまでやれば。
There we go. It's big turns from here then. Thank God.
運命負けないぞ。もちろん。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく。
Yeah, I had to speed run Olympus and Kyo in order to be able to catch up with this Lostbelt. Pain in my neck. I think I can just... Oh, thank God. Finally. Alright. Now that that horse shit is out of the way, back to story. Alright, the bell rang. Ah! No, it's leaving me. Wait, come back. Mother's gonna be furious with me again. She's gonna ask me why I'm like this, why I'm always like this. The Tamlin lost. After broadcast, that makes 2. Fantastic. I knew Einzel's prophecy was right. From here on, the child of prophecy is the one to invest in. All that aside, where have I seen Tristan before? Oh, I remember now. I know exactly who she is. I saw her 100 years ago back in Lord Grimmelkin's mansion. Her real name is Balban Sith. She was a prostitute in Darlington and a vampire. A vampire? What in the world was the High Queen thinking? I can't imagine anything more disgusting than living on human blood. No wonder she stinks like a sewer. I can only wonder how many humans she sold her body to. The resurrection 100 years ago. Remember how Darlington was overrun with corpses? She and Morgan must have been responsible for Darlington's destruction and Lord Grimmelkin becoming a night call. No wonder that damn vampire is the only one who made it out of that place alive. No, you got it all wrong. I just... Stop it, stop it. Don't badmouth Mother. Mother always knows best. So what if I suck blood from dead bodies? So what if I'm undead? Darlington wasn't my fault. She's running away. Boban Sif is running away. I knew the Queen wasn't thinking straight. Why else would she choose a low-class fairy like that as her successor? This turned out to be kind of a lot. So she was lying about everything, huh? I guess that's no surprise. Well, shit, you really handed me my ass. You're as good as I've heard, Hio. Pretty sure there's no way I'll ever beat you in a master battle anymore. So what you're gonna do now? Have your lady friend there kill me, or are you gonna settle this yourself? As you can see, I'm totally unarmed now, and I don't even have Balban Sif to protect me anymore. Seems like you're not going to get a better chance than this to off me, am I right? Hio. I don't trust him. He must have something up his sleeve. No, this is Barrel Gut, an asshole. Gotcha, too bad. I really thought I could have ended this here. Looks like you've got an even better nose for danger than Caduct. I'm really impressed. Well, time to show myself out. Besides, I don't see the point in playing with you anymore while Mash is still missing. So long, Savior. See you in Camelot someday. True name, Balban Sif. Oh, data update. Back to home screen real quick, boys. Alright, next arrow. Yee, great work out there, everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed yourselves. That's so. Pretty sure you were the only one here enjoying herself. Your dumbass show made me pull out all the tricks I've been saving and way earlier than I've liked. Oh, what tricks? Did you join the fight while I wasn't looking? No, shut up. Damn it, so much for saving it for Camelot. By the way, Hio, I really have to thank you for this lovely outfit. I had no idea you've been working on it in secret all this time. Were you just too shy to say something sooner? You consider it little Dickens, you. Well, actually... Look, that screams not one word. I think it looks like great on you, too. Thank you. I feel so dashing and gallant in this. When I think about people seeing me like that, it's enough to even make a third timid thing like me want to give it my all. So it seems you're all working together much better now than you were the last time you came here. Well, someone a little upset about being the odd fairy out? Not anymore, no. It's not like you had to be so acerbic, Oberon. Are you feeling left out too or something? Just a little, if I'm being honest. No fair making an outfit like that behind my back. Man, I was really hoping to put Alpha Trio's official Child of Prophecy debut off until later. When we could really do it up in style at Londinium. Now, don't be like that. I said this debut worked out just as well as we could have hoped. You all saw those upper class fairies in the auction house too, right? They all saw a trio beat Tristan fair and square, in a manner befitting the Child of Prophecy. So it won't be long before they've told all the Britain as well. Plus, we also got to ring a third bell while you were at it. So does it mean the Wing Clan officially recognizes the Child of Prophecy, Marian? Of course, now that the bell has been recognized her, I have nothing more to say. That being said, Gloucester's still going to remain neutral. This was Tristan's shout. I didn't decide to offer you the bell myself. As such, I haven't technically defied the Queen. While you were at it, let's get one thing straight. I have no plans to help the Round Table Army. Fairies and humans may be both equal in Gloucester since we value Brants and Trents more than anything. But in general, I still hate humans, and the Round Table Army is no exception. So please don't expect me to help them in any way, shape, or form unless they have an exceptionally good business deal for me. Now I see, so if we can work out a deal, you'll have no problem coming over to our side, huh? Oh, would you knock it off with the can't we all just get along nonsense? Ugh, you blockheaded idealism just really pisses me off. Huh? The hell are you talking about? Never mind, just forget it. Anyway, I really am busy right now. You guys want to wage war? Knock yourselves out. Me, I have books to get back to. All the old fair documents I found in the records I just bought from Camelot aren't going to read themselves. You all showed Balban Sif's boss, rang the bell like you wanted, right? So if there's nothing else you want from me, would you just get lost already? Will do. I don't care how you say Gloucester. I'm an American. I don't give a shit about Britain city names. They're gonna be pronounced how I pronounce them. So it's gonna be Gloucester. Anyway, Thanks for waiting, you two. We made it back from the ball in one piece. Well, I don't know much about fashion, so I don't have the words to describe it well, but... you look awesome, Altria. Your battle dress was good, but this is great. You think so? You know, maybe it does. That reminds me, your new armor looks really cool, too, Gareth. Happy cat? Ah? Me? I'm fine. I was just a little taken aback by Altria's new outfit. I'll be damned. I guess fairies from paradise really do have all the same taste in clothes. Glad to see you and Gareth are no worse for wear either, Habitrot. Okay, let's get out of Gloucester then. We don't want to keep Percival waiting too long. Gloucestershire. No, I'm going to keep pronouncing Gloucester. Oh, don't worry. I already bought a souvenir for Roger, but he's much more innocent than he looks, so I know he'd be disappointed if we didn't bring something back for him. It is real considerate of you, Oberon. Now, if only a certain someone I could name would start following your example. Speaking of souvenirs, we got some the last time we left Colchester too, didn't we? I wonder how those fairies are doing now. Want to go say hi before we leave Altria? They'll actually believe you if you introduce yourself as the child of prophecy now. Huh? You mean those fairies from the last time? Hmm? No, not today. It's a little too late for a surprise visit now. We could thank them the next time we're in town. Right, Altria? You can see them anytime you come back. You come back here, can't you? Right. Besides, I don't have anything to give them now anyway. Next time I'll make sure I have lots of thank you gifts before I pay them a visit. Got it. Then let's get going. Time is money and we still have to discuss our next move. There's something I should double check, Oberon. How come you're hanging back, Hio? Did you forget something? Oh, do you want to pick up some of the good tea while you're here? Actually, I wanted to ask you something. Sure, what is it? Where were you the night before the battle at Londinium? I think Beryl might have been more right about you than even he realized. You really do have almost a sixth sense for danger, or maybe your life has forced you to develop one. Well, there's no point in keeping it secret, especially since it looks like you're already figured it out, so I'll be straight with you. That night, I was here in Gloucester negotiating a deal that would help us defeat Woodwoes. It wasn't with Marion either, it was with Koyanskaya, one of your enemies. Oh, I could tell she's a horrible monster. Probably at least as much of an obstacle to you as Morgan. But even poison can be useful depending on how you use it. Poison is still poison? Exactly. That's why I took steps to ensure it would be used against our enemy, Woodwoes, rather than against us. Morgan was absolutely going to send reinforcements to help him, no question about it. Woodwoes is one of her most valued soldiers after all. And once her reinforcements arrived, Londinium would have fallen. Percival is a great knight, sure, but he has a bad habit of assuming every other soldier can fight just as well as him. He loves Round Table armies so much that he can't help but overestimate their abilities. Don't get me wrong, that's a good thing. It may be one of Percival's weaknesses, but as commander of the Round Table army, it's inarguably a strength. That is why I had no choice but to employ an underhanded trick. Woodwoes was fully aware of how many soldiers the Round Table army had, and what tactic they were going to use. He could have easily handled whatever the Round Table army alone threw at him. So I chose to deploy something he could never see coming, a foreign poison known as Koyanskaya, which never previously existed in Britain. I knew where she could find something she was looking for, so I used that as leverage to convince her to stall the Queen's reinforcements for us. But she did much more than that, much more than I ever expected. She somehow made every single soldier disappear without a trace. Right, she took on her immature beast form. It was a cowardly move, I know, and believe me, I'm not proud of it. But if that's what I have to do to advance our cause, I won't think twice. When this is over, I'd like you to decide my punishment. That's why you took the time to ask me about this, right? You could have said nothing, but you're my friend, and friends don't let friends do that kind of thing. In the 19th century Japan, around the end of the Edo period, the Satsuma domain sent a number of promising young men overseas, so that they could one day help Japan prepare for the age to come. Their ultimate destination was London, the capital of the British Empire, and the city leading the charge in the modern era. This man was not chosen for the exchange program. He had been born to a poor samurai family. He had no property, no social standing to merit his inclusion in history. While he may not have been chosen as one of the students, he was able to stow away on a boat carrying them, disguised as one of its crew. At this point, he no longer remembers why he left his homeland. Maybe he didn't want to be there for the end of an era. Maybe he was simply fed up with his culture. Or maybe he just wanted to see what life was like in another country. Either way, he no longer remembers. Still, there was one thing he loved more than his country. His family, his friends, or even people in general. Art. The only memory from that time he still barely retains is the premonition he felt upon arriving at the harbor. His eyes sparkled at the new world that lay before him. Compared to the stagnant hometown he had left behind, it may as well have been another planet. The man slipped away from his work at the ship and began exploring this new city, with only a map as his guide. It was like a dream come true. He wished he could stay longer. But he was cunning and knew the reality of the situation. He knew that dreams inevitably end and timetables needed to be followed. As long as he returned to the harbor by sunrise, he would still be punished, but at least he would have a way home. So after checking the time and confirming he still had plenty of it, he snuck into the other noble's mansion. The mansion in question was home to many beautiful works of art. But there was one picture in particular which was so eerie and disturbing that it took the man's breath away. Reluctantly, he slipped back out of the mansion and returned to the harbor where the exchange student's ship was docked right on time. It took him a full day to realize he had inadvertently wandered into an even stranger, more unfamiliar land. Somebody, anybody, help, please, I just want to go back to Japan. From that point on, the man's life was filled with adventure. Soon afterwards, he was captured by fairies and made into a slave. As the fairies' captive, he endured countless hardships. When the fairies thought they had reached his expiration date of 30 years, they set him free. But since he was not originally bred and raised in Fairy Britain, he still had many years ahead of him. While the land of the Fae was far too harsh an environment for a man of 55 to endure, he had made sure to observe the fairies around him closely over his 30 years of slavery. He erased his old identity, hired fairy workers of his own, and founded a company. He had his fairies kill other fairies, dissect them, and study them. He then created a serum English? Who is she? Alright. Perineal youth to slow his aging process. Its effects were nearly imperceptible, but it was better than nothing. He continued his efforts for the next 40 years, becoming a 97-year-old man who still looks like a young fairy. Even then, he made it a point to only deceive the Earth Clan. The Earth Clan fairies were narrow-minded and obstinate, but they also valued technology and were willing to trust someone based on the quality of their goods rather than their personality. They were completely lacking in business acumen. And so the man became the Earth Clan's leader's secretary, and found that he got along with the leader better than any other fairy. There was even something of a friendship between the two. The Earth Clan's leader genuinely cared for the man, and together they started their own company. And so Spriggan and Capless, Fairy Brand's very first general department store, was born. Sometime later, the man murdered the Earth Clan's leader in cold blood. He needed his name to develop Norwich further in service of his goals. There is no one left in Fairy Britain who knows the man's original name. I doubt proper human history is any different. I swear, I don't know when I'm going to get a decent night's rest again. Wars have been pouring in non-stop ever since yesterday. Camelot, Londinium, Edinburgh, our iron weapons are selling as fast as we can make them. And then there's the remains of Woodrose's army and Gloucester's bill of pilgrimage. Fairies calling for Morgan's downfall have been popping up in villages all throughout the land, not just in major cities. Good grief, I can only imagine how the Queen must feel seeing her 2,000 years of rule come to this. Queen Morgan may be a great ruler, but the masses still have no idea how great her accomplishments are. Only a scant handful of them can even begin to comprehend the sheer scale of her strategy. It's a lot like how those who live in cities only see their own homes and completely miss the fact that their city wouldn't exist at all if not for the ground it's built on. Well, this is a surprise. It almost sounds like you want Morgan to keep ruling. Not at all, I'm simply stating facts. Personally, I agree with the world at large. It's time Her Majesty stepped down. I'm not even saying she's at fault. She's simply been in power far too long. The Queen has made an excellent country, but her values are simply too old-fashioned. I can hardly blame her, as she's over 2,000 years old. Countless generations of her subjects have come and gone, and in that time their values have changed. If the Queen continues her policy of being at one with nature while tightly controlling the human population, this island will never grow beyond its current tiny size. There are few things more frightening than the harm perpetrated by an out-of-touch gerontocracy. Old parts are meant to be changed out, not left running forever. Of course, I have no intentions of becoming king myself. Even in the world of proper human history I came from, Britain was ruled by a queen. So I believe Fairy Britain is also best ruled by a queen. Wouldn't you agree? Then who would you have in mind for the next one? Ideally, I would prefer a bright and cheery fairy who genuinely loves her people. One of surpassing beauty, but who is more wicked still, and preferably ignorant of her own foolishness. Now that would be a queen worth supporting. If I never serve another overly intelligent ruler in my life, it would still be too soon. So that's why you chose her. Sure, she does seem like she'd be a good fit for you. But the chances of that coming to pass are negligible. She has no hope of defeating Morgan, much less assuming the throne. Right you are. As far as I know, there's only one person out there capable of defeating her. And as luck would have it, my soldiers keeping an eye on the battlefield just happened to find him. All I have to do now is decide when to send them in. I must say, I'm glad we're in Britain. No one else here is familiar with the idea of using a piece captured from the enemy for your own ends. You're not born with a trump card. You gain them as spoils of battle. That said, I haven't exactly many opponents to play with over these last 100 years. They let me escape. They took pity on me, the High Queen's daughter. But I was there helping me. I wasn't holding anything back. So why? Why couldn't I win? Me, the High Queen's own daughter. Ah! Mother doesn't need any daughters but me. Doesn't need to be any other mage but me. If only I had some magecraft that was just mine, something special, fit for a Queen's High daughter. Oh. What was I thinking? I haven't lost it all. All I have to do is bring the garden from Mother's throne. Manchester. Percival, we're back. Hello everyone, I'm glad to see you're all safe and sound. Congratulations on another job well done, Altria here. I think everyone in Brain must have heard that Bell programmer's ring. As your exclusive Knight Rider, I too couldn't be happier about this latest success. On a different subject, did you happen to pick me up a souvenir? I don't know if you remember this, but it was no easy feat for us fairy horses to transport you all from Londinium to Cloudcaster in only half a day. Of course we remember. Here you go. 2-in-1 hair restorer and suntan oil. I found it in a shitty looking hole in the wall. It's just one of many different magecraft trinkets being sold there now thanks to Altria's previous escapade. Hair restorer for a horse? There's no need to hide it. I already know you're a fashionable fairy who cares a great deal about his appearance. Be honest, aren't you itching to change your look now that Altria's done the same? You're a great fairy, Oberon. A shady looking hole in the wall, you say? Sounds like the perfect place to me. Alright, now that Reggio's spirits have been lifted, let's say we head back to Londinium. Next on the list is Oxford's Bell. Once we ring that, this war will really kick into high gear. Actually, there's something else we should take care of first. Would you mind if we change venues so we could discuss our future plans a little more privately? Oh, that, huh? Okay then, why don't we try going to those woods over there, away from the highway? Damn, sorry about that. I had no idea this forest is actually a Moor's nest. Please stand back, fairies. The Round Table Army will handle this. No need to worry about us. Those Moors won't be able to get so much as touch me. I am Reggio, the fairy steed of flame. See for yourselves how my body burns. Come, Sir Percival. Come, Lady Gareth. Let us demonstrate what the Knights of the Round Table truly aspire to. Gareth is not impressed. Alright. Oh, it's one of those quests. Got it. That's fine. Because I'm assuming we can move them, right? Yep, we can. Put them all in the back line. Up. And... up. Up. Oh, thank you for the follow, Tanash. Night night, Lobo.
先に進みましょう。宴会は大勝利の後に取っておきます。
Alright, back to story. So, as I was saying, I was actually thinking of ringing a different bell for pilgrimage next. We know exactly where Oxford Bell is, and now that Woodpose is gone, we can ring it any time. So I propose that we head to Orkney next. Morgan is bound to be watching Oxford right now, which should mean Orkney is right for the picking. I see, that's a good point. We will have to make our way to Orkney eventually, after all. And since none of the Queen's troops have been deployed there, now would seem to be our best chance. Unfortunately, it's not quite that simple. The Queen will send her army after us the moment we head to Orkney, to say nothing of Knocknarbe's army in the north. So I think it would be safer to advance the Round Table army up near Camelot than have some troops protect us on the way to Orkney. No, if we go there as an army, Knocknarbe will mobilize her army in response. She's already gone on the record saying she sees the Child of Prophecy as an obstacle and Altria as a rival. So if Altria makes any overt moves, she'll have no choice but to get in her way by virtue of her position as Queen. But we really don't want to fight the Northern Fairies unless we absolutely have to. We need them on our side fighting Morgan instead. Right, Percival? Altria? Right, we would like nothing more than to form an alliance with the Northern Fairies. Not as allies in the fight against the Queen, but as fellow citizens of Britain. We've tried sending messengers to Knocknarbe several times, but unfortunately she won't even give us the time of day. I mean, Knocknarbe does hate humans. Actually, I don't know if I'd say he hates so much as... Well, never mind. That doesn't matter now. Anyway, I agree with the Vinci. I think the fourth bell I ring should be Orkney's. Once I do that, we can stop by Knocknarbe's camp on the way home. She should be willing to negotiate with us now. Yeah, you're the Child of Prophecy in both name and deed now. The Chocolate Queen can't afford to ignore you anymore. Okay then, the question is, how do we get to Orkney without anyone finding out? What if we went through the Lake District? It's a marshland northwestern Britain and constantly mirrored and fogged. The terrain is much too treacherous for an army to cross, and it's full of moors too. Both Knocknarbe's armies and the Royal Army always keep their distance. It would be a much more dangerous route than taking the highway, but... Sounds like a good idea to me. Let's do it. We only got but so many people with us. It'd be better if we off dodging more than an army. I guess that's true. What do you think, Kyo? I trust the Vinci. I see, then I guess that's that. Personally, I don't think splitting off from our army is a good idea, but I guess you guys are used to moving about as a small elite unit. For a team with your skills, the Lake District shouldn't be much of a problem. Good luck, I'll be rooting for you. Huh? You're not coming with us, Oberon? Of course not. The Round Table Army is in the middle of a rapid growth period. Someone has to stay and keep an eye on them. Powering up the Child of Prophecy with the Bells of Pilgrimage is important, of course, but so is improving our army. First of all, I'd like you to come along and command the Round Table Army too, so we can secure Oxford's Bell. It'll leave Londinium a little thinly guarded, but if we can occupy Oxford, we arguably won't need it anymore. And once that happens, the Queen's army won't have any more reason to attack there. Then it's settled. Altria, Hio, Muramasa, Da Vinci, Gareth, and Habitrot. We'll set out for Orkney's Fell by the way of the Lake District. Retrobit, would you be willing to help them? I could certainly take them as far as the edge of the Lake District, but I won't be able to bring the wagon in there. So once I've seen all of you off, I'll lay low in Edinburgh and pretend to be a wandering knight. You'll all be stopping by Edinburgh on your way back from Orkney, right? So I'll rendezvous with you there. That sounds perfect. Where have you been hiding all these smarts? For that matter, why were you toiling away as Aurora's secret wagon horse all this time? You could have had a much more prestigious career under Woodwose. As you can see, I've always had an affinity for the wind, so the Wind Clan City feels like home to me. Retrobit, faster than the wind. Alright then, Oberon and I will head back to Londinium. Wait, I'm going with you too. I'm sorry, Altria. I know this is selfish of me, especially after I declared myself the Child of Prophecy's #1 knight. I know my going back to Londinium probably won't make that much difference. But I can still help there, and I just can't leave its people to fend for themselves. Of course, Gareth. You have nothing to apologize for. I think it's great that you found somewhere you belong. Don't worry about me. With Hio, Da Vinci, and Muramasa, we'll be just fine. Sure, I'll miss having you around, but it won't be long before we get to see each other again in Londinium. So let's make sure we've both gotten stronger by then. You got it. In the meantime, I'll be keeping my ears peeled for the ring of the next bell. See you soon. Right, take care out there. Be warned, there's a ton of ash over on that far shore, and it also gets freezing cold out there. And since neither Blanca nor I can cross the ocean, we have no idea what may be going on inside Orkney. So, whatever you find there, I'm sure it won't be as bad as what you've had to overcome in the Russian Lostbelt. Oh, and keep an eye on Altria. The more nonchalant she acts, the more she's tearing up inside. Yeah, I know. Guess I needn't have bothered warning you, huh? I'm glad she's in good hands. Once we've rung the Orkney and Oxford bells, we'll have to move faster than ever. So in the meantime, I'll do whatever is necessary to find out where the sixth bell is located. After that, it'll finally be time to face Morgan, regardless of how the odds are stacked against us. What's more, something tells me that even defeating her won't be enough to solve all our problems. There's something else in Britain, something cursing every living creature here. Unfortunately, we haven't the least idea what it could be. Remember this, Hio. We still know almost nothing about Britain's history. So if we're lucky, maybe you'll find a clue as to how this world came to be the way it is in Orkney. And if we're really lucky, that clue might just give us the edge we need to defeat Morgan. I hear a bell ringing. I hear a voice, my voice, called to me in a dream that hasn't changed once in my entire life. But this is everything we could do for her right now. I think it'll at least be some use, so please make sure she gets it, okay? Okay, I will. I think the Child of Prophecy will be thrilled to receive this. Yeah, we think so too. You guys make sure you keep her safe, okay? I didn't really want to accept those gifts. It was all junk. Any upper-class fairy who saw it would think it was just a pile of trash. But for those fairies who struggled just to make it through the day, it was their most precious treasure. I could see their hopes, their feelings in those gifts, and I could see their future. I saw the hope they were clinging to. I saw the joy in believing something warm. And now I saw them tear up from the sheer gratitude of being alive, no matter how hard life was for them. And I saw how they would probably be gone by the next morning. The next time we came to Gloucester, those fairies were nowhere to be seen. They didn't entrust their hopes to the child of prophecy because they knew they weren't long for this world. They would have loved to live longer, but they wanted to help the child of prophecy even more, so they gave me the only treasure they had, their lives. I really wish they hadn't. I see a brain I don't recognize in a world I know nothing about. I see a young squire standing alone in a town lit only by the rays of the setting sun. It's me as a little girl, though raised as a boy. This other Altria is placing her hand on the sword of selection, even though no one told her to. Bryn's destruction is all but certain now. Anyone who would claim its throne is destined to be a sacrificial lamb. If you become its king, the people will place all their hopes on your shoulders, asking you to make everything right. If you fail, they'll be just as quick to curse you, blaming you for everything gone wrong. You'll gain nothing from this. Truthfully, you'll only be making life harder for yourself. A lone mage with a kind face stands behind her, encouraging her not to go through with this. You should think long and hard before you make your choice. Once you draw that sword, you'll never be able to go back to an ordinary human life. Yeah, think about it. No, there's nothing to think about. This just doesn't make sense. The world ending is everyone's problem to solve. If it's gonna end, it should end with everyone cursing each other equally. So why? Why are you? I saw a great many people smiling. I don't think that was a mistake. And this is what happened as a result. A pariah to even her own knights and subjects, even after she rebuilt the entire country, crushed beneath the weight of a world's hope without ever knowing the joy of her own. All she built came to ruin, and her trusted companions killed each other. Everyone she knew was dead, and so she died alone. Is this some kind of joke? It's not funny, it's just cruel. How could you just use her to get what you wanted and then ignore her forever? How can you forget her like she was just some story you finished enjoying? Why'd she even have to do all that? Why'd she feel like she had to? There was no reason at all for her to become king. It just seemed like she had the power to. I don't understand. I've seen her whole life play out now, and it hardly seems like something to aspire to. Why'd it have to be you? Why couldn't you have just let someone else do it? The worst thing I could say slipped out of my mouth before I could stop myself. My other self quietly turned around to face me and said, "Perhaps. I do think there may have been someone else suitable for this role." Then why? Why in the world did you do this? Why? I think you know the answer better than anyone. We've been heading north on the highway all night, and it's almost noon now. At this pace, we should arrive at the entrance to the Lake District by nightfall. Just please remember that we'll be parting ways temporarily once we get there. Oh, right, about that. I was actually hoping we could tweak our plans a little, and you could head west from here. That's the way to Manchester, right? I want to stop by there before the Lake District. Manchester, as in Burghess's domain? Are you sure about this? Yo? I already suspected as much. Ah, you're a dog person too? What about you, Murmurasa? What, is it really that surprising? I just assumed you'd worked that out when Da Vinci said she wanted to go to Orkney. Well, he didn't, okay? What about you, Avatrat? Did you know? Me? Da Vinci talked to me about it before we got on the wagon. She wanted to know if I'd mind stopping there before Orkney. So even you already knew about this happy cat? Well, I suppose I'm supposed to be the leader. Sorry, Altria, but even if you were on board with this plan, I didn't think you'd be able to keep it to yourself. Barkas is still technically one of the Queen's Tamlin, so I didn't want Percival or Oberon to know about this. Good point. Percival would certainly worry if he knew we were stopping by in enemy's territory. I doubt Oberon would have been happy about it either, since she burned down his forest. Manchester's a nice place. It's very unlike Oxford, which has been getting more modernized with its restaurants. It's still an idyllic fairy town, like you'd see in a story. Fighting may be against the rules in Gloucester, but Manchester doesn't need the band fighting. The whole town despises it, you see. Really? Even though survival of the fittest is the law of the land there? Haha, don't worry, Burke has to take it on the survival of the fittest isn't quite what you're thinking. You'll see when we get there. Alright then, Manchester it is. Trust me, it's a lovely place full of peaceful wildlife. There won't be any fighting there whatsoever. I give you the retrobit guarantee. Oh great, so it'll be nothing but fighting. Manchester Main Street. Inside a local tavern. Woo, you terrorists look really strong. This is awesome. Get up. What is that, Pokemon music? At least that's what I'm assuming is going on there. I don't know why else they would have like a unique battle encounter thing. Unless it's some other reference I don't get. Because I'm uncultured. Alright. Am I allowed to have? Yes. Lovely. Okay, good to know that I wasn't the only one that got spooked by it. Alright, Manchester time.
まだまだ未熟者ですが頑張ります。早がけですよ。運命をかけた戦いである。自分のうちに準備戦いですか。参拝の時よ。ありのように命令する気言われなくても。それが本当の私。始まりは極小、広がりは無限。すべて我が神殿の望み。シグラクエーサー捕まえた。そこ。完璧に。参拝の時に参るようありのように並びなさい。霊気銀河解放女神たるものこれくらいのことはしないとね。次元の違いを知りなさい。レディーシグラクエーサー。ああ、鐘の音が聞こえる。
Back to plot. Gah! It's the same dream I've had several times before. I'm crying. I'm crying while beating the remains of what used to be my lover. They're delicious. I'm so happy. This is wonderful. It hurts. I'm heartbroken. This is madness. Predation is a fact of life for wild creatures. It's natural for us to seek out others, love them, and become one with them in order to survive. Living by the laws of the wild is also a source of pride for me. I'm blessed with an exceptional spirit origin, even for one of the Fang clan. As one who was born strong, I have a duty to govern and protect the weak. I have to be strong. I have to eat the strong so I can grow stronger. You see, my rules are right. I only love the strong. And I eat those that I love so I become an even better wild creature. That's my lot in life. That's how I've had many strong meals so I can defend brain and protect the weak. But deep down, having another good cry, Barkest, why don't you come over here? You don't have to stop crying. Just tell me what happened today. Did something painful happen? Something sad? Did it happen to you while you smiled? Did it happen to someone else while you got upset? Whatever it was, please tell me. I want to know how you feel. It's okay. I promise I'll never stop liking you, no matter how embarrassing it may have been. His body seemed as though it could fall apart any moment. He could barely speak above a whisper. He was the weakest creature I've ever known, yet he helped me tremendously when I was on the verge of a breakdown. You know, there's nothing like a fun story to cheer you up in hard times. I want to tell you another tale of your favorite Knights of the Round Table. I'll tell you a story of lost sand that drifted here as a changeling. A florid, proud, and slightly somber story. A story of the brave knights you always looked up to. The knights of those stories were not compelled by anyone to be righteous. They were born righteous. They were proud. They were wonderful. They protected the weak and did good deeds wherever they went. They may have only known stories from another world, but I still admired them more than anything. Even though a despicable fairy like myself had no right to do so. But whenever I shared my trepidations through my tears, he always responded with a gentle smile. There, look out at the garden. Those flowers you planted have grown in beautifully. And I see you have planted another one for me today, so that I can enjoy them even though I can't walk. Thank you, that's so kind of you. I only hope that one day you'll be free of the pain you carry in your heart. That's right. Her love runs true and deep. With every new relationship, she's certain she can prevail over her need to consume. She has never succeeded. Now she's at her limit. No, she's reached her limit long ago. I don't know how many times she's thought of putting herself out of her misery. But despite that urge, her strong sense of responsibility forbids her from taking the easy way out. Shows she lives with the guilt of devouring her lovers, and as penance, continues to protect Brain even as it tears her up inside. She's an example to all of us. That's why I want to help her any way I can. You're the only fairy possessed of true nobility. It would be a tragic loss for you to take your own life. So let's make a deal, Barkest. It's still a little too soon for you to take on the curse after all. Sorry, so sorry. I really am sorry about that, everyone. I hope you can forgive them. I promise I'll give these idiots a stern talking to later, so this sort of thing doesn't happen again. They're very susceptible to trance, you see, and well, you know how they're talking about Camelot preparing for war these days, right? Made them all want to have a pretend war of their own. They were satisfied with board games up until you walked in, but... Oh, well, come on. Those fairies and the human just look so strong, and it would be a blast to fight them. Don't be daft. Have you forgotten that Lady Bark has his back right now? If you allow to ever get someone killed, and she finds out about it, she'll have your heads and mine. You ought to be thanking your lucky stars that these people are so strong and understanding. Also, no more alcohol for you until I say so. Oh, come on, don't be like that. I can't go back to not drinking human alcohol now that I know how good it is. Well, Regerbit, care to revisit your Regerbit guarantee? That's strange. I distinctly remember Manchester as a town bursting with smiles, kindness, and violence. Don't be silly, there's no violence here. The rule of Manchester is survival of the fittest. Huh, she looks like the fairies we saw in Wales. I'm Jenny. I was just born near here recently. I see, that explains it. So you must not know much about Manchester yet. Do you happen to know where the Lord's house is, Jenny? You mean Lady Barkest? Sure, it's over that way, at the end of the big road. Oh yeah, I see it now. Looks like it's a big mansion with a beautiful garden. Anyway, I thought Manchester was a FangClan town, but I guess it's fairies like you too. Are there Earth Clan fairies here as well? I'm not sure. I haven't seen many Earth fairies. There's a lot of humans here though. It's about half fairies, half humans. Really? So far I've only seen fairies walking around. Are there really that many humans here too? Of course, it's survival of the fittest here, so the strong have to protect the weak. I know, because I'm one of the ones being protected. Lady Barkest might be strict, but she's also really kind and really funny. So that's how she defines survival of the fittest, huh? Now I get it. I had my suspicions given what we've seen of her. But it does look like the Barkest survival of the fittest ain't about the strong preying on the weak. That's right, she's been like this for as long as I can remember. The strong should only eat the strong. The weak aren't worth eating, so they must be protected. She did say that all the time. Okay, seems like a good time to ask about this. Did you know Barkheads when you were kids or something, Altria? Of course not, don't be silly. I mean, you saw how Barkheads didn't even recognize me, right? Nope, certainly haven't known her a long while. No, sir. In fact, I don't even know a single thing about her. Nothing. Huh? I know about Lady Barkhead. She's back in her mansion right now. Everyone in town keeps congratulating her for coming back to visit her new lover all the time. Are you kidding me? All her talk about is being a proud and noble Tamlin, and she still has time to keep lovers? Barkhead's lover. I don't even want to think about it. You can't take what rumors say too seriously. It's not like she's ever confirmed any of them herself. And even if what they say is true, that's between her and her lovers, right? If they're all okay with it, who are we to judge? Well, true love or not, crimes are crimes. But this is also land of the Fae, and we know different areas have their own very different rules. Still, now that we come this far, we can't leave without seeing her. If you're scared, Retrobit, it's okay. You can wait here. Besides, we're the one who wanted to talk to her. No, that's okay. I've come this far with you, and I'm not about to part ways now. Besides, I can't help it if she sets her sights on me as her next dish. That's just the burden someone as popular of all the ages as me has to bear. So if things take a turn for the worse, at least I can be bait. I mean, I'll meet you for the rest of you guys while you make your escape. Now, come, let us be off to the Demon's Lair. I'm certainly not afraid of any horrific fairy-eating black dog. Welcome to Manchester, everyone. What a wonderful surprise to see you take me up on my request less than a day after I made it. Gorgeous. Who in the world would call such a beautiful lady horrific? Now that he's seen nothing more than a true champion. Personally, I read your bit. Feel as though I've just been hung out to dry in the final corner. Thank you for your kind words. May I ask who this Fangclan fairy is? Don't worry about him. He's just another hapless horse. Happy Cat, would you mind taking Redra outside for a bit? Sure thing. Come on, Redra, let's go out to the yard. I know there's some fun-looking plaza out there. It's got a paddock, Coppertrot. There really is nothing like a clan mansion. They always have so many luxuries, even when the owner has no particular plans to use them. Thank you for the warm welcome. Of course, it is incumbent upon every good lord to show their guests proper hospitality. All the more so when it was I who invited you to begin with. If anything, I should be thanking you. Anyway, I'm glad you let us in here without even patting us down. Now that we know for sure you don't mean to fight us, we can relax and get down to, Burkhest. I'm afraid you are mistaken in that. Well, I certainly bear you no ill will. As you can see, I do have every intention of fighting you. Huh? What's the meaning of this, Burkhest? Would you kindly stay out of this? My business is with you. Heo Master Chaldean Leonard Vinci, her faithful servant. I know this is unbecoming, but I would like to ask you, with all respect, for a duel. Would you be so kind as to show me your strength once again? I guess she wants to see how strong for herself, how strong Chaldee is. Now I see. You want to find out if Chaldee can walk the walk before we talk the talk, huh? I gather you won't trust us unless we can prove we're able to beat you without the Child of Prophecy's help? That is true, yes, but more than that, I am interested in you, Heo. I want to see just how far a mere human can go against us fairies. No. I am going to see for myself whether your victories so far have been more than a fluke. You know what time it is?
とっておき見せてあげるわ。山を抜きなお落ちることなきその両翼。
She's one of those like gym bros that is always nuts about battle or whatever. That's how I see her. Oh, I should probably do something about that shit. Hold on. That game my team wiped because Parkas over here has a fucking AoE NP. Alright. Now then. We're doing this now. Ring line time. Classic. Okay, good. And back to story. One minute we're fighting, next we're enjoying a veritable feast. Well, these Ganashi are so good. I love how versatile potatoes are, no matter what world they come from. These oysters are amazing too. I was a little shocked when they came out and that huge plate piled up to the ceiling, but damn, if I couldn't eat these things forever. Don't let the fancy presentation fool you. It's not nearly as impressive as it looks. Just look at all those meat pies dominating the table. Must be enough here to cover Garrett's entire shield. That makes it pretty clear how vain Baggy is. She's obviously trying to break our concentration by overwhelming us with quantity and flourishes. Won't work on me, though. So you're not even aware that you're taking a bite of meat pie even as you speak? Aw, man, this really is good. There, I changed back to my usual armor. Now I'm done both fighting and cooking. I do hope you like the food. I apologize I couldn't make anything more than these simple dishes. Normally I would have my chefs do the cooking, but I had to give them a leave of absence as part of my house arrest. You mean, you made all this yourself? This game doesn't actually have, like, PvP at all or anything like that. The closest we have to, like, player, collaboration is either choosing other player supports or doing raid battles. Which means meta doesn't exactly matter as much unless you're looking to do things efficiently. Which is why you see so many meme comps of this game and like heralding of lower ranking characters up to the same tiers as like 5 stars. Because there's no PvP, it doesn't matter. At any rate, that's right, but nothing too impressive. I merely imitated flower-based human culinary techniques and drilled them into me. It's a far cry from the gourmet cuisine they serve in Camelot. Huh? Is that so? I didn't even think you, Tamlin, were so domestic. Must be hard being the lord of a hick town like this if you have to do all your own cooking. Huh? I don't understand. Should everyone who plans to get married someday be able to do all manner of housework? Ahem, everything is great. I think we should get down to business. Indeed, now if we come this far, I will be completely frank with you. I want to keep the residents of Britain safe. That is why I pledged my horn to Her Majesty. But Her Majesty does not share that goal. In fact, she is actively working to worsen the Great Calamity. She cares only for Fairy Britain itself, not the Fae who inhabit it. So here's my proposal for you, Child of Prophecy. If you mean to ring the bells of pilgrimage so that you may truly save Britain, I am willing to fight for your cause. If need be, I would even rise up against the Queen herself during the Battle of Camelot that is now sure to come. You're serious about this, aren't you? I don't mind having you on board, but what about your pride as a knight? You really want to join our side, even after you destroyed the human rant and burned down the Welsh forest at the Queen's command? That's right, even if it is too little too late, I still wish to join you. As to my crimes, you are welcome to convene a court-martial after the Battle of Camelot. Rest assured that I will expect no mercy. I will accept whatever punishment fits my crimes. But first, I want you to promise me one thing. Hio, Da Vinci, you both said it's possible for Fairy Britain's residents to immigrate to proper human history. If that is true, and you two are willing to tolerate fairies living among you, then I would ask that you please give the matter some thought. Her Majesty has already told me that our Britain is what is known as a Lostbelt, a world that is meant to disappear to make way for proper human history. I believe it. I have no doubt this Britain should not have never come to exist. What makes you say that, Barcast? You want to protect Britain, right? So why do you think it should have never existed? Are those two ideas mutually exclusive? Because we fear this land, every one of us. I suspect you could ask any fairy in the land, and they would give the same answer. At any rate, under Queen Morgan's reign, every fairy will perish by the end of the year. I naturally have no notion of what our lives would be like under the Child of Prophecy's reign. But if there should be fairies who, under her reign, wish to move outside of the world, I hope you would take them in. If worst comes to worst, and this Britain really does disappear, I could ask for nothing more than to have the fairies born here live on in your world. What do you think, Technical Advisor? I think it's a great idea. In fact, I can't come up with a single reason to refuse. The storm border is big enough to hold up to 500 refugees. They would have to live there until we resolve the bleached earth phenomenon, of course. But as long as they're okay with that, they should be able to get by into border just fine. Besides, this is exactly what the storm border is designed for. It's a modern-day Noah's Ark. Well, there aren't very many of them. There have been a few vessels like that in proper human history. They served as literal lifeboats that preserved the future of the species they carried. 500 ain't a whole lot compared to the fairy population at large, though. You gonna be okay with that, Barcast? Yes, saving even a small number is far better than failing to save anyone. As long as you remember this promise. No, my wish, that I will gladly become a filthy turncoat for your cause. Of course, I am sure Sir Gawain would think poorly of me for this. However briefly I use his name, I admit the very idea of betraying one's lord must be unthinkable to him. We don't have some choice words for you, but he'd also be proud of you. I see, so he really would scold me. But I have to ask, are you sure about this, Barcast? Never mind the politics. Are you sure you could trust us, your enemies? I'm sure. You said something like this before yourself, Hio. Even if the world is about to disappear, you didn't want to let what might come tomorrow ruin today. And you were exactly right. Instead of worrying what might happen tomorrow, I should focus on what I can do today. Alright, I can't possibly turn you down at this point. Forgetting for a moment how in the world I'm going to explain this to Oberon. Tamlin, Barcast, if you really want to help the Child of Prophecy, you can do so in Camelot. Once the fighting there begins, you are to refrain from attacking the Round Table Army. That part is absolutely non-negotiable. Aside from that, well, if you feel like neutralizing some of the Queen's army for us, I'm not going to stop you. Anyway, those are my only instructions. Any thoughts, Barcast? I'm surprised you didn't ask me to open the castle's gates from the inside for you. Did I not say you need not hold back on my behalf? I know, but I just don't trust you enough to rely on you for something so crucial. All you have to do is fight within your means. We can break down the gates ourselves. Good point. If I were lying, you'd certainly be in dire straits if you trust me to open up the gates for you. You've made the right choice, but I must admit, I didn't expect you to be so severe. Personally, I don't think it's going to come to that. By the way, on a much lighter subject. Yes, I'm very happy to answer any questions you may have. Could you introduce us to your significant other? Yeah, I'd love to meet him too. I heard about it all in town. They say you come back to Manchester all the time just so you can spend time with your new squeeze. It's not all the time. I just come here as often as I can. Besides, he's not my significant other at all. He's just a human boy I take care of. I only love the strong. I would never even dream of taking a lover as weak, incapable, and devoid of a future as him. You sure about that? They say love is blind for a reason. You could just very well end up falling in love with the last person you'd suspect. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that proper human history's culture is so advanced. But, I digress. Adonis is very weak. He's been sickly all of his life. He's currently recuperating here in my mansion. While he was very excited to meet you when I told you about him, Hio, I'm afraid he's been struggling with an unrelenting coughing fit recently. I haven't been able to get him to the medicine he needs thanks to the imminent great calamity. So I want to at least let him get all the rest he needs. That said, I would be very grateful if you could come here to feed him after the battle at Camelot. I may not be able to come back myself, but I do know you would be able to get along very well. Gotcha, sorry for that uncouth request. I guess fairies aren't the only people you want to keep safe. Of course not. I may not hesitate to discipline uneducated humans, but even that is no more than the basic training humans need to thrive in this world. Fairies and humans are two halves of one whole. You cannot treat them as separately. Protecting fairies means doing the same for humans. Well, this has been really productive talk. I'm glad we stopped by Manchester. I think this has been a good respite for you two, Altria. You must have enjoyed getting to talk with an old fairy friend of yours, right? Surely you might have been acting huffy, but you clearly also enjoyed the meat pie, seeing as how you ate so many. A respite? Hurley! This wore me out even more than acting the part of the child prophecy throughout the Round Table Army. Now, if we're done here, let's get going already. We still have to make it to the Lake District by nightfall. The Lake District? I see, so you're going to Orkney. There may not be very many moors up north, but each individual moors there is stronger than what you're accustomed to. And those in the Lake District are especially strong at that. Be careful out there. Got it. See you later, then. What is it, Burkett? Still got something on your mind? Yes, I was just thinking about the relationship between master and servant you told me about during our meal. Her Majesty has told me about servants as well. Servants are spirit beings that are retrieved from the Chronicle of Human History, a place beyond time known as the Throne of Heroes. They come into being when their master summons them for a particular purpose. These servants then stay by the master's side, and should their master die, they vanish. Do I have that all correct? Pretty much, yep. Why? Then it doesn't make sense. What? That a servant obey a master when the master is weaker? I've wondered about that too, but no, that isn't what I'm talking about now. I'm talking about Beryl Gut. He claims that Queen Morgan is a servant he summoned himself. But Queen Morgan has never called Beryl Gut her master. And above all, he only came to Fairy Britain a few months ago, while Morgan has been queen for over 2,000 years. That's what doesn't make sense. Her Majesty was alive and well long before this man came along. Unless, is it possible to summon a servant version of a currently living person? Honestly, I've been wondering about that too. I can think of one possibility. There have been a few cases where the future forms of hero experience with exceptionally complex histories have been summoned in the present day while their original selves are still alive. And since in proper human history, Morgan was known to have 3 separate personalities, it could be that one of them was summoned here. But of course, if that were the case, it would also mean there are 2 Morgans here in Fairy Britain. I don't suppose you've seen any signs of a second Morgan, or even heard rumors to that effect. No, I haven't. There's only one Queen Morgan, and she is not a servant. I have served Her Majesty for 200 years. I am absolutely certain she is a fairy. That is why I wish to ask you about this. Is this Beryl Gut truly Morgan's master? Circumstantial change confirmed. The price has now been paid. I have a proposal for you chosen ones, an offer for those of you who are cast aside. If you desire acclamation, then choose rebirth. If you desire indolence, then choose eternal sleep. It makes no difference to a god. It makes no difference? Well, it sure as shit makes a difference to me whether I live or die. Living inevitably means struggling, while dying takes those struggles right off of your plate. I've always preferred to keep things simple. I can't even dance if I got too much on my mind. I claim power, the future of humanity, being the best version of myself I can. Fact is, I don't care enough about myself to get worked up about any of that. Okay, Mr. Foreign God, I hear you, but before I give you my answer, can you tell me one thing first? I asked him if there's anything in this world that actually mattered to me. And he answered to me without a second thought. Guess that's a god for you. Hey, Crush, I see you made it back to life too, huh? Well, hey, that's awesome. I thought I'd be the first one out, but I guess I was dead wrong. I mean, we're talking about a foreign god here, right? Who says going to refute all of human history? I figured the only ones who jumped on a sweet offer like that would be me, Peppercino, or Daybut. Not at all. I have as much desire as the next person. What could be more enticing than the prospect of creating a new human history? You'd have to be mad to refuse. Well, damn, I stand corrected, so you finally shown your true colors, huh, would I? I mean, there's been times before when I couldn't believe the stuff that came out of your mouth, but still. Anyway, you've got a real nice smile now. I like it. It's a big relief. That smile says I'm gonna abandon all of humanity to their death so I can be the king of the goddamn world. If you were all broken up about this while pretending to be one of the good guys, then I have some serious reservations about sticking with you. Do I really seem that different now that I did before? Nope, you don't. That's why I'm so happy about this. You've actually been off your rocker this whole time. Oh well, at least I already knew someone on some level that the members of the team may have misunderstood me in many ways. Huh? Hey, don't get all gloomy on me. I like this new you. So, what do you want me to do, Woodime? You're the team leader, yep. And hey, now that I finally get what the whole cryptid thing was all about. That's right, you were brought into the singularity repair missions for emergency contingencies, weren't you? You know about our secret serious lights and how to use them. You also know how they're designed to deliver the decisive flow to ensure the preservation of humanity. When the foreseen singularities appear in the 7 points of human history, we expect them to. Huh, I thought only me and Marisberry knew about serious lights. Guess you did too, huh? Or maybe the foreign god told you. Either way, you sure cut my work out for me. Well, you guessed it, I'm the cleanup guy. It's my job to dispose of anyone thinking about deserting their post. So, what are you gonna do with me now? Gonna kill me here while you're all alone as to not wreck team morale? No, I think your ruthlessness could be useful. I want to use it. Eventually, everyone from Team A will be resurrected and assigned a Lostbelt. From there, the foreign god will give us each a ticket to potentially become the king of the world in exchange for growing our Lostbelt's tree of emptiness. And I would like you to tear your ticket up. You don't mind, right? It's not as though that ticket will actually be good for anything. However, you can't be reckless about it. You'll need to do it in secret while making it seem as though you're still giving it an honest try. Huh? Hang on, you tell me to betray the foreign god too? And what's that about tearing up my chance to become king of the world? Are you shitting me with? You'll be assigned the Isle of Britain. I took the liberty of choosing it for you. I assume you don't mind it being in your homeland. And if I do, not even Marisberry was this unilateral about his decision making, you know. I see. Unfortunately, now that I've already brought this up, I can't pretend it never happens. If you refuse, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to kill you. What? Seriously? So I've got no choice in this? Thank you, Beryl. I'm glad we understand each other. You're the only one I can ask to do this. I don't know what Lostbelt is, what that Lostbelt is like, but I do know Britain is crucial to the Magecraft world. There's no telling what could happen if the foreign guy were to inhabit something which came from there. It's the one Lostbelt that must be cut down before it can grow to maturity. How you choose to go about it is your business, but basically you just want me to slack off like I've always done, right? Okay, pal, you got it. Besides, I've never had much interest in competing to be king of the world anyway. This game's way more up my alley. That said, Woodime, this is still a deal we're making, so I expect you to keep your end of it too. To become the king of the world, you'd better make damn sure I live it up in the lap of all luxury, alright? Shit, there really isn't a goddamn thing here, is there? Well, apart from all the phantasmals and fairies and the sort of nasty beasties running around. Is a place like this gonna be of any threat to the new human history? I guess even Woodime gets it wrong every now and then. No, wait, I remember that look on his face. Whatever's here, he is positive it's gonna be a problem. Maybe he knew about something funky going down in London and the rest of us didn't. Oh well, no sweat off my back. That just makes my job even easier. Now that I can take care of the tree of emptiness without anyone getting in my way. Speaking of which, I should probably go about summoning my servant. Thanks for making sure each crypter could summon at least one servant Marisberry. I mean, it was the least he could do after inscribing us with something as dangerous as the serious lights, but still. Of course, I still don't know what kind of servant I'm going to get. But I think I'd make a pretty good guess. Whoever I summon, my only condition is that they're capable of destroying the world. I am Morgan the Fairy Queen, a ruler. If I have come in response to your summons. You there, descendant of wishes, are you my master? Ah, that was a good nap. I knew I made the right choice stopping here before heading home to Darlington. Whoops, sorry, Queenie. Didn't realize you were still hard at work on the throne all by your lonesome. Still, don't you think it's time you chilled out just a bit, Morgan? The Tree of Emptiness is dead. Hirashitara was our biggest enemy, and we defeated him too. The foreign god never got a hold of the spirit origin she wanted, and she never will now. There's nothing for us to be afraid of. We've practically already won. So why not just relax? It's not like Chaldea or the Child of Prophecy are any threat to you, right? Of course not. I have never considered either of them to be my enemy. My only enemies are the humans who once rejected me, and the Isle of Britain that would reject the fairy Britain I've created. Proper human history itself is my enemy, so I will not relinquish my throne until it has been truly, utterly destroyed. Know this, Barrel Gut. The fault for Balban Sif's failure in Gloucester lies in part with you. If you are so inept as to be unable to babysit a child, I will be forced to reconsider your position as both my husband and master. Tell Balban Sif that she has had her final chance. I have been clearly too soft on her. It is time she learned to carry herself in a manner befitting my hair. Whatever you say, Morgan, she's about to be a lot happier to hear that from you. She'd be a lot happier to hear that from you, but I guess that's too much to ask. You don't really love anyone, so there's no chance you'd allow an arrow to take over for you. Man, I almost feel sorry for Balban Sif being adopted by a woman as cold-hearted as you. Man, speaking is hard. Meanwhile, back in the past. Fragment 8. After the incident at the pit, Mash and Ace began to investigate ruins all around Britain. Their only leads were the stories passed down within the Mir clan, and the Merles left by the Rain clan. And so they set out from west to east on a great adventure in search of the written records left behind by humans. Between running into moors, getting attacked by anti-Londonian fairies, and fighting the occasional giant monster when Ace felt like it, things weren't easy. But when all was said and done, these travels became lovely memories. Of course, it helped that Mash was always so strong and awesome no matter what. Hey Mash, didn't you call me by some weird name when we first met? I guess I did. I'm sorry. You, look so much like someone else I know that it just slipped out. Really? There's someone else out there who looks just like me? What are they like? I only spent a little time with her, but that was enough for me to know that she's a wonderful person. She's a brave and kind and dependable, and she spent a lot of time in her workshop making all sorts of clothes. Her name is Habitat. She's a very happy fairy who wants nothing more than to be a friend to brides everywhere. Whoa, so does a fairy like me like that in the future, huh? I guess her name does sound a lot like mine. Maybe it's a fake name like Ace. Maybe she's trying to cover up her true name. That's enough, Mash. You agreed not to tell us too much about the future, remember? You're right. I'm sorry. I just thought it would make Totoro happy, and I didn't stop to think about what I was doing. Gotcha. You can be pretty careless sometimes, huh, Mash? Sorry, too. Still, I like the idea of being a friend to brides everywhere, too. That sounds like a great life to me. Well, they had a lot of conversations like that, so I thought I'd include one for posterity. Anyway, their search for the ruins lasted about 5 months. They didn't learn much, but they didn't give up either. They kept doggedly pursuing the threads of Britain's history, and eventually arrived at the priestess's prophecy. It was Britain's first prophecy of destruction, a curse left behind by the first human, the priestess of the enshrined deity. It predicted there would be 4 major wars named after the 4 seasons, but the War of Winter had not yet happened. I never did find out what it meant. Really, all we got from our expedition was a lot of fun memories. And while I know we've already written this down several times, let me remind you once again that this took place in the Fey Era 400. Now, there were only a few days to go until the coronation of Londinium, which would decide the fate of all of Britain. And as one of the key figures that in that coronation. Ace needed to return to the castle soon. There, the needlework's all done. All I have to do now is make the embroidery, Mortice. I think I'll make a purple rose for Ace and a blue rose for Mash. Let me see. You did a good job. I have no complaints. You've gone from a crybaby to your expert. That's why I love handicrafts. Although I'm not sure about using embroidery for the brooch. Ace's going to be a queen, so she should have something like that shines. I think a pattern of beads modeled after the world tree should do the trick. Here, give me that. Let me show you how it's done. Whoa, have you always been that good with your hands, Black Knight? You're like some sort of sewing master. Totodot's changed so much since he came along, Mash, and it's all thanks to you. We've been together for hundreds of years, but I've never seen this side of her before. Ugh, I really am a terrible friend. I was so caught up in the fighting, I never even noticed what Totodot was going through. And she's always been there for me. Oh no, it's nothing. I just happen to be in the right place at the right time. That's all. And the only reason Totodot's got interested in making clothes in the first place is the upcoming coronation. She said she wanted to make you a gown so pretty that it'd be the fairest fairy in all Vernon. So I'm sure she would have gone on to become a great tailor, even if I never shown up. Ace? Alright, I think you deserve to at least know a little about how I really feel. I'm no savior, Mash. All I want to do is keep Britain itself alive. I no longer have any intention of saving all its fairies or protecting humans like you. Huh? What are you saying? You are protecting everyone. I've seen it myself. Here's the thing, Mash. For the last 3,600 years, I've been dispelling the calamities that appear every 100 years, and the great calamities that appear every 1,000. Before, when I said I would let the fairies handle the aftermath and going to sleep in a coffin, well, that wasn't the whole truth. The truth is, every time I saved them from a calamity, the fairies would come after me. I've never known a moment of true peace. The only thing I could ever do was run for my life and hibernate for years at a time. I'm sure that, at the start, I really did want to build an ideal nation. But not now. Not anymore. Every time I decide to work harder and finally get it right next time, I only ever up having more stones thrown at me. I've been imprisoned, crucified, beheaded, drowned, burned. The only thing they haven't done is poison me. So by now, I've stopped putting my hopes in fairies. My only companions are Totodot, the Black Knight, and Rhyneck. I'm not even sure about Ruther. Even they only see me as an important tool, nothing more. So I only fight to protect Britain for myself. It's the only place I belong. That's why I'm going to unify the fairies and give humans the right to build a kingdom. That's a Britain I want. The sort of story proper human history would never allow. I've never been Ace the Savior. I'm just Ace the Wisp. But surely there must have been at least one good fairy, right? One who believed in you and understood you? Wasn't there ever a single fairy you genuinely wanted to help? No, there wasn't. Not a single one. That's why things turned out this way. Mash, she came here from the era of the High Queen. I don't know which faction you belonged to in that time. I can never know, for if I did, that would change what happens in the future. I've been facilitating for a long time now about whether to kill you or save you. But I don't think it matters now. This is the Fae era, a history entirely off the tree of emptiness is making. And as long as that tree exists, anything goes in this Lostbelt. No matter what may be added to this world, it's simply just its history match. Things don't have to make sense in a world with a tree of emptiness. The reason Morgan was so cavalier about using the water meter to send things back in time to the Fae era is her awareness that nothing which changed in the Fae era will affect the start of the era of the High Queen. So you're saying worlds created by trees of emptiness can tolerate a fair number of discrepancies without falling apart? That's right, that's why I'm here. The Fae era is the last point in time in which things can be so wibbly-wobbly. The moment you spoke of the era of the High Queen, I had a flash of insight as to how the future must have played out. She must have used all the magical energy stored inside the Tree of Emptiness to transform this Lostbelt into a singularity. I still don't know why she chooses to do that until the time comes, of course. But in the meantime, Mash, I can tell you that you can only exist while the Fae era lasts. In 400 years, at the start of the era of the High Queen, you'll disappear whether you're still alive or dead. You do understand that, right? Yes, I arrived in Britain in the year 2019 at the era of the High Queen. Since I didn't exist in that era before that date, when the Tree of Emptiness dies. I swear, just because the Fae era's history can be changed. That doesn't give her the right to send every problem she can't handle back to the past and let nature disappear for her. Now she's started sending servants as well as calamities. Unbelievable. That's just pathetic, is what it is. So I guess the least I can do is make things right. Since I'm mixed up in all this too, it's my responsibility to send you back to the future you came from. Are you sure? No, wait. Is that even possible? In a way, yes. It should work as long as there aren't any historical inconsistencies leading up to the calamity of Norwich in the year 2019 era of the High Queen. So, how would you feel about hiding out at the farthest edge of the world, where no one would ever see you? Back to 4 years ago. Albion. There's like a tree of emptiness over on the far shore, so this is the Lake District. Damn, this tree of emptiness must have been huge compared to the others we've seen so far. This is the tree that withered away 2,000 years ago. And that Morgan then burned down to destroy the tree of emptiness in Olympus a few months ago. Hey, Hugh, Altria still hasn't cheered up. What's going on with her? Is this your first time in the Lake District, Altria? Huh? Oh, yeah, I was just thinking. So this is the famous Lake District. It sure is as pretty as a picture, isn't it? Also just quiet. Did I mention quiet? Damn, you have no poker face at all, do you? You're obviously still thinking about what Bark has told us, right? Don't keep it to yourself. Is this Beryl that truly Morgan's master, huh? That is the question. Though, of course, the real question might be, is Morgan actually a servant? It's a hell of a conundrum, that's for sure. Hugh and I have been going back and forth trying to square that circle ever since we got here. At first I thought Morgan was the king of this Lostbelt. Same, I mean, she'd pretty much have to be if she's been ruling here for 2,000 odd years. But after meeting Morgan and Beryl in Camelot. You mean when Beryl said he was Morgan's master and she didn't deny it? So Morgan's not Beryl's servant, but Beryl is Morgan's master. That's a brain buster, ain't it? I don't even know where to begin. Any ideas as to how that could work, Da Vinci? I'm afraid not. There's just too little information to work with. If Holmes were here, he could be stringing a number of theories together with a plausible hypothesis, but he's not. How about you, Altria? Did you come up with anything? I do have one idea, I think. I remember what you said about masters and servants and the kind of things Chaldee's done so far. But I'd rather not think about any more than that. If I'm right, then Morgan would be impossible for you to beat, a fairy you'd rather not even fight at all if you don't have to. Have a trot. What's wrong with not wanting to fight her? Who says you have to try and beat her no matter what? Chaldee's schools acquire Morgan's for Hong the Myad, and the Child of Prophecy schools to bring the 6 spells. Trust me, I heard Einzel's Child of Prophecy program in Londinium enough to last a lifetime. And there's not a single verse in there about killing the queen. But Morgan herself told me to defeat her. Did she now? She's just playing everyone's antagonist because she doesn't dare trust anyone anymore. But I'm not saying more than that. All I care about is Mash and Hio finally being reunited. You can't go around trying to please everyone else all the time. Sometimes you just gotta tell them to piss off. No more chit chat. We've already got a few more set in our way. You remember Barkess's warning, Hio? Good. Then don't hold back. We're all counting on your pyre power to get us through this.
熱を帯びなさい。マルミアドワーズ白兵戦行きます。参拝の時よ、アリのように並びなさい。負け運命ですから。そうでなくっちゃ圧倒します。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。私を悪魔と言った？その通りよ。原始の地獄に帰りなさい。
Oh, she's level 105 now. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty much how it is here. Everything's hostile and you have to fight. Well, to have that, you have to make like a mark on history. That's how you end up one of these guys, because they're all supposed to be like based off historical figures in some way, shape, or form. Avalon Master was certainly new for Britain. Nope, that woman's gotta be nearby. Where does she think this is? A vacation? Looks like it's gonna take us at least a full day to make it through the Lake District and get to the North Coast. I don't think we'll make it more than halfway today. We should look for a forest so we can make camp before nightfall. Say, Habachat, do you know this area? You said you were originally from the north, right? Well, yeah, I guess. This place hasn't changed in forever, so at least I know it better than the south. Why do you ask, Da Vinci? You want a history lecture from old Happy Cat? If you could, that'd be great. We never heard much about the Lake District down south. Okay. Gotcha, okay then. But just until sunset. Long ago, Britain used to be way smaller. Back then, this area was all ocean. At the time, Britain was only the only landmass in the world. At least the fairies thought so they worked to expand the isle. Then one day, when they expanded it up to where Manchester is now, they noticed there was a forest on the far shore. That was this place, the British Lostbelt Lake District, and forest in the middle of the ocean. That's where the Northern Fairies come from. They've been living off the fruits of that forest all the time. The Northern Fairies? So they were Knocknever Bay's ancestors? Yep, the 6 clans in the Northern Fairies have totally separate lineages. Anyway, back in Fey Era 6000, I guess that'd be 8,000 years ago. Britain had its very first war. In it, the Northern and Southern Fairies fought each other. Nowadays, it's only known as the War of Spring. It happened when the Northern Fairies got jealous of all the land the Southern Fairies had, and crossed the sea to invade it. But even though their leader was super strong, on average, the Northern Fairies were still weaker than the Southern ones. Back then, there were no humans on the Northern Fairies side. Only the Southern Fairies kept humans. So the war ended with the Southern Fairies' victory. Apparently, it was a total massacre. Whenever the Northern Fairies' successors were born, the Southern Fairies would just kill them on the spot. That's where they got all the bodies they needed to fill up the ocean up to the Lake District. Oh, so they were spawn camping them. Wow. They killed so many northern fairies that eventually new generations stopped being born altogether. What happened to the northern fairies after that? Everyone thought they'd gone extinct, but nope, it turns out they were still alive. The leader of the Northern Fairies was made up of much sterner stuff than any fairy from the Six Clans. Well, they weren't called the Six Clans back then, but you know what I mean. Anyway, the Northern Queen escaped, left the Lake District, and went on to make the Western Island all by herself out in the middle of the empty sea. The Western Island, Ireland, became a legendary island that no one could see, but existed all the same. It became the final hope for fairies who were exiled from Britain, as a sort of last bastion of castaways. Later on, there'd be another war between the North and South called the War of Summer. But that had nothing to do with the Lake District, so I'll skip that one. Anyway, after the First War, the War of Spring, the Southern Fairies claimed the Lake District for themselves and began developing their civilization even further. The fairies that would go on to become the Mere Clan, and the fairies from Britain's northernmost area would go on to become the Rain Clan, each built thriving cities here. Although, of course, as you can see, they've long since been wiped out. Not sure thriving is the word I'd use then. Then again, the idea of a single country enduring for more than 1,000 years doesn't really fit for us non-Brits in the first place. Morgan's Fairy Britain has lasted for more than 2,000 years, remember? Of course you can't really call it thriving either, since it hasn't advanced at any in all that time. The Rain Clan, I see. Britain's skies were always cast in twilight. So it makes sense that there would have been fairies who controlled the rain and other weather. But why did the Rain Clan go extinct? Did they disappear naturally, or... I'd tell you that once we get to Orkney. All you need to know for now is that the Rain Clan and their city, Orkney, were destroyed in Fey Era 4000. So 2,000 years after the War of Spring. Yep, they built their city around the Fey Era 5000, so it was one of the few British metropolises to last over 1,000 years. Now I see, so that's why Ireland's nowhere to be found. The Northern Fairies must be of Irish descent. And the only Northern fairy to survive the War of Spring was their queen. But then, what happened to the Western Island? Why is that gone too? What do you think? Because the Northern Fairies migrated to Britain, of course. Mab made that island to keep her fairies safe, so she took it all back into herself just before she invaded the British Isle. That was the War of Summer back in Fey Era 2000. Ace the Savior and the First Tamlin fought in it too. Man, you guys wouldn't believe how strong Queen Mab was. After their failure in the War of Spring, the Northern Fairies coexisted with humans in Ireland for 4,000 years. The Southern Fairies only saw humans as tools for producing entertainment. The Northern Fairies, though, they saw humans as partners, and together they built a real civilization. So even though the Southern Fairies had the numbers advantage, the Northern Fairies were still overwhelmingly stronger. At first, Queen Mab wanted to wipe out the Southern Fairies as payback for what they did to the Northern ones. But eventually, Ace managed to broker a peace between the two sides. As part of the deal, the Northern Fairies were seceded the north part of Britain as their territory and welcomed into the fold as the King Clan. That's when the 6 clans we have now first came about. The rest you guys already know. Anyway, with that kind of bad blood between them, it's no wonder the fairies of the North and South still don't get along even in the era of the High Queen, right? Honestly, I'm having a little trouble keeping all this straight. Basically, all you have to remember is that there was a big battle between the clans in the last years of the Fey Era, right before the era of the High Queen began. What about the start of the Fey Era 14,000 years ago? Do you know anything about that? Nope, there's not a single record of Britain's genesis. Ace and the First Tamlin tried their hardest to track one down, but all they learned was the story of the 6 fairies. 6 fairies, as in... So you already know about it. Yep, it was at Merle. I don't remember all that much about it either, but if you want, I'll tell you what I know as a bedtime story. Not that there's all that much to it. At best, it only makes for a decent lullaby. Oh, we got notes for this Lostbelt. The lore gets so convoluted that they're like, here, have some notes. Also, I'm going to take like 1 minute in order to refill my Diet Coke real quick, so... Diet Coke refilled. Let's go.
ウェイクアップサンダブラウン、目に物見せてくれようぞ。早書きですカルウェナ、早書きですカルウェナ。よーし、待ってましたのクニさん。あっと下がっているように。私のお箱でグランドフィナーレ、ド派手に決めます。イギリスのアラバニックアーキー。さあ覚悟はよろしいですか。これの奥がよい。受け取るがよい。よっと絶景かな。エクセレント。誇りにかけてはい撃て。マルニアのマーク。いいわよ。連れましたって。早書きですカルウェイ。お国ザ・ショータイム。出雲ブラス
Welcome to the chat, Yotsuki Ononoki.
私のお箱でグランドフィナーレ。
We're surviving.
イギリスのアラバニックアーキー。ように惚れ直したかマスター。
This spot looks perfect. Okay, guys, that's enough walking for today. Let's go ahead and set up camp. Well, what you should get from GSSR depends on what your kit is already. So depending on who you have already on your account, then what you're going to need from GSSR is going to change. For example, if you don't already have Castoria, then Castoria is a high priority for most people, due to the fact that she's a pretty universal support unit. Even if you aren't using your arts cards, she can still be pretty useful for her invincibility, solid defense, and her 50% charge. But on the other hand, if you already have Castoria, then you might need other supports like Koyanskaya or Oberon in order to be able to specifically help with certain metas or other units. Let's see here. Yeah, no, I don't see Castoria in your count yet. Unless you just aren't using her for her support units. So she'd probably be your highest priority. Unless you want to wait until May. Because May is when her next banner is. In particular, you have Melusine, which is who is a good single target arts user. So pretty much unless you're up against a Ruler or a Saber, then Melusine's going to be your best bet to combine with a Castoria. And then her third ascension mode with the Buster. Yeah, Oberon has like 70% support charge, which means, and he's pretty universal, unlike, say, Coin Sky or Castoria, who are more focused on a specific arts type. So if you don't mind getting someone besides Oberon, if you just happen to like them, even if they aren't meta, then I would say take your best shot at, like, Oberon or something. But if you want something, if you want a core, like, probably the most well-respected unit in the game, then Castoria should be your priority. Because the sooner you get supports, the more you'll be able to make use of DPS units, because you'll be able to get the most out of them. Anyway, back to the game. I'll pitch the tent. I'll go gather firewood. Yeah, Oberon is the final piece you'll need for Buster Comp, if you already have Arjuna and Koyanskaya. I'll go write a report for the border. I'll go laze around for a while since I'm just plain tired. Then I'll put up a bounded field to ward off animals and insects. Gosh, camping out is so much fun no matter where you do it. Roger that, all hands move out. All that's left to do is rest up for tomorrow. Yep, I think now is a good time to call it a night. So there doesn't seem to be any dangerous creatures here, so... Hold it, I still haven't told you guys about the 6 fairies like I promised. Oh, right, I'm sorry, Happy Cat. Please, go right ahead. Don't worry, I'm still listening. I'm listening. It sounds pretty important after all. Okay, now which diary was it? Ah, here it is. Happy Cat's History, page 153. It became ocean at the end. There was an ocean at the beginning. After the shooting star passed, the land all ran into rivers. Long, long ago, as far as time can go. As far back as time can go. 6 fairies went outside to find the world had become an ocean. There was no land, no rocks, no fish, no birds. And of course, there were no mountains or forests, which the 6 fairies loved more than anything. The 6 fairies didn't know what to do. They grew sad and thought of going home. This is awful, they thought. How terrible our world has become. Then, a large shadow rose up from the ocean. It belonged to a giant, fluffy creature. On its shoulder stood one of the animals the fairies believed was gone. The animal on his shoulder called the fluffy creature Cernunnos. Cernunnos, the animal, and the 6 fairies soon became friends. It wasn't easy living on the ocean. There was nowhere to go and nothing to do. But Cernunnos made things better for the 6 fairies by sheltering them from the waves. However, the animals said that Cernunnos was a god and needed offerings. So the 6 fairies offered Cernunnos their joy. And they offered Cernunnos their wish. The ocean without waves is nice, but we still miss having land. And so the fairies' wish was granted. Then, after the rejoicing ended, the god grew tired and fell asleep. The 6 fairies revered Cernunnos for granting their wish. They made grateful use of anything that was left behind. Thus did the Isle of Bryn come into being. May the first 6 fairies find salvation. Then, so was that how Belle treat? Wow, you're amazing, Happy Cat. I can't believe how much you know. Is she talking in her sleep, pretending to be awake? What about the rest of you? Muramasa, Da Vinci, Hio? I'm fine, I'm still awake. I knew it. You've gotta be patient if you're gonna make a good spouse one day. But seriously, that was really helpful. It seems pretty clear now that the giant beast from the Murrow, Sarunos, really did exist, along with the 6 clan ancestors. Also, what do you think that animal riding on Sarunos' shoulders was? I can only think it was a human. I think so too. Gods do like having mouthpieces. My guess was that the humans was Sarunos' priest. And they were probably there to share their god's word with the world. I see, that mean when Burning was first created, there was a god, a priest, and fairies, huh? But now there's no god, no priest, and the only humans that exist were made by fairies. There's gotta be something more to this story. Maybe that's what Morgan's hiding? Seeing how any stories relating to gods completely died out in the era of the High Queen, you're probably right. But that leaves us with yet another question. If this story is true, that means Sarunos gave the Southern Fairies, the 6 clans' ancestors, this land. But then who gave the Northern Fairies the land with the woods on it in the Lake District? Oh, I know that one. This is a secret only the Mirror Clan and those born before the era of the High Queen began knew. But a certain being's corpse lay somewhere in the Lake District. Even if the world had become totally blank or an empty sea with no life, it remains all by itself without decomposing until it eventually transformed into a small forest. Albion the Border, the last dragon. The corpse it left behind when it failed to return to the paradise of Avalon became the Northern Fairies' homeland. But you know, Ononoki, are you still here? Because if so, looking at the Oberon banner for the GSSR, like 3 of the options aren't that bad to roll. Okita is a good alter ego for AoE works for bustering, and then Shelter, while she suffers from being like a first-year servant, she also has like one of, if not the highest attack values still in the game. Like raw attack values in her card stats. And she's an Avenger that's a single target buster, so that's good for her. And then you have Altria Summer, who has access to a unique gimmick of being able to shuffle command cards while also completely eliminating someone from the command card sorting. So she provides a different niche there if you need something like that. Alongside being a ruler, that means you can sustain a bit better. Pretty much the only servant that, speaking gameplay-wise, that would kind of suck to get is Summer Abbey. Because she's kind of like infamously bad. So that's kind of what your options are outside of Oberon for that banner. So I'd say give your shot in Oberon. So that's what we talked about last night. Thanks, Hio, and I'm sorry again for falling asleep last night, Happy Cat. That's okay, I'm not mad anymore. Besides, I did say it'd make for a decent lullaby. Sure did. I slept great. I haven't dreamt so peacefully in a long time. So just how amazing was this Albion thing, anyway? In proper human histories, archaeological circles, Albion is thought to be the theme of Britain's prehistoric civilization. In the Magecraft world, it's also known as the dragon of the Age of Gods, and is the last pure-blooded dragon. So to put how amazing that is in more concrete terms, well, while servants, that is, heroic spirits, could be said to be super beings that are way beyond humanity both physically and spiritually, not all servants are equal. They're ranked based on the skill of their spirit origin. The heroic spirits at the very top of the tier, the ones that even other heroic spirits would consider astonishingly powerful, are known as grand servants. By that token, Albion would probably be considered a grand dragon by other dragons. I mean, if it was around when Earth was formed, that would alone mean it possessed 4.6 billion years worth of genetic information. It's not a god that was modeled on human perception or one discovered through faith. It's all primordial supernatural being. That says humanity is no slouch either. In just a few 100,000 years, we took the accumulation of all 4.6 billion years worth of life on this Earth and deciphered it, acquired it for ourselves, and are actively trying to develop it even further. So while a single human might not compare to something as amazing as Albion, as a race, there's nothing out there that surpasses humanity. We are the most advanced life form on Earth, you know. Well said. We might be enemies, but just now I'm real glad we're both on the same side. Thanks. You might be our enemy, but I love how you give credit where it's due. Of all the ways for two people to become friends. And yet, they still think of themselves as enemies. Weird. I know, right? Since ancient times, boys have and always will be boys, huh? Not that jump scare again. Jesus.
私の力が必要ならば全力で応答します。さあ覚悟はよろしいですか？お国の前とくとご覧あれ。早炊きですよカルウェナ。受け取るがよい。私のお箱でグランドフィナーレ。ド派手に決めます。イズモアラバニクワーキイズモグラン
ド。Okay, bye, I guess. Okay, that's enough of that. You're the fairy who's been following us since yesterday, aren't you? That's me. Hi there. I'm Mirror the Night Call. I've been watching you guys since I picked up your lovely auras. By the way, unlike the original, my gender isn't exactly a secret, okay? On Night Call, so you're a spirit who didn't disappear after dying, but that's weird. I don't sense any hostility or malice or anything from you. Nope, I don't have any regrets or grudges. I'm just too strong to disappear, that's all. I've been stuck like this for years on end now. Honestly, I'm not even entirely sure what to do about it either. Gotcha. So, sounds like a real problem. Would it help if we left some food on your grave or something? You want to leave food on my grave, even though there's nothing there? That's so funny. But thanks, you guys really are nice fairies. Man, you sure are a cheerful night call, aren't you? Guess you didn't die because you lost your purpose, then. How'd you bite it? Was it sudden? Did you have an unlucky accident or something? It was more of an incident than an accident. We were all massacred by the fire in Lynn 6 years ago, just like Ansel protected. Ansel died then, too. Now there's no one from the Mirror clan left. At least I'm pretty sure there isn't. Or was there? That's odd. Well, everyone forgets things sometimes. Anyway, you guys look like you're a lot of fun, so I'll have a little quest I'm hoping you can help me with. See, a few days ago, if your weird fairy showed up and started living in a really important place we used to protect, do you guys think you might be able to chase her off from me? Well, while we're usually willing to help fairies, night calls in need. We kind of have somewhere we need to be ourselves. But, just out of curiosity, what does this weird fairy look like? Well, she's wearing a fancy upper-class fairy dress, and she even wears fancy glasses. And she has a whole bunch of subordinates and a pink tail. Hang on, that sounds like Koyanskaya. Koyanskaya is that servant we saw in Murian, right? Well, Ren seemed to think that she was dangerous, but does that mean she's a problem Chaldea has to deal with too? That aspect of her is still up in the air. There's no doubt that she's fundamentally incompatible with humanity as a whole, but we've also never faced her directly just yet. She did try to kill us during the attack on Chaldea base, but that was probably just her following the foreign god's orders. She's also made a habit of toying with the local populace in each Lostbelt, but I think that's just her way of enacting retribution. She basically took the existing systems of exploitation in the given world, like the relationship between the ruling class and the lower class, and exaggerated them. She may hate humanity, but she's never tried to obliterate it. That's sad. She's been making a point of collecting creatures from each Lostbelt which never existed in proper human history. Also that she is the immature form of a beast, an evil bent on destroying humanity, but pretty firmly in the evil camp. If Quan and Sky were just acting as Murian's bodyguard, that's between them. We have no business interfering. But if she's adding to her collection here too, then we can't just sit back and do nothing. It's really only a matter of time until she turns those creatures against us. Stopping her now is just a kind of self-defense, so we don't have to fight them off later. I see. I think I understand why she's so dangerous now. In which case, you must be after... Mirror, are we heading to the bog where the dragon's remains are now? We sure are. That weird fairy came trundling up to that pitch-packed pool one day with an umbrella in tow, even though no one besides us should know about it. Then she kicked out the Moors, and the last I saw, she was doing something nasty to the dragon's corpse. The dragon's corpse. She's after Albion. Damn it, she no shame at all. That thing's gotta be like a national treasure. No tourist like her has a right to take it. Come on, let's hurry. Moors. There's a whole bunch of Moors here. Run for it, everyone. Forget about the dragon's corpse. Don't throw your lives away. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Luckily, there aren't many pure fairies here, so we can handle a bunch of Moors. Oh, but make sure you stand back, Habitat. We don't want to risk a worst-case scenario. Don't be daft, idiot. This is no time to be worrying about me. Their poison is super deadly. Make sure your healers are ready to go, Hio. If I have to, I'll fight these things myself. Let's see here. I think... I'm not bothering to swap out to see here. The Vinky. And we'll get you right up to snuff real quick. With, you. Actually, I'll swap you out for Bride, so that way I have the extra charge. There's plenty of ways to beat certain challenges without with certain characters, but I'm just using to throw my best the best characters I have on discount here. Anyway, back to story. Crap, Free was bad enough, now there's even more. Something's not right here. Morris wouldn't gather on her own like this. It's gotta be a trap Queen Sky set. She must really not want anyone getting past here. I mean, she's already got Morris under her thumb. This Queen Sky lady must be even more trouble than I thought. In fact, now that I think about it, I can't believe you knew what she was like and still greeted her and Glaucus her like it was no big deal, Hio. Honestly, I don't know what I was thinking either. What else could she have done back then? Marion was there too, you know. Now quit griping and get back to fighting. If we can't end this, I'm gonna end up using my noble phantasm until I'm drained dry. Keep those enhancements coming, Altria. I'll pop 3 Sukumari in a row if that's what it takes, even if I have to burn my own spirit orange in for fuel. Huh? Does that mean servant spirit oranges are flammable? Can't speak for everyone's, but mine is. Look, don't worry about it. Like I said, just keep them coming. When you've been standing at the forge as long as I have, losing an eye or a leg stops seeming like such a big deal. Tamlin Lancelot, what are you doing here? Never mind that. I'm gonna clear out these moors. Stand back, Child of Prophecy. You're only getting in my way. No way, that's Child of Prophecy? Now I'm a night call. I couldn't tell it was her. But now I'm getting a better look at her. I can sense it too. Yay, she finally made it back to the entrance to paradise. This is great. What a relief. Now all of our purposes have finally been fulfilled. Hello, Britain's Spellbending. So you're the one with the highest of callings. The second Avalon the Fae. Oh, name drop. Insert roll credit stroke here. Anyway. I see none of you were hurt or killed. Not that it is any of my concern. How in the world could you rapid fire an open phantasm like that? You didn't come here to save us, did you? No, I suppose I could have just left you to your own devices. But this place is special to me, so I didn't want wars to ruin it. That's all. So you're not going to fight the Child of Prophecy? Yes, I will, but not now. We all know that there's going to be a war eventually. Wonder is, we Tamlin will need to charge against the Child of Prophecy and the Foreign Mage. But there's no need to rush things. When the time comes, I will make your death so excruciating that your souls will be flee from your bodies from your pain alone. So cruel and sadistic, you're pretty ugly on the inside for a fairy said to be the most beautiful in Britain, aren't ya? Me? The most beautiful? That's very kind of you to say, but no, I'm not the most beautiful fairy in Britain. Well, maybe if you value function over form, but true beauty has nothing to do with combat ability. Why am I bothering to talk about this? I really need to learn what is and isn't appropriate for fairies one of these days. Anyway, I take it that you're all here to ring the bell of pilgrimage. If you are, then I'd just turn around and leave if I were you. There's nothing like that here anymore. Anything that used to be here has long since been burned to. Ah! Yikes, you scared me. Did you see a ghost or something? Yes, I'm looking at one. Have you guys really not noticed it until just now? That's a night call. And if it's here, it must be from the Mirror Clan. I see, so that's what it was calling to me. Huh? No, you got it all wrong. We don't begrudge anyone anything. We already did everything we had to. We have nothing left to tell you. More importantly, are you sure you don't want to hurry to the Mog? Otherwise, you might be too late to stop that outsider from taking your homeland for herself. Come on, Lancelot or no Lancelot, we can't let Queen Sky get away with this, right? That NF tape looks so out of place here. What are these hideous bindings doing here? How dare you wade into our lake with your dirty feet? "30 feet of all the nerve. I'll have you know I'm very fond of this dress Lady Marion gave me. So I've been toiling away at this excavation from the air, as you can see. Unfortunately, these moors I've just acquired have been unable to transport or destroy it. so I was nearly on the verge of writing the whole thing off as a loss. But luckily, even though these bones are worthless junk to me now, it seems mistreating them a little was the right choice. Now I'll get my hands on the Tamlin I've been waiting and hoping for. This Ora, he must be an immature beast. You know about beasts, Lancelot? Of course I do. Why would you know about him? Oh, I see. Proper human history must have been having a tougher time than I thought. Those bones must be what's left of Albion's corpse. Whatever Queen's guy wants them, we can't let her get it. Come on, Heo. We need to help Lancelot. I don't know what Queen's guy is after, but whatever it is, it can't be good. This time, we're gonna cut off her tail and send her packing. How was that? How dreadfully crude. Not all of us are world-class beauties Not all of us world-class beauties ruin nations, you know. Why, if anything, I'm doing humanity a favor. I say what I'm doing here is philanthropy. But I suppose trying to get you all to see reason is a fool's errand, so I can't even see what a blight this thing actually is. All that hard work I put into acquiring this fine specimen of a weapon, and you all ruined it. You know, I think this may be a fine occasion to finally rid you all. Stand back, everyone. Something huge is coming out of the bog. Is that a dragon? Could it be Albion itself? No, what are you, blind? It's just another Morse. You're all brawn and no brains, aren't you? You'll never be a match for Morgan like that. Hey, you can't blame Altria for being confused. These magical energy levels are insane. They're as high as the Calamity in Norwich, if not higher. You're right. I didn't want to believe it, but this water is all made up of the same stuff as Morse. It's literally dripping with animosity towards fairies. We're basically surrounded by Morse now. There's no escape. That's right. This is where Albion's dead flesh rotted away, becoming the most foul substance in all of Britain. And that's not all. This is also where the Northern fairies were massacred in the War of Spring. For 8,000 years, their hatred has festered away in this natural cauldron. Albion itself may be no more than a pile of bones now. But it's no trouble to collect all the magical energy elements that were left here and make them into what they used to be. What are you saying? Are you planning to steal Albion's corpse since it perished all alone in the sea of nothingness? Of course not. My clans would be interested in acquiring a zombie. No, this is strictly a one-time deal. A return to its old, decayed flesh once all of Chaldee's dead. Besides, you're the thing I'm really after. Haven't I already mentioned that? You see, Lord Beryl gave me a juicy, super secret bit of info. You're a living Albion, so I'm going to take you away from here and keep you all to myself. Huh? Lancelot is Albion? No, as much as I hate to cut short a chat about my fabulous products, I'm afraid I must. Good day, Chaldeans. Thank you so much for your patronage these last several months. Now allow me to escort you down to the depths of hell, where you can wait for Britain's destruction. This is way worse than it was in Norwich. It's suicide to fight a Morse at this scale without Mash's protection. You gotta find a way to retreat back to those ruins. The hell it is, don't be fooled. This thing's all bark and no bite. Sure that the Spog's curse is powerful, but it's not a real calamity. That weird lady up there is just giving it a temporary form. You guys can take this thing easily. Now come on and kick its butt, Heo. This is no time to be hanging out here. Mash is waiting for you to come get her in Orkney. Well, in that case, bring it on. Damn, just when I thought I'd broken the spirits, if only that odd little fairy hadn't stuck her nose in. Fine, I'll help you all here. Just this once, I'm going to disable the name and gift Her Majesty bestowed upon me. Because if that really is Albion's animated flesh, then I'm the only one who can burn it away. Hear me, I am not the knight known as Lancelot. My true name is Melusine, Melusine of the Dark Bog. I am the descendant of Albion, given my name by the most beautiful being alive.
いいでしょう。アサシネイト承りました。ははい、NSS サービスです。リノベーション始めます。この星で一番の心臓をちゃんと命令して。いかほど。この名はアルビオン、教会を開く最後の竜。ジョフロアからプロモへ時を示せ、行けいたいと。より目障りですね。よろしくて。戦いですか。最悪ちゃんと命令し、もっと早く。この名はアルビオン、教会を開く最後の竜。ジョフロアからプロモへ時を示せ、行けいたいと。無言いいでしょう。ひれもっと早く。この名はアルビオン、教会を開く最後の竜。ジョフロアからプロモへ時を示せ、行けいたいと。今のうちに準備です。今回はうまくいきました。
And back to story. Beast. She got her. Yep, that's Lancelot's Arndite. She just destroyed Queen Sky's spirit core, no question. She's gone. What happened, Lalcine? I thought you killed her. Lancelot. In this form, I am Tamlin Lancelot. I will tell you nothing unless you call me by my name. Not that there's anything I want to tell you in any case. Okay, Lancelot, we won't mention that that other name again. But it looks like you're just as strong even without your gifted name. In fact, you might even be weaker as Lancelot. If you want to go by that name, you won't hear us complain. Exactly. Thank you for being so understanding. No problem. I'm flattered you think so. Anyway, what happened with Queen Sky? Should we assume she got away? Well, maybe. I should have gone for her head, not her heart. That beast was still weak since she wasn't fully grown, but she has vitality to spare. If I had to guess, I'd say she has several lives, though she should at least be incapacitated for a few days. It's all thanks to you, Lancelot. Oh good, I knew that of course, but I'm glad to see you do too. This is great. Now Lord Skelly will stick around for a long time yet. Without Lord Skelly, the lake would have filled back in with regular ocean. Then the border between the surface and the spirit cavern would have fallen apart, and Lady Ansel would be sad. Lord Skelly, is that really what the Mir clan called Albion? Yep, it's easy to tell who you mean that way, right? Anyway, why don't we go back? The longer you stay here, the worse you're gonna feel. I'm getting that, yeah. This poison is strong enough to affect spirit organs. I don't want to even think about the genetic effects it can have on living creatures. Besides, while I'd love to investigate Albion's corpse further, we have something else that needs to be doing right now. We're going back. What are you gonna do now, Lancelot? We're going back to those ruins. You need to ask. I've helped you already, so it's only right that I stick around a little longer. So you want to keep an eye on us to make sure we don't mess with Albion's bones. I guess that is a more direct way of putting it. Thanks for clearing that up. What is it? Stare all you want, you're not going to find a weakness. It's not that. I was just wondering what you being a living Albion means. Also, I have to say, Melusine is a lovely name. I can't believe she just blurted that out. Even Habitran knew better than to bring it up. That has nothing to do with you, and it's not worth talking about. Lancelot is Albion's left claw. When the planet turned into the sea of nothingness, Albion, who didn't make it back to paradise, exhausted their strength and died when they fell from the sky. But even though their core, their heart, had stopped, their flesh lived on. Right before their body completely fell apart, they cut off their left claw. That left claw was the Melusine's before this new life. It was here in this lake for a long time. Not even sure if it was alive or dead. But I didn't see anything like that the last time I was here. I'm sure you didn't. Before I looked like this, I was just a filthy clump of flesh. I had no muscles, no bone, no cilia, no hair, no joy, no fun, no sadness, no suffering. I didn't even know it was a dragon, or what I would have liked to be. May have been alive, but I wasn't truly living. I was just a thing wriggling in the darkness of the bog. But then one day... Please stop this, Lady Aurora. You're gonna dirty yourself. Any creature living in a bog like this must be even filthier than the Moors. Why would you even say something like that? Just look how much it's struggling to reach the light. It's okay. This lake is quite shallow. I'm sure even I can help it. Eek, what is that thing? It looks like rotten fruit. Please, get away from it, Lady Aurora. You'll ruin your dress. Oh my, you poor thing. You must have been so cold. You're not a water fairy, are you? Hello there, darling one. Or good morning, I think. Yes, that's better. My name is Aurora. What's yours? Now that we're friends, could I offer you some tea? Oh, if only if you like tea, of course. I met someone who had no reservations about cradling a creature like me in their arms. It was the first time I'd seen something so beautiful. That was when I gained this form. I was no more than a bunch of cells, but once I saw her, I knew I wanted to be just like her. That was the first thing I ever wanted. And now, I have this body, along with the name she gave me, Melusine. So you didn't have muscles, or bones, or even cilia that transport cells. But you must have been something like an amoeba then. But then, once you saw a model for a new way to be, you transformed into a fairy? Yes, that's right. Amazing, isn't it? It was truly a miracle. How else would I have ever thought to go into that dark, muddy bog, let alone cradle me like that? That was why my life belongs to her. My whole reason for being is making her wishes come true. But she had duties she couldn't neglect, so we couldn't be together forever. 100 years ago, the Earth, Wind, King, and Fang clans were so afraid of the calamity they began fighting amongst themselves again. So at the High Queen Morgan's suggestions, I became Tamlin Lancelot to bring the fighting to an end. So that's why you're the only Tamlin who doesn't have her own army or domain. Tristan, Boundman Sif, hates fairies. Wayne, Barghest, loves fairies. Humans, too. What about you, Lancelot? How do you feel about them? Do you just start caring for Percival on a whim? No, I didn't. I love Percival deeply. Love? I watched over him for 10 years, ever since he was a little boy. Every time he grew bigger or stronger, my heart felt like it would burst with joy, uncertainty, loneliness, and gratitude. I wasn't the best mentor, sister, or even friend. I've dreamed of a future where Percival could live happily, like the humans of proper human history, so many times, though. But not only did he decline High Queen Morgan's invitation, he went and formed that silly Round Table army. I don't know how he turned out to be such a delinquent. I certainly didn't raise him that way. If you're really worried about Percival, you can still fight beside him. I can't do that. I have to be a Tamlin. That's why I obey High Queen Morgan. Whether the Child of Prophecy's cause is just or not doesn't matter. I made a deal with Her Majesty. I had my reasons, and I'm going to honor the deal. Alright, this should be far enough. Besides, this time I return to Camelot. I'll see you on later, on the battlefield, as enemies. You're really gonna fight Percival? He chose this path for himself. I have to respect that. But don't tell him you talked to me. It'll only be painful for him. Bye! Good luck at the Battle of Camelot! Well, there she goes. She left as quickly as she came, just like the last time. Wait, was she the one who massacred the Miracle? It's okay. It's all in the past now. I'm not upset. Everyone in the Mirror Clan can see the future. We all knew we were going to die, and it's hard to tell present from future. We feel like we're dead from the moment we're born. So we have no regrets, no desire for revenge, or anything like that. Giant just hurt. That's all. We don't feel bad for Ainsel, though. She was our leader, our princess, so she was always worried about the whole clan's future. She put so much pressure on herself, always worried about how to find a way for all of us to survive. She put all that on herself. She kept apologizing to the whole clan right up until the moment we all died. The truth is, she's the one who was supposed to become a Night Call. But I didn't want her to keep having to apologize to us even after we all died, so I volunteered to be the messenger instead. Messenger? So you have a message for the Child of Prophecy? Yep. There's no bell of pilgrimage in the study. Only the clan heads have those. And since Ainsel was destroyed along with her, I'm afraid you'll have to find a replacement somewhere else. Also, this is kind of hard to say, but Mir, it's okay, Hio. Let's just hear what she has to say. The last thing Ainsel had to say was, the Child of Prophecy will come here twice. The first time will be to live. The second time will be to die. I see. Thank you, Mir. I'll remember that. I promise. Take care of yourself, okay? I'm glad you turned out to be such a kind Child of Prophecy. Make sure you don't hold anything back or second guess yourself. Just go out there and save Britain. Save the rest of us fairies. Yow. I can't believe this. How could she have crushed my fart through the 6th tail clone I sent out? Ugh, what a disaster. All that work I did to raise one of my tails is gone just like that. The plan was to send one of my 9 lost tails to reach Lostbelt so they can learn and gain unique experiences. And once all 9 tails had matured, I was going to become a beast that would have easily suppressed that snarmy fox maiden. But now the whole thing's ruined. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to give up then. Really, now that I think about it, I couldn't have actually grown all 9 tails anyway, since there's only 7 Lostbelts. Alright, let's try to look at the bright side of this. Do I cut my losses here and move on, or do I stay put? Albion's body was just a pile of bones, and since it doesn't have any fur, there's no way for me to control it. And Lady Melusine is no longer a beast, but a fairy akin to a heroic spirit. It's too late for me to acquire her either. I'd be a pretty big loss if I pulled out of Burn now, but I don't see much reason to stay at this point. Well, at least I found some good reference material for the private casino or certain private primacy I plan to build one day. I do feel bad about leaving Lady Miriam in the lurch, but leaving so soon. So you are as every bit as heartless as you seem. Oh my, look at what the moth dragged in. Well, if it isn't the so-called Fairy King who asked me to wipe out Woodwoods' reinforcements without Lady Hio finding out, in exchange for telling me where I could find Albion. Of course, you didn't say at the time that the information you were peddling was worthless. You knew Albion was no good to me when you made that deal, didn't you? Of course I did. Why would I go out of my way to help out one of Chaldee's enemies? Besides, I only tell you where you can find Albion's spot grave. Getting what you want from it was never part of the deal. Now, would you cut the sickening slander before I get to forcefully reacquainted with my breakfast? Oh, very well. I might have been no more than a rotting corpse, but I was still the last pureblooded dragon. Even if I couldn't couldn't make it my kin, I was still able to extract some valuable information from its bone structure. It should at least provide a good base structure for the Grand Tamamos Shrine, the AAA, Advanced Adventuring Armament, currently under construction at NFF Services headquarters. Now then, if you'll excuse me, Prince Devious, I must be going. I do hope you enjoy playing Guide to Chaldea. If you're looking for a weapon that can destroy the world, right? I really didn't want to tell you this, but right now, we need all the help we can get, even from a beast. I have an idea of where you can find an even stronger product that's right up your alley. So if I were you, I wouldn't cut my losses to brain just yet. Meanwhile, in BCE, Fragment 9. Orkney, the end of the Fey Era 400, after the fall of Londinium. Totara, where did Ace go? She went to check on the World Tree, the Tree of Emptiness. She said she's going to wither it until it dies, then she'll end the Fey Era and create a new land. I see, I wish there was something I could do for her, but there isn't. It's all gone, all of it, everything Ace, everything we all worked for, destroyed, just like that, no reason at all. I guess there really isn't any way left to save Britain. It doesn't feel fair that I'm the only one who gets to survive, that I get to stay behind in the future. Mash. You've got that all wrong, Mash. You're not staying behind in the future. You're going back home to it. Remember, you never belonged to the Fey Era in the first place. So it's good that you're going back. Even Ace said this would wrap everything up nice and neat. That didn't cheer you up? Fine. If you're that worried about it, I'll make you a special promise. I promise they'll prove you coming here to this era wasn't a mistake. A special promise? That's right, I used to be a real jerk before I lost to Ace. I was violent and selfish, and everyone else in the Wind Clan hated me. But then I joined Ace and went around Britain beating up bad guys with her. It was a lot of fun and all, but also always felt kind of empty, like there was a big hole in my heart. I used to wonder what I really wanted to do, what I should do, what would bring me real joy. But then you came along and filled that hole for me, Mash. Remember when you told me about Havatrat, the fairy from Scotland? I don't know which me is right, this Lostbelt me or the me from Proper Human History, but I don't care. The other me you described sounds so happy. I've decided that's who I want to be. It gave me a dream worth living for, Mash, and I don't mean the dream of becoming Havatrat from Proper Human History. No, my dream is to see you in a bridal gown, getting happily married. Now that you've given me that dream, I'm going to hold on to it forever. I'm always going to be grateful you came here. So you just wait right here, and don't worry about a thing. While you're sleeping, I'm going to become a great tailor and see off at least 100 brides. That way, maybe my own little wish will come true, too. If I can make 100 brides happy, that'll definitely help me become a real grown-up. Right, that's right, knowing you, Tiltarot. I'm sure you'll become the best seamstress in the world. Right, so there's the promise. It's okay if you forget it, as long as you keep waiting here. Then the next time we meet, I'm going to be able to make a wonderful dress that'll look absolutely smashing on you. And so, Mash, the first Tamlin, entered her slumber. It would be wrong for a human girl named Mash to exist in the Fey era, you see. So by insisting that the figure in this coffin was actually the first Tamlin, there wouldn't be a paradox in the era of the High Queen that was to come. Great thinking, Ace. Ace, I still don't get why you're helping Mash. I'm not too smart, but even I can tell you won't get anything from it. She has a special spirit origin. Having someone like her working for me will be useful in the future. Gotcha. Well, I don't know much about that kind of stuff, so I'm not going to ask anything more. You're about to kill the Tree of Emptiness, right? And a whole lot of fairies are going to die, right? Then our journey together is over. I'm going to go back to the south and work on my fairy training. And this time, I'll do it for me. See you later, Ace. It's been fun. I see. Goodbye, Totara. Training for your own sake is all well and good, but don't forget why I taught you either, okay? My diary, page 14,800. It's been 400 years since that day. I'm now known far and wide as a first-class seamstress. I've seen more than 100 brides off, but my wish hasn't come true. Of course it hasn't. After all, I still haven't been able to make a dress for my first bride, the one I care about more than any other. My legs don't work so well lately. My eyesight is fading. I can barely hold this pen. Meanwhile, Britain hasn't changed one bit. Ever since Ace quit being its savior, war between the clans has resumed worse than ever. Now it's year 12,000, the year of the great calamity that occurs once every 1,000 years. Ace said this is when Britain is supposed to come to an end. But I know that it won't. Mash told me it still exists in the future. Okay, nobody should find me here. I sat down in the corner of a northern cave. As soon as I did, my eyes stopped working and my mouth stopped moving and my mind started going blank. Huh, I must have been even more tired than I thought. Let me see, 2019, Sheffield's Castletown. I sprinkled the petrification power Grimmer made for me on my head. I heard the world breaking apart far off in the distance. I hear the screams of fairies as they perish. It's the winter storm ringing the bell of revenge. Ace returned from Orkney, the world's end. The last war. There's no more Uther, no more Round Table, no more Ector, no more Grimmer. It's just her and the War of Winter. Sorry I couldn't be out there with you, Ace, but fighting just takes too much out of me. This is the end of the fair era, the moment that makes our entire pilgrimage meaningless. The time of Savior vanishes from Sierra's history and disappears from everyone's memory. Ghost of the End, Orkney. About time we made it, so this is the northernmost point in Britain, huh? If this is where proper human history is Britain, we'd be around Edinburgh, I say. But it looks like this is about as far north as its version of Britain goes. I'd heard it was cold here, but I wasn't expecting it to be this cold. It never gets anywhere near this chilly in the south. Not as bad as Russia, but it's still freezing. Look at all this snow. Those are the tears of the Rain Clan. They're all that remained of the Rain Clan after it was wiped out in the Fey Era 4000. They're a song of grief and admonition to the other clans, as an apology meant for the Fairy of Paradise. Who's the Fairy of Paradise? Exactly what it sounds like, a fairy who came from paradise. Don't worry, it'll all make sense soon. An apology meant for the Fairy of Paradise. Come to think of it, why did the Rain Clan die out? Was it the Morris, Northern Fairies? Nope, the Wind, Earth, Fang, and Wind clans all joined up to wipe them out all in one night. An alliance between 4 clans, that would definitely be enough to wipe out a single clan. I thought all the clans hated each other until Morgan united all of Britain. So why would that many disparate clans form an alliance like that? Good question. It's hard to imagine that happening unless they all hated the Rain Clan more. A strong common enemy and all that. Were the other clans just that afraid of the Rain Clan? Were they just that powerful? Not at all. The Rain Clan was quiet, peaceful clan, just like the Muir Clan. The whole reason they took up residence here in the north was out of a desire not to fight the clans in the south. Then why? Because they helped the Fairy of Paradise. They took pity on her when she washed up here from paradise and raised her as their princess, like she was one of their own. The other clans, well, they didn't like that at all. Well, no way we're letting her go on her pilgrimage. All those traitors need to die for this. Traitors? Sorry, no more chit-chat for now. We got someone here to welcome us to Orkney. Oh wow, what a beautiful wolf, and his fur looks so warm. Yeah, there's almost something godly about it. Wait, is that... It actually has real divinity? But there's no gods in Britain. Does that mean there's a divine spirit somewhere nearby? It's heading off that way. Do you think it wants us to follow it? Yep, there's a little boat up ahead I used myself a long time ago. We can take it up to Orkney. Don't worry, it's only a 30-minute ride, and once we get there, my adventure will be over. Let me put up a servant, an alter ego here. Little King Tortilla. And then edit support. No, let's change this out for you. Update list. Alright. Let's go. Looks like the white wolf's heading towards the campfire. Yeah, and there's another wolf already there along with... Hey, there you are, Frecky. Want some of this fish Moonin caught? There's a servant here. This means that there's another proper human history servant besides Oberon here. No, wait, I recognize that robe. Hey, Hio, about time you got here. I was beginning to think you'd never show up. Cuchulain. Cuchulain? Whoa there, might not call me that. It really drags the spirit's origins output down. Around here, I've gone by Grimmer for a long, long time now. Don't forget it. Grimmer. Come to think of it, I do remember there being an old fairy by that name in Europe, but... Wasn't it also another name for the Norse Allfather? What? You didn't tell him about me, Habitrot? Not even after I bailed you out in Sheffield? Yikes, there was so much happening back then I didn't realize at the time, but you've really gotten old, Grimmer. What are you talking about? I'm as young as I ever was. I don't know what my predecessor was like, but I'm the second generation. Sorry to disappoint. Man, I had no idea time could be so brutal. Ace dropped dead in shock as she saw you now. Can you tell me what the hell's going on here? Sure, I'll be glad to fill you in. Not like this is our first time meeting, is it? But first, I gotta see if the Child of Prophecy there is a real deal or not. You know, obligatory fights. Damn it, this guy means business. Is it alright if we fight back, Hio? That's another of the endless tests of skill, I think. Got it. Seems like this man's much less than your usual acquaintances, Hio. I don't know why, but something about this guy really rubs me the wrong way. Come on, let's get him. Yeah, it seems to be the MO here. Well, I guess we're going Fumo. Really? This motherfucker.
そこよく
Hello, Shibonoi. Welcome to the chat.
リラックス君に全チップをかけよう頼むぞ
それならばよいシリアルファンタズム邪魔ですよね
Eh, pretty neutral. Same as usual.
こんにちは小さなあなた巨人に襲われる気分をどうです潰してあげるはっそこよく
本気の俺は手強いぜ。さてここからだ。
While fighting apparently Odin.
Go ご要望とあら
邪魔ですよ隠れていてください
切り込む
Yeah, apparently Grimmer is another name for Odin. Something like that. Oh. So that's what that nonsense does. Yeah, this is story. This is a story mission. You're currently in Orkney looking for our missing companion and possibly a bell. I think the bell is already gone though. Alright. Let's try that again. Go, go, Gadget Merlin.
隠れていてください
切り込む
そこよく
Yeah, this account has a lot of the free quests and rank ups to do. Yeah, what a mood. What the hell do you mean? Bruh. Well, on my personal account, I've already managed to secure Taigon Guang, so I'm not really worried about Guan Dark that's coming up. But on this account, I'm currently stocking up for her banner coming up. Alright, back to story. So the Child of Prophecy likes to gang up on heroic spirits she's never met before, huh? Alright, I see how it is. I have nothing to say to a kid who can't even be civil. Go on, get out of here. But you're the one who said to bring it on, isn't that right, Io? Hell, you were the one who said we should fight him. I don't remember saying anything like that. Oh, seriously, now you're starting to sound like Oberon. Yep, that's Grimmer, alright. He might be all grown up now, but he's still mean as ever. Alright, Grimmer. Tell us what's going on here. How long have you been back in Britain? How long have you been back? That sounds like... Cool, I mean, Grimmer. This wouldn't have happened to be your second time summoned here, would it? If so, would the first time be a long time ago, back in the era? And the second time be, well, now? Oh, well, we got a clever one here. I guess you have to be, since you already saved humanity once. Anyway, I think that's enough joking for now. Now that I've crossed staves with you, I can tell for sure that you're the child of prophecy and the parody of paradise. Allow me to introduce myself again. I'm Grimmer the Sage. My true name is Chu Lane. I'm a pure spirit from proper human history. 6,000 years ago, I was summoned here as the divine spirit of Odin. This time around, I've been standing guard here day and night for the last year on Odin's behalf. Yeah, this is my bestie's account because she sucks at this game and therefore she lets me play on it instead so that I have something to do. And she wants Koi and Dark, so Koi and Dark I'm gonna get for her. A divine spirit. So then, is this one of those god beings you told me about, Hio? But then, he's so affable. He's not the least bit majestic. That's about the reaction I was going for. You're a lot more amiable than I expected. You're right, I'm not at all majestic. I might be here as Odin's proxy, but I'm still just another heroic spirit, just like that old man over there. How about you just call me Grimmer, you know, like a friendly older brother sort. Ha, older brother. You're here as a divine spirit proxy, and then you're just as much of an old man on the inside as I am. No way, I'm young in mind and in body. You know why? Because I bit it before I got old. I wonder why these two get along so poorly. I bet it's a whole fate thing. But never mind that. I've got to explain to do first, don't I? Unfortunately, my role here is more than a little complicated. So I think I'll start by clearing that stuff up. Listen up, Hio. You too, child of prophecy. First up, my relation to Chaldee. I'm the same heroic spirit you formed a contract with in Fuyuki. Yeah, I did get reset when I went back to the Throne of Heroes. But I retained my records of you, Ola Marie, and King Arthur, who is still holding her ground here. I see, you're talking about the Singularity F, or Singularity X as Chaldees defined it, the one that took place in Fuyuki in 2004. I've seen the data on that incident too. And I'm pretty sure any servant that's been dismissed would never bring any records back with them. You can thank my divine spirit for stepping in on that. Hell, in my case, you can even call it the counterforce. The god who gave me this authority explicitly said he wanted me to watch for you guys from Chaldee. He's also the god of magecraft and wisdom, see? And apparently he's looked into the future and saw we needed to do something here before things got real bad. But here he meant Fuyuki and Britain, and by do something he meant... Well, it seems to come down to, in a word, recovery. As for best time, I'm gonna, throw a multi or two at her, because I think her, First Ascension or whatever is unique, and Fragment's a fun mechanic. But she isn't going to be something I pour over. I've always had really good luck with Valentine servants, even though I never really, personally shoot for them. I've gotten Murasaki, I've gotten Seisho Ganganon, I've gotten Karen, all of them a multi or two, because I'm rolling for all their servants. Like Drake and Quetzalcoatl. So who knows, maybe Bastet will be the same. Or maybe because I'm actually shooting for her this time, I won't get her. You know. Or maybe, and then maybe I'll get Quetzalcoatl in exchange. Finally, after 4 years. Anyway. See, this guy's had an eye on this Lostbelt for a hell of a long time. A multi-dimensional eye, specifically. He first summoned me here 6,000 years ago to aid the Farrier Paradise. That was the first Grimmer to Sage. He was a pseudo-servant, possessing a local fairy's body. I remember, he was about 14 years old and he had a sword instead of a staff. Did he now? Well, ain't that something. What kind of kid was he? He was a real brat, always getting into trouble. Ace cleaned on him a lot, though. So you and I used to be battle buddies. That's good to hear. Yep, after we parted ways with Ace, the two of us talked a lot. He made that magic power for me and came up with a plan, then disappeared during the Great Calamity, right? Yep, the previous Grimmer disappeared either because Ace revoked his contract or because he killed the Tree of Emptiness. But before he disappeared, Odin left some insurance in the form of a countermeasure to be implemented if the Lostbelt swapped places with reality. He knew that once humanity's Everybody Dies ending, the incineration of humanity, had been resolved, there'd be no avoiding the bad ending, the reconstruction of humanity. All the necessary conditions were in place. So he figured the least he could do was handle the issue here to take some of the load off Chaldee. And I'm the pseudo-servant who chose to help resolve that. In the first phase, he conferred his authority upon me to make me a caster. Then I showed up at Point X, Fuyuki, and formed a bond with Chaldee. Then after that, he sent me here to Britain, where humanity would be in real dire straits if someone didn't step in. Though I had no idea about Grimmer the Sage before I got here. The only thing I inherited was my duty as a divine spirit of proper human history. I didn't know the first thing about this place. I was in the same boat as Hio in that regard. So after I was summoned here, I spent a year investigating what happened in the era of the High Queen. I learned about the Calamities, the clans, Morgan, the Tamlin, the transition from the Fair to the era of the High Queen. And once I saw that in the bell tower there, I put most of the pieces together. I knew then my job was to wait for you guys here, to ensure that the pilgrimage succeeded, and to get the Fairy of Paradise back to Paradise. So, what does that mean exactly? Don't overthink it, it's just like Fuyuki. From here on, I'm going to accompany you on your journey. I'll act as one of your servants and all that. In exchange, I'm going to do whatever it takes to fulfill Einsol's prophecy. The promise Ace couldn't keep. I guess Kid Me was too soft to get the job done, but that's the job Grimmer the Sage is here to do. It's an awfully roundabout way of summoning a servant to help, but I'm glad to have you on board, Grimmer the Sage. First off, we'd love to hear what you know about the Fae era and the era of the High Queen, but before that, you don't gotta tell me. You're here looking for the Shield Girl, right? You're more worried about your trusted partner's safety than about fixing humanity. I know it's not very sagely, but personally I couldn't agree more with that stance. Besides, I'm sure she knows way more about the Fae era than I do, so you may as well hear from her instead. Are you sure about this? Hey, our goals are basically the same. All you gotta do is help me with mine. So you know where Mash is. Then, does that mean... Yep, she's by the Billow Pilgrimage. See that broken down castle over there? The bell tower's right at the top. Well, that makes it simple. Come on, Hio, let's go get her. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. We got some real nasty things to get past between here and there. They look like the kind of ghosts you'd see wandering around foggy woods, but they're all way tougher than you think. We've still got to get past them, of course, but don't go thinking they're weak just because they're ghosts. In fact, if things go wrong, you might find these creatures much harder to fight than any other enemy you've faced so far. Eek. No problem for me. Who needs to think when you have an Avenger? Throw the best at it and it gets done with quickly. One turn, baby. Let's go. Oh, Adventure is the best class in the game, and you can't fight me on this. Let's see here. Those ghosts, stay where. Don't be hasty. The bell tower's not going anywhere. We need to take it nice and slow through this fog if we're gonna stick together. Hey, Grimmer, we've covered enough ground by now that we ought to be at the bell tower. Hell, we just went up a big staircase a little while ago, so why are these things? What can I say? This stuff happens. Druids aren't usually the ones communing with the dead. But what the hell? They're asking you if you're qualified. Looks like they really don't want you going on ahead. What do you say, Hio? Want to wait here until the fog clears up? No, I don't see that happening. You heard the lady, gents. We appreciate your warning, but you needn't have bothered. What are you guys still doing here anyway? Souls are supposed to be reincarnate. Here, how about we help speed that along? Look at that, it's the boys. Including the one we watched dive. Yeah, that's perfect. Don't need to worry about no gimmicks or nothing. Just go bunk. Who needs mechanics? And now back to story. Everything's fair when you're fighting against Britain itself. The British deserve no mercy. We made it to the top. There's the bell tower, just like Grimmer said, and over there. Ah shit, she got Annied. She seals on ice. That's right, she's been in this coffin for the past 2,400 years, since Bay Era 400. 2,400 years? Why? Your guess is as good as mine. You'll have to ask her about that yourself. But according to the notes the first Grimmer left, the coffin spell should be lifted once her master touches it. You made it. You two are finally reunited. However, it looks like there's still one last obstacle left to overcome. You won't be able to get near the coffin or the bell until you do something about those things. Give him hell, Altria. You're the only one who can beat him. Are you okay with this, Habitat, even though they're calling your name? It's fine. You're just hearing things. Go on, Altria. Get him. This terror is beloved by a group of gentle, peaceful fairies is Orkney's holiest place. The ancient era these spirits belong to is long over. It's time they left. Now then. There she is. And then you. And then... you. And lastly, you. Put that there. You? Should I even be using you? Should I use someone else? You know what? We're balling. And then I'm gonna throw the Bunsey on Mean One, because why not? It's funny. Well, let's see here. There are 30 acts and we're on Act 19. So we have about a third left of the story. Specifically, this part of the story ends on Act 24. So we're almost at the end of part 2 out of 3. And hey, I have the rest of the week off as long as I don't get called in for a stocking shift. So I have plenty of time.
それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。
I don't think this account could actually do the main story for that. For new thing. Considering that my much more developed main account is struggling with it. I might transfer it over here and just read it out from the main interlude or whatever. Or like the records that all the event stories are put in. What even is this music? It's so odd. Although then again, I think odd is the point of this music. Oh yeah, no, the new event expects you to have like a really developed kit. Which makes it a pain in the ass. I think stagnant is kind of like the point of this music. Because it's supposed to be like shadows of the past. It's really unsettling, to be honest. Yeah, I think that's kind of the point. He does really good at going over the atmosphere, even though it's weird. Like really pushed in the end of an era, putting death to rest for once and for all. You know, all that meaningful shit. And then it immediately gets interrupted by all the NP noises. But let's move on. Oh yeah, probably. Wasn't that? You did good, Altria. I think you've both come to terms with things now. Once you ring the bell, Orkney's role will be over, but first things first. Go ahead and touch the coffin, Hugh. Once you do, she'll be back to normal, lickety-split. Approach slowly. Time to break Annie out of her coffin. Why? This was supposed to be the greatest day in Britain's history. Everything was supposed to change for the better. But they killed Ulfric. They slaughtered my entire round table like they were just trash. They asked the world of us. They fought the world of Uther. But now they've poisoned him. They were too afraid to even face him. Cowards. Uther, talk to me. Uther, say something. Please say anything. Just open your eyes. I never let failure stop me. I've kept trying all these thousands of years. Am I doomed to fail here too? Is that not enough? Am I not enough? Is it not? Can I not save Britain? Is there no Britain that can be mine? God. Peace, equality. I never should have tried for either. How dare they? How dare they? I'll never forgive them, ever. Huff, huff, huff. I was born in this Britain over 3,000 years ago. I've defeated every calamity I've faced until today. But I was always hated afterward, never praised, never loved. Then one day after I awoke from the latest of so many hibernations I've been forced on to go to hide from the fairies, I finally understood. My enemy wasn't just the calamities, it was the fairies of Britain as well. They were pure and innocent in the truest sense. They both enjoyed both good and evil things alike without losing either that purity or innocence. They are, at their core, no different than those loathsome humans who drove me from Britain. So I crushed every possible source of malice, vested interest, discrimination, oppression, envy, mockery, all of it. I tore up every weed to prevent malice from taking root, and all with their knowledge and consent. Maybe not every fairy agreed, but by and large, they understood what I did would create a better future and supported it. But just enough malice remained. A few fairies took one look at the foundation of pieces that so many had worked so hard to build, and tore it apart because they didn't like it, because they could. I give up. If even all of this has failed, it's come to nothingness, then I can never believe in people's so-called goodness, nor never understand it. Even if I did, what would be the point? Everything I did, everything I worked for was just a waste of time. After all the times they betrayed me, I should have known better, but I still clung foolishly to a sliver of hope. And now, because I wasted my time caring about something so utterly absurd, I failed yet again. If my intent is to keep Britain alive, if that's what I want, then I was a fool to think being its savior was the way to accomplish it. No more, I'll find another way, a better way. That's it. I won't deliver the fairies' absolution, I won't deliver salvation. Enough of this fairy of paradise, of being Avalon Le Fay. I should have ruled this land from the start. There she is. It's Ace the Agitator. Capture her alive. The clan has been ordered that she be made to stand trial. Wait, stop. I'm not Ace. I'm not. But wait, who am I? Who am I? I heard a fairy screaming in the distance. She wasn't me. She was the one who sold us out to the clan heads. I used my magecraft to erase her memories and make her look like me. Once again, everyone will believe Ace the Savior is dead. This time, she won't come back. Why concern myself with the calamities? I can't be bothered to stop every little act of destruction. I have a more important task to focus on. In 400 years, the next great calamity arrives. The Tree of Emptiness, a needle made on a foreign planet to close the seam in the universe. I already know how it works. It's beautifully designed, but that is of no consequence to me. Take the rest of the universe for all I care, Celestial Sphere, but Britain is mine. I'm going to end this cosmic fantasy and make my own dream come true. No more of this Lostbelt what-if absurdity. I will make my Britain real, even if I must stitch it to the fabric of this planet myself. Londinium is destroyed. The Savior has no doubt been executed in Salisbury by now. Actor has already gone his own way. He's only heading to Orkney. You were right all along, Mash. Our whole pilgrimage was for nothing. What? No, that's not... Please don't look so sad. I've grown used to this. Besides, everything, all this, even the conversation we're having now, is purely hypothetical to tree of emptiness is creating. It doesn't matter what we do. The Fae Era is going to end, and the era of the High Queen will begin. Ace's failure was probably inevitable. I just couldn't handle the way things ended. That's all. Ace. Londinium is destroyed. Ace is executed, and the first Hamlin goes to Orkney along with her coffin. That's how the Savior's tale ended in the era of the High Queen he came from. So we need to make sure that's exactly how things turn out, or there'll be paradoxes when you wake up. The Fae Era will last for 400 more years. Then, in its 12,000th year, the next great calamity will destroy everything, and the era of the High Queen will begin without the Tree of Emptiness. Once the Fae Era of the High Queen begins, you'll be unable to act as Mash until after the calamity of Norwich in 2019. If you do anything at all as Mash, the world will see you as a paradox from the Fae Era and erase you. I see, so the moment I was sent into the Fae Era of the water mirror, I was bound to live out the rest of my life in it. And to get back to the time I came from, I need to be inside a quantum coffin. That's right, even though we know how ray shaping works, we can't travel through space-time without a coffin. That is probably exactly why Morgan only sends calamities back in time to the Fae Era. The Fae Era can tolerate a few inconsistencies. As long as the era of the High Queen remains intact, nothing else matters to her. I doubt she cares at all about the suffering and the calamities she sends back into the Fae Era will cause. Besides, to be perfectly honest, I knew how this was going to turn out. Even if he had never come from the future to make it clear, I've always known the Savior will fail. Huh? So you already knew that the Fae Era would end, the era of the High Queen would follow it? No, that part I did not know. But by the year you came from, AD 2019 or 1409 in Fae Era terms, Britain would already be destroyed. That's what happened in the first Lostbelt, Britain, the real one. But I didn't like that, so I came to the Fae Era from the future, like you. From my perspective, this has always been the second version of this world. Though now that you're here, I suppose you could call it the third. Or maybe it's just a slightly different take on the second, since we kept the basic chain of events the same. Can I ask you something? Does that mean your real name is? Oh, it looks like good. It looks like Totoro found us a small boat. Come on, let's go, Mash. That is Galahad. First of the Tamlin. That is your name, and that now that you're going in a coffin. Have you said your goodbyes to Totoro? I see. So she made a promise to you. I think I'd better explain something to you, Galahad. When the Fae Era transitions into the era of the High Queen, all of the information that was added in this new second version of the world will be erased. The era of the High Queen will be a continuation of the events from the original second version. The first and the new second versions will have never existed. The only thing that will carry over is you, sleeping in this coffin. In 400 years, when the era of the High Queen has begun, I don't think I will even remember you. More precisely, I'll become the second version of myself once again. So if a fairy were to try and bring memories from this new second version of the era of the High Queen, then the world will perceive that fairy as a foreign element, a being who was never part of the second version's fairy era. I mean, it'll be as though she never existed in this history. I'll do my best to prevent that from happening. As long as no one perceives a contradiction in this history, she should still be able to exist. It's no trouble. I already intended to have you forget everything I'm about to tell you for as long as you remain in Britain anyway. Listen to me closely, Galahad. What I'm about to tell you is for after you wake up from your slumber. If you and Chaldea succeed at excising Morgan's Fairy Britain, then the battle that awaits you in the next Lostbelt will be the same as the one I face. It'll be a battle to make peace with your own heart, a battle to understand life itself. As good as your reasons to fight have been, you have lacked the will to do so. You may not have been aware of it, but you've been thinking of the power to hurt others, the power to hurt the world, as something bad. Consequently, you've been running from it. But everyone has the ability to cause harm and the responsibility that comes with it. It isn't that humans want to do good, they just keep choosing things that will give them the best possible future. And there's no right answer in those choices, no matter how many people they may end up saving. Since there are no right answers, you must decide for yourself what to protect and what you will fight against, Galahad. You will come to know many hearts and minds, all will be different. Some will try to understand, some will refuse to give up. Some will be accepting, some will refuse to succumb to hate. Some will try to shake hurt off, some will refuse to be corrupted or influenced. No matter how wonderful a person they may be, they will never have a heart free of conflict. Every heart has its battles to fight. Please try to stop running from that. Because when the hole in your heart is filled with a reason to fight that's all your own, then Galahad will once again entrust you with all of his power. No heart is free from conflict, no matter what sort of person you are. That's right, you'll probably have forgotten this by the time you wake, but when the time comes, I will make sure you remember. Though even I can't say whether you'll become someone different like I did, or if you'll remain yourself as you continue to grow. This is goodbye. Oh, one final thing. You should know that even if you should meet me after you wake up, I won't know you. I may think of the coffin I left here after you are caught up in the water mirror in Norwich. I may even realize what it all means. But I'm quite sure that the me you'll meet will no longer be Ask. Thank you so much for everything, Ace. Even if you knew things were gonna turn out, I still think your journey did the name Savior justice. Well, sure. We gave it all we had, didn't we? Farewell, brave knight of the future. In light of your achievements, I'll let you in on a secret. Ace the Savior isn't my real name. My adoptive mother gave it to me after Orkney was destroyed. My true name is Morgan. I'm Avalon the Fae, the fairy of paradise who washed up here on from the planet's inner sea to save Britain. I am also King Arthur's archenemy, the witch who will destroy all of Britain in proper human history. That is the name of the Lostbelt's king who awaits you in the distant future, the one child he must defeat. The ice. It's breaking. Well, I've got you, Mash. Is this Orkney? I think I was just told something very important. Are you awake now? Senpai? Yeah, it's me. Welcome back, Mash, for good this time. Right, I'm back, Senpai. I've been on a very, very long journey. There's so many things I want to tell you. There's Sheffield, the Fae era, and Ace the Savior, the one who sent me back here. And so, at long last, she and Hio were reunited. Finally free from the coffin, she took her into her arms and held her tight. They embraced warmly but quietly, each treasuring the other's presence. Upon seeing this heartwarming and eye-searing sight, I found myself laying out a sigh of relief and disappointment, the maid from the world of humans. A young woman upon whom others placed a crushing burden, regardless of how she felt about it. So she isn't perfect. She lied, obfuscated, and made plenty of mistakes. But it was also abundantly clear that she was doing her best to hide her dissatisfaction, no matter how much she tried to cover it up. That's why I couldn't help but come with her all this way. But now I can see she has a true friend, one who she truly cares about. That's great. It makes sense, really. She would never have made it this far if she hadn't put her trust in others. Of course I should have known that she and I were nothing alike. That's everything I experienced here in Britain. To sum up, there have been 2 iterations of the Fae eras. Ace the Savior has been alive for 6,000 years, and she's also actually Queen Morgan. And while Ace is incapable of it, as Queen Morgan, she's able to race-shift things. Finally, Ace also referred to herself as the Fairy of Paradise. Does any of that help? Definitely. If nothing else, now I have a pretty good idea as to how the era of the High Queen, that is, the current era of Fairy Brain, came about. You do. I didn't get it at all. My only thought after hearing all that was, I guess you're parroting the only island nation whose people have nothing better to do than to fight each other. Believe me, that's got nothing to do with being islands. That's pretty much the same in Europe. Wherever there are territorial, religious, and/or class differences, you're gonna get war. That said, since an island nation obviously doesn't have to worry about invaders as much thanks to its lack of adjoining land, that warfare does inevitably end up being waged among its own people. But even so, there's something off about this burden. Sure, it's had more than its fair share of problems, like the lack of land, lack of humans, and a different ethnic group that taken up residence in the form of the Northern Fairies. But even so, they should have been able to at least put aside their differences and come together as a nation sooner. And yet, it sounds like there was no end of war during all of the Fae era, no matter how many times the Savior just smoothed things over. Do you know what the cause of that constant discord was, Hio? The Fairy of Paradise? That's right, the Fairy of Paradise, Avalon the Fae. In addition to the clan's turf war, their main dispute was what to do about her. Their plane to split right down the middle. Before we get into that, I think we should better clear up what exactly the Fairy of Paradise is. Isn't that right, Altria? Go on then. It's about time you told them the duty you've known about since... No, the duty you were given when you were born. Easy, Grimmer. You don't have to be that hard on her. You mean I didn't tell you already? That's weird. I guess it slipped my mind. Okay, I can tell you now then. It's not like it's any big secret after all. As you can probably guess from the name, the Fairy of Paradise is a fairy that was sent here from Avalon, the planet's inner sea. The duty part, though, that's a little vague. When I was born, I heard a voice telling me, venture into Britain and right its wrongs. That's it. That's all I got. I think it must have been the same for my predecessor, the Fairy of the Lake. Apparently, the Fairy of Paradise is a starseed that washed up on Earth's surface from Paradise. If she's lucky enough to take root on the surface, then she becomes an infant of sorts. And keeps growing like a human until she reaches her mature form. Most fairies seem to either love her or hate her for that. Morgan must have been a starseed when she washed up in Orkney all those years ago. The Rain Clan's leader must have raised her as her daughter, which ultimately led to Orkney being destroyed. In my case, I'm guessing I first washed up in the Lake District, after which the Mere Clan leader threw me out to sea. It was probably sheer luck that the fairies of Titanagle found and rescued me. So the clan saw the Fairy of Paradise as their enemy. Well, yes, but not all of them. If nothing else, the head of the Rain Clan raised Morgan like she was her own daughter. Though that also led to the other clans putting aside their differences just to wipe them out. It's the upper class fairies with the most prominent bloodlines who hate and fear the Fairy of Paradise. And that's because she wasn't born in Britain? That's right, the Fairy of Paradise may have been a fairy, but she's not a British fairy. As far as the clans are concerned, both Morgan and Altria are invaders from a foreign land. Well, more specifically, they see them as the Isle's rightful heirs. The Rain Clan heard the voice of Paradise and decided to follow the Fairy of Paradise. They believed Morgan was truly meant to be the Isle's king. For them, the pilgrimage was probably a ritual meant to return Britain to its rightful king. But the other clans, Wind, Earth, Fang, and Wing, refused to accept that. Instead, they all banded together to destroy the Rain Clan and their hometown of Orkney. Right, that's the fall of Orkney that took place in the Fae Era 4000. But the Fairy of Paradise survived that attack and began a journey to save Britain under the name Aesk. Yep, that was probably the key point. What do you mean? Let's go over the whole timeline briefly to make sure we're all on the same page. I hope you don't mind, Altria, but it'll make things easier for us if we use the BC method of counting. 12,000 BC, the British Lostbelt, a world comprised solely of fairies, comes into existence. 11,000 BC, this is probably when the first great calamity struck. 6,000 BC, Britain's landmass grows out as far as what we call Scotland. The southern fairies encountered the northern fairies, who have been living off the woods formed on Albion's remains, and the War of Spring begins. After the war, the Rain Clan and the Mere Clan built their own kingdoms where the war was fought. 4,000 BC. The Fairy of Paradise is washed up at Orkney, which is summarily destroyed by the Clan Alliance. 2,000 BC. The Northern Fairies arrive on British soil once again from Ireland to the west. This leads to the War of Summer, which would have wiped out the clans if Ace hasn't stepped in to broker peace. The Northern Fairies are then welcomed into Britain as a new clan, the King Clan. 400 BC, the War of Autumn. The Round Table, a group of humans and human sympathizers, begin an armed uprising in the name of peaceful coexistence. This leads to Uther, a human knight, being recognized by the clans as the first king of Britain. But then, in Londinium, on the day of Uther's coronation, a group of insurrectionists destroys the Round Table. Uther is poisoned, Ace is executed, and the Savior is never seen in Britain again. And finally, we come to 1 BC. The year of a great calamity wipes out most of the fairies of Britain and puts an end to the Fae era. That's a rough timeline of the major events of the Fae era based on all of the information we have so far. So what's this key point you mentioned? What else? The point where the timeline diverges into a first and second version. In the first version, the original timeline, the Fairy of Paradise must have been killed in Orkney during a massacre in 4000 BC. In that timeline, Britain experienced a number of catastrophes, and in 1 BC, it ultimately became an ultimately dead wasteland. There may have still been a few straggling survivors, but the land would never again gain the numbers it needed to flourish as a seed. I'd guess for the next 2,000 years or so, it became a vast wasteland where lower-class fairies were just barely able to eke out a subsistence level of existence with nothing in the way of civilization. Well, if the Fairy of Paradise survives the attack in 4000 BC, then we get Fairy Britain as we know now, huh? Gotcha, so she really is protecting Britain, at least technically. That's right, over 90% of the fairy population was wiped out by the Great Calamity of 1 BC. That's when the death they incurred at Londinium finally caught up to them. It all happened on an unprecedented scale. There was the Calamity of the Beast, which devoured the fairy cities, and the Calamity of the Flame, which razed everything to the ground. According to the first Grimmir's notes, those are the 2 calamities that ended the British Lostbelt. However, we still don't know how she did it, but it was after that all went down and Morgan began a new era. She must have used a spell powerful enough to wither the whole damn tree of emptiness. That was when she stopped the British Lostbelt from ending there and revived it as Fairy Britain. Yep, when she did, the fairies who'd nearly been driven into extinction came back as their next generation successors. And just a few months later, things were back to normal, with the clans at each other's throats again. That was when an invader appeared, one that all the fairies quaking in their boots. She came from Orkney, Britain's long-forgotten north, and storms came with her. Once again, the fairies banded together to try and kill her, but she was far stronger than all of them combined. And so the invader dominated all of Britain's fairies herself and built the castle of Camelot beside the pit as a sign of her dominance. That invader was Morgan, and the war her invasion began was the War of Winter. It's the event that ushered in the first year of the era of the High Queen, or 1 AD in proper human history. But so what? Though she might have ended up there, Morgan's still a threat to proper human history and must be stopped. So as another Fairy of Paradise like her, you're the only one who could defeat her and return Britain to the way it should be. Right, I guess so. What did you think, Mash? Do you want to fight Morgan? I did think of Queen Morgan as a friend, but I'm still willing to fight her. I promised Bogart, Rob, Wag, Winky, and so many others I would save the fairies of Britain. I'll try talking to her first, of course, but if she won't listen, then fighting's our only option. I won't hold back. And maybe Ace the Savior's friend, but I'm not one of Queen Morgan's knights. Right, of course. Man, she's so responsible. Are you done talking now? Then hurry up and ring the bell so we can get back to Britain already. I don't know about you guys, but I've had enough of this cold. Plus the others are probably worried about us. Oh right, Happy Cat. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Habitat, was it? You must be one of the fairies who's been helping Senpai out on her journey here. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thanks, but you really don't have to be so formal. I'm just kind of along for the ride. What's going on? What's there to say? This is how it is. I mean, when did I say that she and I were friends or even acquaintances? I'm just a guide, that's all. Now that my job's done, I can go back to taking it easy. Huh? I mean, sure, you did kind of just show up out of nowhere. And even though you've been great about keeping Hio's spirits up, you never did learn much about you. So why did you do all this? How'd you already know Grimmer? Oh, that he and I met here a long time ago. Right, Grimmer? This is all part of your plan, wasn't it? Yeah, I guess so. I probably did plan all of this. Nice job, Habitat. Now everything's wrapped up nice and neat. See, I might just be a weak, lower-class fairy, but I'm worried about fairy burden, too. Now go on and ring the bell, Child of Prophecy. Once you do that, you'll finally be on level ground with Morgan. Alright. I'm still not entirely sure what's going on, but I can't say no to those eyes. Song of Paradise, voice of the inner sea. You know, you were born to be selected to decide the fate of this land and to see justice done. The bells of the bones of Inception shall show you the way. Forgive us these sins. Man, going back was way easier to get in there. Then I take it we're heading to Edinburgh next, like we discussed in Orkney? Yep, we gotta talk to Knocknever Bay. Last time, she wouldn't even give us the time of day. But now, Altria's the leader of the Round Table Army, and she's rung 4 of the Bells of Pilgrimage. Between that and the fact that she and Knocknever Bay are old friends, she should be more than willing to negotiate with us. Right, Altria? Huh? Wait, are we at the Ashen Shore? Something on your mind? Oh, I see. We already made it back. I guess I zoned out. So, did the bell ring like it was supposed to? Am I any different now? Don't worry. The bell rang nice and loud, and your spirit orange is definitely stronger. You might still be no match for Morgan, but no ordinary fairy stands a chance against you anymore. Yep, Knocknever Bay shouldn't have any issue with forming an alliance with us now. So let's march right up to Edinburgh and get this anti-Queen coalition underway. An anti-Queen coalition, huh? True, if Knocknever Bay were willing to join us, we'd have enough of an army to give us a fighting chance. But Queen Morgan's been protecting Britain all on her own for 2,000 years, right? I honestly don't know if I can even look someone so amazing in the eye. I really do hope I can do this. Oh, that was a loaded chapter, eh? Chocolate Empire, Edinburgh. I hear a bell ringing. I hear bones, too. The harbor shall return to an empty shore, but the calamity shall vanish into the distant sky. It's a signifier of the fairy's apology, the sound of a soul accepting its sins. There's round fortress shall burn, and the bell of water shall appear. Once all of them have wrong, confessed sinner shall make the acquaintance of the guillotine. As for the fairy of paradise, having fulfilled her role, the child of prophecy shall say farewell to her home. Yes, I offer fairies no salvation. I shall defend my land, nothing more. I will save the fairies. I will carry out the duty I've been given. If all the magical energy I've stored in this throne, I have nothing to fear from the great calamity. Furthermore, only a chosen fairy can sit on this throne. That throne is the sign of my pilgrimage has ended. It's the key to keeping Britain alive. Avalon the Fae, the anchor of paradise. You are neither like the other fairies nor that foreign mage. You have been chosen. You are neither a rebel nor an invader. You are the staff selection's chosen wielder. You and you alone have the right to bring me to justice, fairy sent from paradise. Even should you fill the oceans with the blood you shed in battle against me, you would be innocent of sin. I have been chosen. I'm not like the fairies of Britain, nor my king of knights self in proper human history. I am neither a rebel nor an invader. No matter how many fairies I've killed because of a war I begin, I would still be free of sin. If you wish to save Britain, you must defeat me and claim the throne for yourself. Go then, fulfill the absurd prophecy if you can. You should know better than anyone else, so you have no choice. That's right, defeating Morgan, the Fairy of Paradise who forsook her duty, is my only choice if I'm going to save Britain. But what happens afterwards? What happens after I do something I don't want to do? Something nobody wanted me to do? I'm a Fairy of Paradise too. Is there anywhere I can call home? Hello everyone. You got back sooner than I expected. Look who's waiting for us out in the middle of the road. Oh, Senpai Da Vinci? Who's that? And why does he look exactly like Red Hair? Oh, that's Retrobit. He's a fairy from this Lostbelt and one of our trusty companions. Don't worry, he won't bite. I see. Nice to meet you, Retrobit. My name's Mashkar Relay. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The pleasure's all mine, sweet lady. How deliciously polite of you. Hang on, though. Weren't you supposed to wait for us in Edinburgh? Yes, I was, but I'm not really one for staying put, you know? I thought I might run into you all sooner if I waited near the entrance to the Ashen Store, so I just ran up here. Alright then, hop into the wagon. I'll make sure your ride to the Queen City of Edinburgh is as smooth as can be. That sounds great. I was just thinking of sick of walking everywhere. That's the biggest downside of being summoned as a caster. Life get tired way too damn fast. One moment, please. I don't believe we've met before. Oh, my name's Grimmer. I'm a friend of Hio's. A friend of Hio's? Then does that mean you're also from Propeller Humming? Proper Human History? That's the one. Proper Human History. Thank you, Mash. Any girl is especially welcome to ride on my wagon. Can I have a second, Mash? Try not to spoil Retro too much. Right. I'm not sure what your relationships are to where one of the but I'll try my best to be careful. So if you're both Hio's acquaintances from Proper Human History, Lord Muramasa doesn't mean you and Lord Grimmer are two horses of a maid, so to speak. Huh? I guess we're in the same category, technically. Why? Oh, it's nothing. My animal intuition tells me the two of you are the best of friends. But I can't help but wonder which of you would win in a fight. What, you gotta ask me, of course. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Ask any fool, and even they can tell you Grimmer would be the clear winner. Exactly. Who gives a fig about what the fool has to say? All you have to do... Alright, you, get over here. I'll take it easy on you and only use the back of my sword. Well, I'm impressed you can tell which is which. That thing's so dumb, it might as well be a club. Alright, pug, you're going down. You gotta love how they just looked at the nonsense that was going on for like if you look at them too hard, it's like Fate's Day Night. Because they're both from Fate's Day Night ultimately. And I'm assuming they had a rivalry over there, considering the should have seen. And you just see that and it's like, Ayo. So you just get comedy gold instead. Because now they just have a rivalry now. And they don't even understand why. I mean, they got the colors for Sonic and Knuckles.
ってんだ。
受け取るがよい。うんやつめ。
豪快にひらめいた。剣圧にて海を立つ。櫓のごとくクジラマン大入道御殿か。いざ魔剣破り受けたまわる。
まだまだ。
行くぞ。
さてここからだ。若者調子は悪くね
リラックス。
正体兵法無尽正体来る。レー剣王パットゥー。オーイエーセクシー。マイネームイズ武蔵ビヨモッ
満足のいく結果だったかい。それは上々。
And the winner is neither of you. The truly strong don't get into stupid brawls. This kind of matchup always ends like this. Hang on, I didn't really lose. The only reason we technically lost is because Grimmer's so-called mage ass doesn't have a single support skill. How's I supposed to know you're such a crap warrior and you can't even defend yourself? Besides, when it comes to guts, I've got enough for a boatload of Vikings. Both of you, shut up and get on the wagon. We need to get to Edinburgh today, damn it. Wow, that worked better than I thought. Anyway, assuming Grimmer's wolves are walking. The wagon only holds 6 people, and there's 7 of us now. Want me to follow along on my skates? That's okay, I'll just ride on Retrobit's back, if you don't mind, right, Retrobit? No, that should be fine. A little fairy like you won't affect my performance at all. But we're still quite far north. Won't you be cold riding outside? I could always run along the side of the wagon instead. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm used to the cold up here. Alright, let's go, Hio. I know there used to be a village in Edinburgh a long time ago, but I don't know what's become of it in the era of the High Queen. Of course, given Knocknumberbay's distaste for humans, I doubt it'd be more than a handful of people at a campsite. Attention citizens of Edinburgh. Lady Knocknumberbay has returned to our fair city for a temporary respite. She will be recuperating at the previous queen's grave for the next few days, after which she will once again depart for the front lines. Main Street vendors may remain open for business after sundown. Do not let the city's lamplights die out. Remember, Lady Knocknumberbay loves the nightless city with all her heart. Glory to the King Clan, glory to Edinburgh, the Queen's City. Woohoo! At long last, it's time for war. I can't wait. I thought this day would never come. It's been 10 years since I escaped from the south. I'm proud to call myself a member of the King Clan now. I still can't believe how generous Lady Knocknumberbay was to share her power for good for nothing like me. I'd do anything to help her. I'm liquidating my whole stock. Go on, help yourselves to the next to nothing. Do you have the latest daily report? May I see it? 29th military training exercise complete. The victory bell rings for the north. Even as I write these words, I cannot help but tremble at the sheer might of the King Clan's army. Even the giant troops, whose lack of expertise we feared might hold our forces back, have become exceptional soldiers. If the way these fine warriors make quick work of large moors are any indications, Camelot's ramparts won't stand a chance. According to the first Captain Garibay, our army could easily overthrow Camelot even if they were to march out today. Once the fighting's began, it'll be over in 1, 2, no more than 3 or 4 days at most. That last part's a little worrying, but Lady Knocknumberbay is going to be on the front line herself, right? We can't lose them. Besides, our queen would never pick a fight she knew she couldn't win. Lady Knocknumberbay can always use another pair of hands. Soldiers, medics, clerics, transport, production. We need all the help we could get. Whatever job you take, you're guaranteed a fair wage. All he wants to see from you is motivation. Also, if you know anyone afflicted with more sickness, please bring them in right away. If the disease is caught early enough, it can still be cured. I know because I was once infected myself. Lady Knocknarabay does not discriminate between upper and lower class like Morgan. All she cares about is whether you have the will to live. That is why the leader of our very own King clan, who believes that all of our citizens equally, should be the next King of Burden. Whoa. Wow. Woohoo. The whole empire is standing Knocknarabay with all their might. I can't believe it. This is the northern village? It's even more developed than Salisbury. What in the world has happened here since the beginning of the era of the High Queen? I know how you feel. I was shocked the first time I came here, too. My past selves, those said that the Norm Fairies used to be basically a small group of nomads. I guess Mab, the King-clad last queen, must have been one hell of a leader. In just a single generation, she built a city that rivals the Edinburgh of proper human history. And a city that's home to Northern fairies, as well as the fairies who migrated here from the south to boot. I don't know where you get off looking so smug about that. You get nothing to do with their success. Still, there's no denying this is one hell of a city. Everything from the foot traffic to the business dealings feels like the real deal. I see this big cathedral here, too. Yep, there's a beautiful church called St. Giles Cathedral in our world's Edinburgh, too. It's probably another one of those human history convergence things. That said, the Edinburgh of proper human history and the one here are built to very different ground. Namely, this one looks like it's been built on top of a rocky mountain. And unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any Calton Hill or Arthur's Seat here either. Hey, Mash, do you know what Arthur's Seat is? I've only read about it, but yes, in proper human history, Arthur's Seat is a well-known tourist spot. It's a steep rocky mountain not too far from Edinburgh itself. According to legend, King Arthur himself once sat on it to look out over the land, thus the name. I see. There sure are a lot of legends about King Arthur, huh? Yep, he's brought up in one form or another in all the big tourist spots. Some of the other notable ones include Winchester, Glastonbury, Tintagel, and Cornwall. So, getting back to our negotiations with Knocknarabay, they did say she's back here now, didn't they? So that probably means she's in the palace then, right? Shall we just barge in there now? Yeah, okay. I guess Knocknarabay is technically our enemy. She's probably not exactly eager for an audience with us, but hold that thought for a minute, okay? Hey, Hio, I think Altria's doing her headstrong thing again. Now what do we do? It's too bad Oberon's not here right now. I mean, just look at her. A head-on clash with Knocknarabay, huh? Now I'll finally be able to let loose of all those years of pent-up frustration with her. Eyewitness. Savage Child Prophecy spot shadow boxing. Shadow boxing into something. I definitely like to avoid storming the front gate. Obviously, there's no way she'd listen to us then. Now, how to go about it? Excuse me. I'm sorry to interrupt your discussion. But it looks like we have, company. They clearly have us surrounded now. We may have no choice but to fight. There, you see? I knew that stuff about law and order in the city was all a load of bunk. Then again, attacking outsiders over, word of warning is just the kind of thing I expect from a nation run by Knocknarabay. Alright, everyone, get your weapons ready. Once we break through this dragnet, we'll storm our way right into the castle. Thank you for coming, Lady Altria. We've been waiting for you and your entourage to arrive. I'm sure you must be tired from your long journey, but please do try to compose yourself. Now, if you'll be kindly following me to the cathedral, I can take you to see Lady Knocknarabay right now. What? Oh, right, I almost forgot. I wrote a letter to make an appointment for you ahead of time. It said, Dear Lady Knocknarabay, Queen of the North, get ready to see me because I'm coming for you tomorrow. Cheers. And of course, since I wrote such a nice letter, I got a very nice reply back not long after. It said, I am prepared to welcome the child of prophecy in a manner befitting of a king. Best wishes. I must say, I thought the Northern Fairies were all barbarians who tried to solve their problems with violence. But it seems Queen Knocknarabay is much more sophisticated than I realized. Okay, she's extended us an invitation. I guess we should take her up on it. Oh, she's bursting at the seams. She wants to kick her ass. She actually accepted the invitation? She didn't try to kick in the front gate? Really? Oh, crap, all of you. Get out of here. Take back the entrance. Take that back entrance. I want you out of this room in 2 seconds. Are you sure about this? Just a few moments ago, you were giddily talking about knocking the child of prophecy down a few pegs. And showing her that the ringing 4 bells wasn't nearly enough to make her a match for you. Change your plans, okay? I mean, how would it look if I were to greet a small group of peaceful visitors with a fully armed platoon? Huh? You're still worried about your reputation? Isn't it about the same level as an apple that missed harvest season? What's that? You say my rub already fell from the tree and is rolling in the mud? Is that your way of asking for 100 lashes? Okay, you heard her. Everyone out. So unserious. My apologies for keeping you waiting. The queen will see you in the cathedral now. So that's how it is, huh? Well, how bold of you to just waltz in here like this, Altria. Does this mean you've finally scrounged up a bit of manners, guts, and confidence, then? You're not fooling anyone, Knocknorbe. If we could hear your skull just scrambling to get out of here. Don't be ridiculous. Those were my footsteps, no one else's. No, I won't hear one more word about it. 1, 3, 5, 7. I'm surprised to see Oberon's not with you, but what's that other girl? You know, the one who looked like she was in heaven with her cheeks all puffed out like full of my chocolate. Gareth, right? Gareth, I mean, Lady Gareth stayed in Londinium to defend it as one of my knights. There was no sense in her coming all the way out here just to see another evil empire. She's already been to Camelot. Well, that's too bad. I was planning to give her a tour of my chocolate factory. Oh well, another time perhaps. Anyway, I want to know how you guys went up to Orkney without my permission. You know damn well the North belongs to the King clan, and that trespassing is prohibited no matter what your reasons might be. Honestly, what are you, some bandits hiding out in the mountains? Guess you still have yet to learn your place. We did go for the Lake District, you know. Oh, hello, Hugh. I'm glad to see you're doing well. I can only imagine how exhausted you are having to travel with a child of prophecy who can't ever look before she leaves. Would you like me to make you an appointment at my favorite luxury spa later? Can it, Knocknorbe? Said he was me sterner stuff than that. Sorry to interrupt your friendly chat, but it sounds like you already know that Orkney's spell has been rung. Good, that saves us the trouble of filling you in. Anyway, yes, Orkney's spell used to belong to the Rain clan. But now that the Rain clan is gone, the Kling clan are the Bel's de facto guardians, as you well know. That means, to an outsider, which is to say, from Morgan's perspective, it looks like the King clan has been officially recognized as the child of prophecy. What do you make of that? What do I make of it? Hang on, who are you? Name's Grimmer. Well, technically I'm second to bear that name, but it's neither here nor there. I've been watching over Orkney's spell on behalf of Merlinus Ambrosus. Crap, I almost forgot. When the Queen met a Chule mix. Grimmer, hide! Aha, so you're Grimmer the Sage. The last queen told me you're a cold-blooded bastard, but you'd bound to show up eventually. You once taught Ace to Savior Magecraft, right? I see, if you're here, then I guess this so-called Savior must be the real deal after all. Huh? Is that all you have to say, Knocknorbe? I mean, this is Grimmer, you know? You don't feel any connection to his spirit origin? What are you talking about? You there, you do. Do we have a connection? Nope, sure don't. You're Knocknorbe, the proud queen of the North. You care far more about your life and destiny here than you do with any silly ties from human history. Speaking personally, I for one couldn't be happier about that last part. Is that so? I don't know what that's all about, but thanks. I'll say this for you. You do have a nice smile. Anyway, that aside, Grimmer is right. Now that Orkney's bell has been rung, I do have a lot of options here. Just this morning, Morgan sent me a final warning. It said, kill the child of prophecy at the Ashen Shore when she returns from Orkney. If you fail to do so, I will consider my treaty with the previous head of the King clan null and void. The end. A treaty with the previous head of the King clan? What's she talking about? None of your business. The point is, if I don't kill the child of prophecy, there will be war. Of course, I was always planning to fight Morgan at some point, so that part's fine. The only problem is you, Altria. Remember what I told you before? Get an army of my own, bring at least 2 bells, and learn to carry myself in a manner befitting of the child of prophecy, right? Well, if you could rattle all that off so readily, it must have really gotten to you. Glad I took the time to deal with you before. Yes, those were my conditions, and you met them, which means you're worthy of joining forces with me. That is why you came to Edinburgh in the first place, right? An alliance between the King clan and the child of prophecy. I like it. Way to go, Altria. It's too soon to celebrate just yet, Hio. Knocknorbe will never make things that easily. Just look at her. That's the face she makes right before she squeezes some poor sucker for everything they're worth. Hey, I've never made a face like that. Still, you're not wrong. My skin might smell of sweet honey and be wonderfully soft, but I myself am neither. I'm willing to form an alliance, but needless to say, I'll be the only king. If you're going to join me, you'll need to pledge your loyalty to me and obey my every command. Also, only fairies are welcome in my alliance forces, so as far as round table armies humans go, I think I'll turn them into bees and put them to work in my chocolate factory. I'm sure to be much happier that way, since those pathetic, useless humans will be the first to die when the fighting starts anyways. Wait, Hio, you don't have to say anything. Not gonna obey, the Round Table Army is the best army in all of Britain. The day we obey is the day apples start falling back up onto the trees. If you want to command us, you'll have to pound us into submission first. So how about it, you and me, fairy to fairy, unless of course you're too chicken to face me. You're on. This will be a battle to determine the next king of Britain, a fight for the throne, our pride, and beauty itself. I swear on the name of the previous queen that I will face you alone and on fair ground, fairy to fairy. The winner takes command of all our combined armed forces, and the loser has to do whatever the winner says. And it's a bonus prize, the winner will also get to claim the foreign mage as her spouse. What? Huh? I missed that last condition, but fine, whatever you say. So how are we gonna do this? Another chess match? Don't be ridiculous. This is Edinburgh, the headquarters of the entire British sweets industry. There's only one kind of battle fought for pride and beauty around here. Valentine map match, the ancient traditional art of fire confectionery. Valentine map match? What? You mean you don't know about it? I see, you really are just a country bumpkin, aren't you? Knock it off of your local digs already. Besides, we country girls are tough cookies. Excuse me, I wasn't originally going to say anything, but since these negotiations between Eltria and Naknara Bay. But now that the stakes have become personal for Chelsea, I have to ask. What exactly does a map match entail? That girl's got as much magical energy as a Tamlin, but she's also wearing black armor and carrying a great shield. She's the one from Setfield. Very well, I'll ignore your impertinence this one time. The map match is the last will and testament of the King Plan's previous leader, Queen Mab. It's a law that says whoever makes the most delectable looking chocolate shall be queen. Pretty sweet, right? And I, Devil Kieran, the chocolate fairy, shall be the judge. What the what? Karen jump scare. I don't know why the fuck she's here either. And I don't think she ever gets explained either. She's just kind of existing. Either way, it's irrelevant. Also, I like that Heracles. Oh, not even Heracles. Megalos is here too. Hi, Megalos. It seems these would-be contenders have what it takes to compete, as the Chocolate Fairy declared its map match is now officially underway. The taste testing shall take place at high noon tomorrow. Contestants will have until then to prepare their chocolate. Both contestants must use the cooking facilities provided in this cathedral and may employ up to one fairy assistant. Any questions? None here. I can't wait to get this started since I already have someone in mind to give this chocolate to. I'm going to make the best chocolate anyone will taste all year. It'll be better than anything Gloucester has to offer. Hang on, are we really doing this? What in the world does making chocolate have to do with choosing a leader? Everything. This has been the law of the land in Edinburgh for the past 1600 years. There's no such rule in real life Edinburgh. Alright, Lady Eltria, you can take the Star Kitchen. Lady Knocknumber Bay, you take the Moon Kitchen. I will prepare rooms for the night for the rest of Lady Eltria's companions. I'm afraid you won't be able to talk to the chalk contestants while they're in the kitchen, but you're free to talk outside the kitchens if you like. Alright, enjoy your chocolate making. Remember, fortune smiles on those who are with truly strong hearts. Well, at least it was nice of them to reserve rooms for us, but... Mash, once we're done talking here, I know, you'd like me to assist Eltria in her chocolate duel, right? Maybe a demi-servant, but the fairies seem to treat me as one of them, so that shouldn't be a problem. That would be great. Thanks for doing this. But before you get started, I'd like to go over everything we've learned so far, just us Chaldeans. You already told us about what happened after you were sent to the past in Norwich, of course. But I still want to hear what happened to you before then, and fill you in what's happened with us. And this should be a good place for a private chat, especially since Burnmoss and Grim are in another room. So that's what happened to you after we got separated. Salisbury, Gloucester, Londinium, Manchester, and the Lake District, plus everything with the Round Table Army, of course. I never would have guessed that Pepe was here too, and as a count of all things, I'm sure it fits him like a glove. Unfortunately, Pepe's not the only cryptor here. We saw Beryl and Camelot too. Though it sounds like you were actually the first to run into him here. That's right, I saw him in Sheffield. That was when you lost the Black Barrel, huh? Beryl probably took it for himself. I'm so sorry. All the time and effort you and Cyan spent on it, and I just left it there. That's okay, trump cards pop up when you need to anyway. Again, I'm so sorry, if only I'd... Hey, you still didn't have your memories back after the Nameless Woods ordeal, right? There's no way you could have known. Don't worry about that Black Barrel. We could always track it down. The important thing is that you're still alive. Unfortunately, it looks like we won't even need it for this mission anyway. Really? I mean, if we don't have to use it, that's great, but... Machines don't work well here anyway, for that matter. Yep, we have something even better than the Black Barrel now. Huh? What do you mean? Our director Gorda from Home's coming to help us in the Shadow Border? No, nothing like that. I'm talking about you, Mash. The Origin Axe may not be working right now, but your Spirit Origin is putting out more power now than it ever has. It's probably the Tamlin rules at work. Barcast and the others were gifted the Round Table Knights' names. But you were gifted with the Tamlin Galahad's name on top of already borrowing his power, giving you effectively a Devil Galahad bonus. No wonder you were able to go toe-to-toe with Lancelot. You're basically a high servant now, a peerless warrior even among peerless warriors. You can feel that too, as her master, right, Hio? Yep, you're Super Mash now. I see, then I'll do my very super best to help. Hey, we're gonna go look around the city. You guys wanna come? Time for some recon, huh? Eltria might be busy in the kitchen right now, but we've got nothing but time on our hands. So we gotta do something to make ourselves useful. How about you, Da Vinci? I'm gonna sit this one out. Besides, I still have to write my report. Say, where's Mash? Isn't she with you? Eltria needed Mash's amazing chocolate making skills more than we did. Gotcha. Sounds like she's got a real shot at winning then. If it came to it, I was thinking I'd make the chocolate myself, but maybe now I won't need to. You're way too easy on the trio, you know that? Is that anyway for one of the foreign god's disciples to conduct himself? Shut up, you blue-haired dillweed. I still owe her my life for saving me from that action. Besides, I ought to be asking you why you were so easy on Knocknumber Bay. She looks like a friend of yours or something? Actually, yes, but even though she's the spitting image of her, they're completely different people. Knocknumber Bay's been living her own life free of influence from any human history connections. I had to go after my destiny, but she took hers by the horns and made it submit to her. I swear, I've never seen such a free-spirited woman anywhere. You can't help but smile, right? You don't say. So the last Queen, Mab, disappeared in the era of the High Queen 400, and Knocknumber Bay was born 100 years ago in the era of the High Queen 1900. So this city went without a leader for about 1500 years, huh? That's right, I thought it was strange when I first heard about this too. But apparently the Northern Fairies continued to live by the past Queen's teachings after she was gone. They say she told them that the new King Clan Fairy would be born again one day, and they were to obey Morgan until that day came. So what happened to the Northern Fairies after Knockner Bay was born? They went right back to their old ways, of course. Things have been tense between them and Morgan ever since. For 100 years, Knockner Bay has been teaching the Northern Fairies order and discipline, gradually turning them into a real army. When Ninecell protected the Child of Prophecy, Morgan wasn't the only one who was worried. I bet Knockner Bay went ballistic upon hearing the news too, at least on the inside. She was probably all, I've been working towards this for 100 years now. No way I'm letting some podunk backwater fairy beat me to the punch. Aha, now I got you. That's why Aldrich and the Queenie hit it off so well. Hit it off? Are you sure you don't mean bicker? I mean, they both know what it's like to bear the weight of crushing responsibility. They probably never had anyone else they could curse out without it becoming a big to-do before they met each other. They probably might be in completely different circumstances, but it still equals where it counts. The way I see it, things are going to work out no matter who wins this contest, so let's just let them have their fun. All that aside, you sure know a whole lot about things, don't you, Grimmer? Anything else you know but I haven't shared? Like, say, why this place is called the Queen City? I don't know where the name comes from. I already told you everything I could. Huh, we're a long ways from the main road now, aren't we? Oh, hey guys, you out for a walk too? I don't blame you. Not much to do up in our hotel room, after all. We thought I'd take advantage of the opportunity to do some sightseeing too, especially since we almost never come this far north. Did you guys see anything unusual? No, not really. What's with you, Ridra? Not like you used to be so hedgy. Well, I'm hoping this is just my imagination, but there seems to be a lot more Wind Clan fairies here than I was expecting. Oh, you guys new here? Welcome to the Edinburgh Development Board. This is where all the refugees who haven't been able to share in Lady Knockner Bay's power live. So, we're all treated as full citizens. We all have jobs and roofs over our heads, even if they're just tents. In the meantime, I'm sure Lady Knockner Bay will make you guys into King Clan players once the war against Queen Morgan is over. So go ahead and put your tent up wherever you like. If you're lucky, you might even get a job in the medical ward. Don't worry, Morse disease isn't nearly as bad as made out to be. What's Morse disease? Is that a human? What in the world were you thinking bringing a human to Edinburgh of all places? If Knockner Bay finds out about this, you're all being... Wait, don't tell me. Are you guys also... No, we're travelers, so just passing through. We'll be leaving tomorrow, so please don't worry about us. I see. I guess I better get going then. Sorry for taking up your time. No way that guy actually lives around here. There's something way too shifty about him. He's probably one of Morgan's spies. A lot of room for rats like that in a city this big. Should we tell Knockner Bay about him? Don't bother. We can't snitch on a resident on Moss's hunch alone. For that matter, have you noticed how all the fairies in this fort have scars on their shins? I'm guessing they're either refugees from the south, fairies who've lost their purpose, or fugitives who fled the south. So this town's full of criminals, huh? I guess Knockner Bay's either really magnanimous or she's really big on cheap leader. Maybe it's both. Every fairy comes to land when they die, regardless of what they look like and were like in life. So having more fairies live here means her territory will eventually expand. Now must be how Edinburgh grew to the scale in the 1600 years since Queen Mab disappeared. Welcome to the chat, Dante 808. Then something doesn't add up. If fairies have been living up here for over 1600 years in the era of the High Queen, then why are the edges of Britain's unchanged since the Fae era? Could the city be? I wouldn't pass Map to do that. Turning into a desolate wasteland to a prosperous city in a single generation, her next generation being born 100 years ago. Oh, and thank you for the follow, by the way. Everything's doing okay. My throat's a bit sore, but that's just how it is with these streams. But it's fine. I'll live. I got Diet Coke with me. I knew it. Now it's all making sense. No wonder Morgan's left her all alone this time. If she plays her cards wrong, Knockner Bay can end up becoming Calamity herself. On the trot? Nah, I'm probably just overthinking it. There's no way that could actually be the case. Anyway, let's head back, Redgerbeck. It's all wasteland up ahead, so there's nothing more to see here anyway. I see, and I take it you're gonna ride on my back again? I was the one who said it wouldn't be any trouble, but that was before I knew you were much, much heavier than you look. Yeah, that's guys that got substance where it counts. Just you wait, once I eventually grow up, old Happy Cat's gonna have the most banging bod you've ever seen. Aren't you just have a fairy who never gets any older? Anyway, I wouldn't wander around here too much if I were you either, Hio. I don't know why Nakamura let you off the hook, but if you run into any Northern fairies with long memories, they won't think twice about ganging up on you. Oh yeah, I guess you'd know more about that than I do, since I only have the first Grimmer's nose to go off of. Tell us something, Hobbitrot. The Northern fairies used to be the first group of fairies who coexisted with humans, right? Like in the War in Summer and such. So why does Nakamura hate him so much now? Yeah, you know what's up with that Hobbitrot? What, you mean you don't even know that? Alright, I guess I could tell you. It all goes back to what happened about 4,000 years ago, during the War of Summer in the Fey Era 2000. Queen Mab invaded Britain from the western island and drove all the other clans to the brink of extinction. Word has it that Ace then stepped in, convinced Mab to back down and reconcile with the clans, and had her people officially recognized as the King Clan. That's not exactly the whole truth. For one thing, Mab would never agree to reconcile with the clans when her victory is already assured. Yeah, good point. I always thought that story spun things a little too neatly for the other clans. Wait, don't tell me. Yep, Mab snatched defeat from the jaws of victory right at the very end, right when her human right-hand man and husband betrayed her. And of course, Ace wasn't about to pass up a chance like that. She backed Mab into a corner while she was already writhing in pain and gave her the thrashing of her life. Then she made her swear to join the other clans and never attack Britain again. So when it rains, it pours, huh? I know that kind of underhanded tactic is par for the course when it comes to war, but still. No wonder she hates humans so much. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised she wants to wipe them all out. Nah, Edinburgh could never be this grand of a city if she just wanted to wipe humans out. I think the real question that story raises is, why is she writhing in pain? That night in Hio's room. Wonder who that could be. Come in. Excuse me, Senpai. I'm back on temporary reprieve from taco duty. But this chocolate battle is very heated, so I can't stay very long. Got it. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like you to answer a question for me. What shape do you think would be the best for chocolate? Well, there's a lot to choose from, but I'd have to say something standard. I knew it. Thank you, Senpai. This is very helpful. Okay, I better get back to the battlefield. Sleep well, Senpai. Now who is it? Come in. Woohoo! It's okay, human. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm Aiken, Lady Nakamura faithful soldier. Lady Nakamura has just finished the 8th step of her chocolate recipe and is currently taking a break. Once she's finished, she'll be up and all night working on steps 9 through 19. As for now, she'd like someone to talk to while she takes her break. Yes, of course I mean you. There's no one else in this room. Just accept this and no getting out of this and come with me. Don't even think about trying to escape by jumping out the window. Needless to say, a fairy in Nakamura Bay's position has many things to consider at all times, so this break she's taken on a strictly need-to-know basis. There won't be any guards keeping watch. This is as far as I go, too. Don't worry, Lady Nakamura Bay's hatred of humans may be famous, but she's still not as unreasonable as a night call. As long as you hold your breath, stay quiet, stay perfectly still, and never speak except to agree with her, you might just make it out of there alive. Alright then, good night and good luck. There you are. I didn't expect you to come alone. Have you been enjoying the Edinburgh nightscape? We may not be as fancy as Gloucester, but I like to think our main street is still pretty tight. Just a little bit, on the way here. Oh, what am I saying? Of course you did. I could tell from that sparkle in your eyes. That's the look of someone who picked up a beautiful insect-bird scarf before stopping by a cafe for a chocolate-infused cocktail. My Edinburgh really is the best, isn't it? Look at how it's even an entrance to the foreign major of its charms. But I digress. I invited you here for a very specific reason. Tell me about the outside world, what Morgan called proper human history. I don't care about it, of course, but as the Queen of the Northern Fairies, I need to know it. You need to at least be familiar with it. Or are you so scared to be here without your companions that you can't even speak? Foreign mage or not, you're still just a weak little human after all. You could never be one to make a call about whether to leak classified info into your enemy or not. On your own. Okay, let me start with Chaldee. Well, I didn't realize I've been talking for almost an hour. Hang on, you covered all that stuff so eloquently that it was easy to follow along. I need to stop here for a moment though. I need to process all of that. Okay, so there's Chaldee, heroic experience, Lostbelt's proper human history. Okay, I've basically got it. Looks like there's not much point in thinking about this stuff now, is there? This is the kind of thing I can worry about after Morgan's been defeated, right? Exactly, there's no need to get into it now. That's fine then. Thank you for the valuable info. You have my gratitude, the gratitude of a queen. A good ruler does more than just wage war with their enemies, you know. They also need a plan to rule their nation after they've won. I know Britain isn't really surrounded by a sea of nothingness. There's actually a much larger world out there beyond the water. Of course, fairies typically hide in the woods and don't mesh well with the human world. But with the right motivation, there's a lot of ways to get around that. I can't believe there's still so much to do after things are wrapped up here. I can't wait to get started. Are you talking about invading other countries? That's right. If there's another world that rich in resources, we'll have to make another Western island. And pay this. You called it North America, right? A little visit. I guess that means you and I will be enemies again when that happens. That should be fun. I should tell her it won't work, but I can't bring myself to. There, you just made that face again. Like the one you did when you made that weird comment about my chocolate fields. Why is that? Is there a version of me in your world too or something? Wait, on second thought, don't answer that. I really, really want to know about this other me, but if I find out now, it's going to make me throw a tantrum. Ah, crap. Now I really want to tell her. Phew, that was close, but I managed to preserve my queenly dignity. I don't think that's... dignity preserved, because if anyone saw that, I'd have them executed before they could tell anyone. I saw nothing, Your Majesty. Very good. A perfect response. Still, maybe I should at least ask you this. Let's say another version of me did exist in your world, in her final moments. Was she not betrayed by her lover? Did she remain a cold-blooded queen to the end? The cause you were fighting for her side, you were awesome. I see. Well, of course I was. There was no way I, of all people, would ever die of a broken heart. So, what kind of valiant warrior defeated me? He must have been really strong fairy, right? Huh? Cheese? As in the stuff you make from cheese milk and eat with bread? Huh, so there's a cheese fairy in your world? Maybe they're related to Ike and Drum. The cheese is just a method. A human slung it. So, that other me was killed by a human? Is that what you're telling me? Did you just take all that trouble to tell me such a ridiculous story, even knowing how much I hate humans? It's not ridiculous at all. Are you kidding me? You can't say that kind of thing with a straight face. It's a total mood killer. Then again, it was a human that was responsible for the last queen's downfall too. I guess when you're big enough, even a little pebble could trip you up. Thinking about it that way, I could see my other self getting killed by a human. And hey, at least she wouldn't have to put up with any weird curses afterwards. If you don't mind my asking about the last queen. That's right, losing her lover hurt her so badly that she couldn't fight anymore, which led to Ace beating her. Mab put too much trust in humans. She thought they were the same as her, so she loved them too much. She charged on the battlefield with her most beloved soldier by her side. He did his best to keep up with her, but he couldn't quite make it to the end. Just when they'd won their final battle against the clans, Mab turned, intending to celebrate with him, only to see her beloved draw his final breath. It's no surprise, really. Of course a mere human could never keep up with Fairy, let alone an A-ray like Mab. But he still promised to stay with her, and he broke that promise. That was his betrayal. That was when Mab lost the will to fight. The moment she realized how foolish she'd been, and how much that soldier had really loved her. Still, her broken heart was all healed up by the time the era of the High Queen came around, and she soon set her sights on ruling all of Britain. Then Mab then retired after she rebuilt Edinburgh, and no new Kingland fairies were born for a long time. She left the hole for about 1,500 years until I came along and filled it. I'm the second King Clan fairy ever. I inherited Mob's power and I'm truly worthy of being a queen. I am a truly great fairy. I hate humans because they're useless in war. I'm not going to make the same mistake Mob did. I'm going to defeat Morgan with my clan alone. That's why I don't need Altria's roundtable army getting in my way. It's an eyesore at best. I'd make your peace soon if I were you. Once I win tomorrow's duel, all humans will be mine to do with as I please. I'm going to put you all to work in my nice, safe chocolate factory with full benefits until the day you die. I'm not worried. Altria's going to win. Besides, humans aren't as fragile as they think. Knock over Bay. Okay, break's over. I better get back to work. Enjoy your freedom while you still can, Hio. This is the last night you'll have it, after all. What a long night. Now who is it? Come in. Maybe I should try opening the door slowly. Matey, look, you totally thought I was knocking on the door, didn't you? Well, this time I came in through the window. Oberon. Easy there. Keep your voice down. It's very late, you know. And what's more, I'm traveling incognito today. If anyone asks, I was never here, okay? Why incognito, you ask? Okay, it's probably because I got tired of being Roundtable Army's errand boy and ran off for a while. Really, though, it's that the Fairy King never stays in one place for too long. And the real reason is that I was worried about you guys. I mean, we're all friends now, right? Of course I'm going to worry about you. So on that note, I hope you don't mind I'm here. So good evening, Hio. Congratulations on reaching the 4th bell. We could hear it all its way back in Londinium. The Round Table's morale has never been higher. Percival's made a seat at the table for any Fang Clan fairies who want to come over from Oxford. Garrett's been having a great time in Londinium with the kids. They just finished tilling a new field, in fact. Fragment seems to be up to something, which worries me, I admit. But all in all, the stuff has been relatively stable so far. Of course, whether it stays that way is all up to you guys. You're here to talk to Knocknumber Bay, right? I've been hearing rumors about tomorrow's map match all throughout the city. If Knocknumber Bay joins forces with the Child of Prophecy, that'd be a huge boost to our chances against Camelot. Once Knocknumber Bay agrees to alliance and Altria rings Oxford's spell, we could begin our attack on Camelot in about 3 days. But what about the 6th spell? I'm sorry, I've been looking everywhere for it, but still no luck. Still, the bells of pilgrimage are meant to show that the clan did recognize the Child of Prophecy. And since the last one, the Mirror Clan, is gone now, there really isn't much point in ringing theirs. Well, I think just 5 bells ought to be enough. Those bells. Something bothering you? Altria's getting more stressed with every bell she rings. I see. Well, that makes sense. You know how she gets stronger every time she rings a bell. At first I thought that meant she was growing. But I've realized that it's actually more unlocking her laying power. I think the Fairy of Paradise is probably born with her true powers essentially bound. And the bells of pilgrimage are a means to break those bonds. They probably also restored the knowledge and memory she's always had, but were locked away all this time. Every time Altria rings a bell, she learns more about her duty and her destiny. Now that she's rung 4 of them, she's probably a completely different person from who she was when we met her in the Nameless Woods. How so? By now, she must have a much stronger sense of duty, and I'm sure her priorities must have shifted a lot, too. She's probably making decisions based on what the Child of Prophecy should be doing, rather than what she herself actually wants. Am I wrong? I don't think that part of her changed too much. Is that so? Well, in this case, I guess it's a good thing that she's so naturally stubborn. Still, I can tell you're concerned about her, and now you're keeping your concerns to yourself as to not worry her. Do you remember what I said before? In this Lostbelt, you and I are just bystanders. Our role is to see how things play out. Of course I remember that. Well, it's still true. We can't save Britain, and we can't save Altria from her destiny. Once we acquire a means of fighting the foreign god, the best thing we could do is put this place behind us. That being said, I really respect your determination and your commitment. And I'm not just talking about Chaldee, I'm talking about every step you've taken to get here. Once Morgan has been defeated, if you still want to save Britain, no, if you want to help Altria. I'll support you however I can, even if it means going well out of our way before helping proper human history. you think it's okay to say how I really feel? Of course it is. When you get right down to it, the only ones who could do really big things are those who work hard for what they want. Trust me, I've come this far on my own too, so I have some idea what it feels like. I mean, you've been working so hard for so long, I think you're entitled to at least attempt that effort and indulging yourself. But if I do that... Altria is another matter though. I have no intention of indulging her. You know how she's incredibly competitive, but has almost no self-esteem. Not a great combination. If we don't keep her in line with her sense of duty, she's liable to go completely off the rails. You really are hard on Altria, aren't you, Oberon? Of course I am. You would be too if you spent as much time worrying about her as I do, only to have her go and do something you never expected. I don't even know how many times I've had to pull strings from behind the scenes anymore. Ugh, if only she'd grown up more like a docile princess and less like a wild boar. I mean, I'm sorry, that's more a personal preference thing than anything else. Honestly, well, I think Altria's just fine the way she is. There's certainly never a dull moment when she's around. Oh, now I know she really does like her. Anyway, now that's enough chatter for today. In fact, crap, I've been talking too long. I need to get back in London by morning, or they'll know I've skipped off. Bye! Are you sure Altria is in your Titania? Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm always on the lookout for her, even now. But even in a story with a guaranteed happy ending, she's only the very smallest of bit players. She is a convenient plot device, forgotten as soon as it's no longer needed. No one ever gave a thought to her happiness when all was said and done. But that's the life of a side character. You can't stop to worry about every little thing, or the world will fall apart. You can't expect that kind of imagination from a reader, even from the playwright writing the script. Besides, it's all just a fairy tale. She was born to be forgotten with the turn of a page. So it's okay. My queen is the sort of woman who shouldn't ever actually exist. Good day, distinguished guests, and thank you all for coming. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. The Valentine Bat Batch to determine which of these two fairies is prouder, more dignified, and just overall better than the other. This isn't quite what I expected. In the Moon Kitchen, we have Lady Knocknerbe, leader of the Northern Fairies and daughter of the last queen. Damn, is that all that chocolate she's carrying around behind her? There's enough in there to make a chocolate Ortonex. And in the Star Kitchen, we have Lady Altria, the child of prophecy who's made even Queen Morgan sit up and take notice. Oh, is that stuff she's carrying behind her really chocolate? Even matched sealed looks more appetizing. Our bowl contestants ready. You now have 1 hour to complete your finishing touches here in the cathedral. Remember, chocolate is toxic. Make sure to go out with a fiery finish. There they go. Please direct your attention to Lady Knocknerbe in the Moon Kitchen. As you can see, she is both calm and unhurried, even as she remains constantly in motion. A sure sign of someone with eyes on the prize. When I stopped by her kitchen this morning for a comment, she said, and I quote, "My chocolate isn't merely a delicacy, it's an art designed to melt your very soul." Look at how it's coming along now, I believe it. I only wish all of you in the mezzanine could see this too. We can't even see it from the ground floor. Do you have any screens around here? Unfortunately, only those in the box seat could see the action unfold for themselves. If that interests you, you can always reserve one for the next map batch for 60,000 more pounds. 10 times the price of a mezzanine seats, huh? Sounds fair. Next, please direct your attention to Lady Altria and her dazzling collaboration for assisting in the Star Kitchen. Is that a cake? I've never seen such a wonderfully intricate decorations on one before. Her assistant is practically glowing with magical energy. I mean, sheer concentration. In the midst of all this chaos, she's adding details down to the millimeter. What an absolute madwoman. May have a dark horse on her hands. Word on the street is that Lady Knocknerbe was a shoo-in to win. But at this stage, it looks like the odds may actually be favoring the star. Whoa, it already looks good enough to eat. You really are great at this mash. Okay, now to add a pinch of my secret ingredient. Yeah. Are you an idiot? Ahem. I do beg your pardon. Please continue to enjoy this unique form of chocolate making. So we should just run for it now, right? Nah, I can't believe I'm saying this either, but we still don't know how this is gonna go. Valentine's chocolate's more about feeling than flavor, right? So there's a chance you could still pull ahead. Flavor's pretty important too, though. Time's up. Alright, contestants, let's see what you got. First up, Lady Knockner Bay in the Moon Kitchen. Magnificent, truly magnificent. The sheer artistry and technical skill on display is a sight to behold. The chocolate Edinburgh castle with a special 19-layer coating perfectly captures the dignity of a queen. If there was ever a chocolate to take its recipient's breath away, this is it. Though I think it's actually receiving this might be a bit too much in more ways than one. It's all true, of course, but there's no need to be that effusive with your plays. Couldn't have done this without my capable assistant, I Can Drum. Thank you, Lady Knockner. Now it's time to see what Lady Eltria is meeting the Star Kitchen. I can't imagine why you made such a bold choice for your chocolate, but let's eat it anyway. Ew, it's a normal heart shape. No, it can't be. What in the meow? What's the meaning of this? Woohoo. Oh, what's this reaction? I understand how you feel, everyone. I'm right there with you myself. But as your MC and as judge, if it falls to me to be the first to say this, so say it I will. What an incredible shape. It's smooth, it's plump, and it seems to be practically pulsing with warmth. Now that's why I call it Valentine. We are all witness to the birth of an all-new chocolate design. Huh? Woohoo! What power, what strength. I can feel my blood boiling with excitement just looking at it. I simply have to ask you, Lady Eltria, how did you come up with this design? Why'd you abandon that lovely cake your assistant made in favor of this? That shape is the Northern Fairy's most venerated symbol. It means prove thyself the strongest. What made you think to use it for your chocolate? Are you some kind of genius? Oh no, definitely not. Mash just taught me how to make it, that's all. He said it all represents the heart, though it looks nothing like a real one. And since it's so simple to make, it's easy to put your own heart and soul into it. Easy to put your heart and soul into. What a beautiful expression. I can't believe I of all fairies forgot the single most important thing that goes into chocolate. That's right, it doesn't matter how expensive your ingredients are or how fancy the brand is. What truly matters is the feelings you put into it. While Lady Knockner Bay's chocolate is undoubtedly more beautiful to look at and surely more delicious, there's no question that Lady Eltria's chocolate is a clear winner when it comes to sheer passion. As of this moment, I have nothing but the highest respect for her. So we have our winner, Lady Eltria of the Star Kitchen. Yeah, that's it, Eltria. You finally found your own forte, taking credits from mentor despite being completely uninvolved. Well, I'll be damned. I had no idea an ace like that up your sleeve. Would you consider selling me the rights to that idea? You did it, Eltria. So all thanks to you, Mash. That makes the 212 practice chocolates you made worth it. Is there no concept of a heart shape in this Lostbelt? Sure looks that way. Either already just don't associate with that symbol of a heart soul. I mean, just look at Knockner Bay's magical energy aura. Oh right, she can't see it herself, can she? This doesn't make any sense. The castle should have won no matter how you slice it. How did he make that into some kind of feel-good story? Now, let's just call this a one-of-a-kind fluke victory. Besides, knowing Knockner Bay, I'm sure it'll just be a matter of time until she incorporates heart shapes into her next beautiful cast. Huh? Hey, Eltria, how come your heart looks like chocolate looks like it's pounding? Did you do something to it? Just to be sure, it's not about to explode, is it? Of course not. Not even Eltria would mistake gunpowder for sugar. Nope, I definitely did it. Trust me, I tasted every ingredient, but only put in the yummy ones. All of them. All of them? What exactly do you mean by all of them? I mean, all the different ingredients, of course. You guys had so many good ones for us to use that it would have been a waste not to use them, right? It's true, I saw it myself while Mash was cleaning up the mixing bowls. Lady Eltria used some shifty technique to squeeze all the ingredients into the chocolate. That gave the chocolate a massive amount of magical energy, fusing its ingredients and creating a new life form. And now, as you can see, it's created a calamity that threatens the entire world. Or... The child of prophecy made a super weapon. Run for your lives. It's damaging mixed future ones. Turn my fairies into chocolate. What in the world were you thinking? You can't just mix in anything and everything. Let me guess. You're the kind of fairy who thinks anything that takes 10 minutes at low heat to cook can also be cooked in 2 minutes at high heat, aren't you? Master, we need to fight to preserve Altria's honor. I mean, to cover up the evidence. Some hearts just can't be saved. It's destroyed, but I guess we have no choice. Please don't beat it up too badly. I promise it should still be really yummy. How does this game go from so unserious to super serious at the same time? Honestly. It's actually shocking. Well, funky new music.
運命をかけた戦いであれば早炊きですよカルウェナ。いいわ両断する受け取るがよいこれなこの体ちょっとはあ早炊きですよカルウェナ。最悪早くもっと早く飛びなさい彼方の空へお前は たとえ残骸であろうとも。これでアンこれで
Alright, it's
もっ
curtains.
と早くだな。受けるがいい。
Bada bing,
私の
bada
竜
beep.
の姿なら丸ごと食べているところよ。最後の最後。
Knock never bay, look out. Huh? Knock never bay. "5 years ago in Gloucester, an incident took place several days after my humiliating experience at the Ferium. Wow, you're the King Clan Fairy, Knock never bay. I've never seen one of you before. Well, that's no surprise. I don't have any subjects in the south yet. But just you wait. One day, all the south's major cities will be home to the King Clan Fairies. That's what the Northern Fairies all want, and it's the destiny I've inherited from the previous queen. So you're carrying on the last queen's purpose, huh? But you're the only King Clan Fairy around, right, Knock Bay? So even if you do get the Northern Fairies to move here, doesn't that mean there'll be more King Clan Fairies? Sure there will. Any fairy I share my blood with becomes part of the King Clan. Huh? Is that sort of a mindset thing, like the difference between a bully and a victim? Wow, you are just the worst at analogies, aren't you? Queen bees and drones were right there, or even a king and her vassals. Anyway, there's always been one King Clan Fairy ever since the King Clan began. Mab was born of the corpses of the many Northern Fairies who were killed in the War of Spring. Sure, their bodies became part of Britain itself when they died, but they also refused to be reborn as next generations. Well, it's more like since there was no land where they would have been born, they would have just died and been born again right away. So rather than subjecting themselves to a cycle like that, they decided to pour all of themselves into a single king. That king was Mab, the Great Fairy. She was kind of like the Northern Fairies' version of Queen Morgan. Mab was all the Northern Fairies combined into a single fairy. Her rules focused on control and prosperity. That allowed her to share power with anyone who swore loyalty to her. So she did just that with fairies who sought her out and created a place for them to live on the Western Island. Of course, creating a whole island took a lot out of her, so she was pretty weak by the time it was done. Just goes to show you, you never know what life has in store. If Mab hadn't grown weak, she would have never taken on the bodyguard who eventually became her spouse. A spouse? Let me tell you, they could barely keep their hands off each other. It was like a never-ending spring. And that's why you should always avoid spring. Stick to autumn and winter. At any rate, anyone who swears loyalty to King Clan gets to share in their power. That means any fairy who's given some of my blood becomes part of the King Clan for as long as they remain loyal. As the Queen Bee, I have my drones show their loyalty by performing labor, and the drones in turn get my power for themselves. So the more Northern Fairies I bring under my command, the more King Clan grows in number. I see, so when you share your power, does that power eventually come back to you? No, it doesn't. That's the one big downside to the system. I don't lend them my power, I give them to them. So the more King Clan Fairies I make, the weaker I become. But obviously that wouldn't be sustainable, right? So of course Mab thought of a solution. She expanded her fate domain to encompass all of Britain and made a new rule to go with it. As long as her subjects remain part of the King Clan, the clan's combined power shall be her power as well. So even though she was pretty poor after doling out money to all her subjects, she hadn't actually lost anything since the whole kingdom belonged to her. She chose to empower her nation rather than herself. I think she is really onto something. A nation can't grow by the hand of one person alone, on one set of values. You need many working together to make it as rich and beautiful as it can be. Gloucester might be a little twisted, but that's a prime example of what I'm talking about. That's why my duty is to claim Camelot's for myself and unify all of Britain. It would have been a lot easier if Morgan had named me her successor, but instead she chose Tristan, right? So as long as that whack job's around, what choice do I have but to take it by force? I couldn't believe my ears. She talked about seizing Camelot's throne with the same nonchalance as someone talking about going out for a walk. As far as I'm concerned, she was already a great queen at that point. Even as she talked about what the last queen wanted, she still chose to be her successor. She He spoke of her ambitions greedily, selfishly, without a hint of shame or concern as to what anyone else might think. That's a never Bay, I knew, the most hardworking fairy in all of Britain. That's one hell of a purpose, but are you sure it's okay to tell me that? I mean, you're talking about revolting against the queen, right? Oh, are you gonna report me? Could you even do that if you wanted to? Especially when you're practically radiating death to all the clan's energy yourself. Am I? You are. I know something else, but you're pretty impressive in your own right, you know that? You see yourself as being apart from every other fairy out there, right? Hell, everything about you is out of the ordinary. I'm not talking about the kind of lower class and upper class distinctions that Morgan chose. No, in your case, it feels more like you're an entirely different kind of being altogether. Basically, you're looking down at every fairy in Britain. Are you nuts? I'm the one that's looked down upon. That's it. That's the spirit. Being reasonable is all well and good, but pieces of you will die if you take it too far, like I did. Huh? Are you saying you're dead on the inside, Dr. Bay? Even though you're so, well, brazen? Oh, wait, I get it. It's the other way around. You're brazen because you're dead, like the Darlington zombie incident. Don't be ridiculous. Ow, ow, stop it. There's no need for violence. That was just an example, or rather, all that happened a long time ago. I saw you apologizing to that fairy you were with in the hall earlier. Was that your village's leader or something? No, forget it. It doesn't matter. The point is, you kept the apology, saying you're so weak. Sorry you're so weak and promising to try your best the next time, right? Well, cut it out. At least when I'm within earshot. Hearing that crap really pisses me off. What's wrong with being weak? Who gets hurt if you can't do it? You're the only one who's going to get upset about you being weak. It's not other fairies who will be doing their best next time. Of course, it's natural to have regrets over failures, mistakes, and overeating and so on. But never ever apologize just for being weak. There's no greater waste of time. And just so you know, I'm not telling you this because I feel sorry for you. I'm mad because apologizing for your weakness doesn't help anyone, at least of all yourself. With that kind of power, you should be holding your head high and fighting for what you yourself want. You're a real fiery fairy deep down, right? Like a dragon pretending to be a house cat. So quit worrying about what everyone else thinks of you and sink those fans right into your dreams. Because believe me, there are plenty of people out there who don't have the power to even do that. Those words are really astonished me. She was born into luxury with incredible power at her disposal, but despite that, or maybe because of it, she also understood exactly how much she and her fellow fairies were truly blessed. Easy for you to say when you're not the one who will have to live with the consequences. Alright then, if you're going to lecture me about dreams, what about yours? You probably already sunk your fangs into them, but still. My dream? You need to ask. It's romance. When I find someone who rocks me to my core, our romance is going to rock the whole damn kingdom to its foundation. Are you crazy? Besides, that's no dream, that's reality. I mean, you must have had a lover for ages now, right? Well, that's just it. I don't. Hold it, you just laughed at me in your head, didn't you? Don't get me wrong, I'm not lacking opportunities. I could have anyone in Edinburgh if I wanted. Right, of course. How can you not when you're so pretty? But then why aren't you dating anyone? Huh, I guess it's my way of setting myself apart from the last queen. You know how depriving yourself of the thing you want most, like the figurative fire in your belly? Well, I'm going to use that fire to claim the throne and save my romance for after I'm king of Britain. It was so ridiculous I couldn't help but laugh. She didn't even realize that she had her purpose and her dream completely mixed up. She didn't want to become king so she could then have a romance. She just wanted the romance and felt like she had to get her predecessor's wish out of the way by becoming king to do it. What's so funny? What's your dream then, huh? Is it so much better than mine? I guess mine's not too far off. I want to try walking around the city as an upper-class fairy. I want to be proud and stylish like you are. I can only imagine how great that must feel. I remember thinking, I wouldn't mind having her for a rival. I'd have to go about a lot of things in my life, but at least in terms of someone to compete with, it looks like I got everything I could have asked for. You idiot, this isn't pride, this is fashion. I don't mind helping you with that side of things, but that's not what a real dream is. Anyway, first we need to see who can put down the burdens we're carrying the soonest. Should we see who gets there first? That night, I took in the same nice guy as my incredible friend, a fairy who spoke of her dreams with pride and nobility. I thought I sealed that horrid memory away. Looks like you got a small concussion. Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I miss out something fun, or... That's right, I remember now. I took a direct hit from that chocolate. How dare that thing revolt against its creator? Come on, everyone. Let's smash that thing and eat it up like the sweet treat it was supposed to be. I guess you really were just knocked out for a bit. Having pleasant dreams since it seems like you were up all night. No, I didn't, and I wasn't up all night either. I slept great, you must know. Now, do you give in, or what? Yes, I give in. You won the mob match with fair and square. Lucky for you, the judge made her decision before all the spectators ran for their lives. As promised, I'll let the child of prophecy command my forces, and I'll go along with whatever you tell me to. Look forward to seeing what you're capable of. Huh? Are you feeling okay, Naknurbe? Did you eat something that didn't agree with you? I think we all came close to eating something we shouldn't have. Hey, you? Do you ever think you might be giving Altrida too long of a leash? At least stop feeding her pies after midnight, okay? She needs all the brain power she can get, and those things clearly aren't doing her any favors. Hey, what's wrong with a midnight snack? Altrida, I think Dr. Rube's talking about your alliance. Oh, right. Still, are you sure about this? I mean, given what a horrible mess this turned out to be, it doesn't really feel like I won. Oh, good, so you do see what a mess this was. I'm glad you know you still have some semblance of rational thought in that left in that thick skull. Anyway, while it's obvious I would win a rematch, we don't have any more time to waste. Especially since the Queen's probably known you are in need of bird since last night. And once she realizes we're teaming up, she's gonna assemble all her forces scattered in Camelot. So we need to take her down before that happens. Are you ready to do this, Altria? You need to hurry back to the south, ring Oxford's bell. Then bring the Round Table Army and any other troops you can gather to my camp. In the meantime, I'll have my forces march to Camelot's main gate. But I thought you said you would never join forces with the Round Table Army. I just don't want to see them dying in front of me. I can't ensure their safety since they won't join my clan. I will admit that human knights, personal included, are a good match for the Queen's knights. My subjects certainly can't use Moore's poison weapons. So I suppose I can make an exception, especially since I've been told humans aren't as fragile as I believed. Isn't that right, Hio? Well, how nice to see you two became friends while I was up all night learning how to make chocolate. By the way, Knocknarbe, do you still remember that night in Gloucester? Of course I do. What do you take me for, a fool? Anyway, you have my word that the Northern Fairies will fight it beside the Child of Prophecy. Now get going, we don't have any time to spare. Okay, that's fair. I was the one who rang Orkney's bell. Hio, Mash, Da Vinci, Murmasa, Hobbycat, Redra, and Grimmer. Please pack your bags as soon as you can. We need to hurry to Oxford. No, I'm gonna stay put here. You need someone to coordinate communications with you in the north, right? Besides, it looks like these guys don't have a mage of their own, so I'm gonna teach them some basics they'll need to know when they're going up against Morgan. You will? Well, as long as he can be useful, that's fine with me. Don't you worry, I'm gonna inscribe runes on as many soldier seals as I can. Morgan's spells pack a serious wall, so we gotta make sure they get at least one hit from them. Well, welcome to the chat, Susie. And I've been pronouncing it Knocknarabeth for like the entire series at this point, so again, that's probably just gonna be her name at this point. If they wanted us to pronounce it a certain way, they should have provided a pronunciation guide. Okay, I'll make you my official court mage and technician then. This is great. Now I'm really starting to feel like a queen. Well, see you later, Altria Hio. I'd like to show you around Edinburgh, but I'll have to wait until another day. Next time we meet, it'll be on the battlefield. Let's make sure we're both dressed to kill. Yeah, like, why did they decide to change to Nelico to Ask? That's what I'm curious about. I don't mind, say, like, Fairy Knight to Tamlin. That makes it cooler, but I still am curious about what's going on with Ask and Nelico. Phew, it was a lot of work getting here, but we finally have good news to share. I can't wait to see the look on Percival's face when I tell him Knocknarbe agreed to do what we say. Yep, but first to Oxford. Well, look at you giggling like a schoolgirl. Really enjoyed your match with Knocknarbe, huh? Huh? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe it's because I stay up all night, but I didn't have any weird dreams. Still, now that I think about it, I have been enjoying myself a lot. Not just in Edinburgh, for this whole journey. In fact, once we defeat Mori and this is all over, I think I might even miss traveling around like this. Oh, right. You said Ace and I look identical, don't you? And saying that kind of thing probably doesn't make it any easier for you, does it? I'm sorry, this whole experience must have been a lot for you. Still, in a way, I'm glad you're mourning her loss. We were both lucky to have you as a companion. I prefer Tanalico, honestly. I think it sounds nicer. Ace feels way too short for someone that's supposed to be as important as, she is. Not at all. Not at all. I'm the one who's lucky to have such great companions. There was Ace, the Black Knight, Rhynek, even though he was a little scary, and, huh? That's weird. I could have sworn there was someone else with us the whole time, but I can't seem to remember them. Retrobit. We're under attack. Someone's been waiting to ambush us. We're surrounded. Everyone, please get out of here. I need to defend the wagon. Can't believe we're running into the Queen's soldiers even out here in Nocturne base territory. Let's go, Hio Da Vinci Mash. Don't tell me they're human. Oh, thank you for the follow, Sushi. Damn it. I know what I just said, but you better stand back, Hio. You shouldn't even get near these things. Da Vinci Habitat, we're gonna take care of them ourselves. Got that? Works for me. Hio, Mash, you two keep your distance. I'm assuming those things are...
品田姫を髪に刺し、あの辺りか。そこに至るはあまたの剣さん。気づきに気づいた刀塚。八重垣作るは戦時の刃。知ったら成仏していきな。
This way, Master. We should be able to get away from the wagon for now. I think those creatures attacked us are living humans who are afflicted with the Mortis Curse. The Mortis Curse affecting humans? That shouldn't even be possible unless someone... Look out! Aha, well, that was amazing. You deflected my magecraft yet again. How'd you do it? How'd you know what I was up to? Why are you the only ones running away after all the trouble I went through to scatter all that human trash around? Balban Sith. Don't you dare to say that name. It's not my fault. It's not. I remember you. You're Tamlin Tristan. Yes, that's right. I'm Mother's only daughter. The only fairy in all of Fairyburn to inherit her magecraft. Which is why I'm going to kill you pieces of shit. No pathetic little shits like you are going to take away my rightful place from me. Oh, cool. Is it Melocene time? I gotta fix our CE real quick. But once that's done... Wherever she's hiding, there she is.
ち来なさいよ。私を殺してみなさいよ。ほらほら。始める。吹き飛ばされないよう下がっ。はっ、受け取るがよい。戦う仕留める。負けないぞ。次は一撃一瞬で終わらせる。石灰剣撃開始。つなげクロゼンスアロンダイト。やめてやめて。そこだ。お前だ。やりますね。負けないぞ。やっ、ここでまっすぐ右左それ。いい。両断する。次はねえ、仕留める。次はここから下る。神明偽装展開。精錬たるコメント月光を返す。沈めロテースアロンダイト。やめてやめて。そこだ。ほらほら白兵戦行きます。運命敵生命境界補足。次はあれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。君はもう私のものだ。血も肉のこぼせない深い水底に連れて行こう。やめてやめてやめて。ここから下る。見つけた。捕らえた。逃がさない。フェッチガイルノート。ふざけてる。
Someone's going cuckoo for coconuts. Cocoa Puffs. At this point.
この星もっと早くちゃんと命令して飛びなさい。彼方の空へ。お前はたとえ残骸であろうとも。これでやめてやめてやめて。はあはあ。名前これでやや胸がいいがこの通りだ。
Ah, I lost. Poor, pathetic Balbansif. Everyone loves Balbansif. Of course I can't beat you. You're the child of prophecy. You and I are nothing alike. Nothing alike at all. So since I can't beat you in a fair fight, I'll just have to make the human my toy instead. Huh? Oh no. Hio. Huh? Where did Senpai and Altria go? Ah, that was perfect. Now that's one hell of a bonus. I knew the child of prophecy would dodge that, so I was just gonna trap the human to have some fun with her. But then she walked right into it herself. Haha, what a dumbass. But hey, they're both trash anyway, so what better place for them than a dumpster? Then they're in that jar. Oh, is that you're trying to avenge Bogart or something? Huh, as if I'd ever fight you again, idiot. Mirror, oh mirror, show me my reflection. Haha, sucks to be all brawn and no brains, doesn't it? The child of prophecy and the foreign major finished. Burn belongs to mother and no one else, damn it. Ah, she's gonna be so happy with me. So wait, stop. Get back here, Tristan. Oh, mash Anky. Lost Will. Hey, you hear what happened in the flats on 6th Street? They say none of the fairies who lived there even ever came back. So Lady Tristan's at it again, huh? I swear, you can't relax for a second in the city. I didn't like how they were laughing. I didn't like how quiet they were. You just can't win with her. Why in the world did the Queen bring a fairy like that here? You said it. Camelot would be a damn utopia if it wasn't for her killing fairies left and right. Damn it, one of these days I hope someone puts that demented brat in her place. I'll say this for Salisbury. Lady Aurora would have imprisoned a fairy like Tristan long ago. Tamlin Tristan, surely you're joking. No, who would ever respect that repugnant little brat? The High Queen's daughter, please. She's the only one that takes that seriously. Has High Queen Morgan ever even said one kind thing to her? She's just a pig walking on its hind legs in a fancy dress. She wouldn't know culture or dignity if it jumped up and bit her. Oh yes, a most beloved daughter that one is. Did you know that Tristan destroyed an entire city of Cambridge? I must say, it reflects incredibly poorly on a High Queen when she permits so toxic a creature to continue doing as she pleases. I mean, I'm not saying I believe that myself, but I've often heard it said. I can only hope Her Majesty comes to her senses soon. If only she wasn't a Tamlin, we'd put that uppity brat in her place. New Darlington's done for. You can't even call it a city at this point. Anyone trying to escape from there is sent to the underground prison, and the only ones moving to New Darlington are criminals. There's not a single decent fairy left in the place. You know they kill at least one a night at their slaughterhouse theater. And the whole reason the city of Preston defected an active rebellious Clinkans is because of the so-called football tournament Tristan held there, isn't it? First, New Darlington tricked teams from all the major cities into coming there. Then they executed all the teams that lost, and finally Preston after they'd won. Yikes, debauchery is one thing, but that's just absurd. It would be one thing if she had real skill like Lady Lamsa and Lady Glane. But that brat's got no more magical energy than a typical low-class fairy. But if she weren't gifted with Sir Tristan's name, she'd be a third-rate fairy at best. No, even with his name, she's still third-rate. Without Her Majesty's protection, she'd be no match at all for knights like us. That just goes to show that the smallest dogs bark the loudest. If she weren't Her Majesty's daughter, every fairy in Camelot would be out to put that yappy bitch down for good. Shut up, shut up, shut up. They're the ones who keep yapping. It doesn't matter what those peons say. I'm still the Queen's daughter. Mother taught me maidcraft. She gave me clothes. She gifted me a name. She gave me New Darlington and said I could play with it however I liked. That means I'm supposed to kill any fairy who annoys me, right? That I should destroy anything I don't like, right? Why? And yet Mother never praises me, no matter how many times I do that. I ask you, why? I'm trying as hard as I can, but I don't know what she wants from me. I must always be like that, Bowbound Seth. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, High Queen Morgan. I promise I'll do better next time. I promise I'll kill more next time. I'm Bowbound Seth. I'm free-spirited, selfish, elegant, cruel, and beautiful, cold. Everyone in Britain loves me. That's the part I'll play, I promise. I'll just be your successor. I'll be the successor you want, I promise. I'm sorry I always end up like this. But I'm doing the best I can. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. Ah, mother. You're the kindest mother ever. I don't know where I'd be if you hadn't found me. Huh? I'm in my room? On my bed? Why? I thought I did good this time. I trapped them in the garden, went into the mirror, and then... Why is my body so heavy? This isn't good. I have to get up. Whoa, whoa. Easy there, Lady Spinel. You got some big bags under your eyes. You know that? Did you not get enough sleep? Or have you been pushing yourself too hard? Right, of course you have. You did pinch that treasure from the throne. I'm impressed you managed to sneak it in there while Morgan wasn't watching. She's pretty furious with you right now. But I think it's great. Kids are supposed to act up as they get older. Beryl, is that you? I'm sorry, I'll get up right, huh? Easy, don't try to get up. You're exhausted now, right? You should be lying down. Okay, but Beryl, what does that sound just now? It sounded like something fell to the floor. Oh, that? Don't worry about it. Your fingertip just fell off because your body's rotting. But hey, it doesn't hurt, right? What? Why is my... Beats me. Maybe it's because you used the Garden of Lost Will. I mean, that one's hellaciously powerful cursed artifact, isn't it? Then again, maybe it's because Morgan's finally fed up with you and stopped feeding you magical energy. And if that's what it is, you really shouldn't be holding on to the garden. It'll just make your condition worse. Here, let me have it. I'll put it somewhere nice and safe. You think so? But Beryl, I really need to. Relax, it's fine. I'm just gonna put it in the underground sanctuary. We'll be nice and safe. You stay put and rest up here, okay? Just until you can stand up on your own again. Wait, come back. Why is the underground sanctuary? Beryl, where'd you go? I can't move. I can't move. That's strange. I can't move my arms or legs at all. I woke to the sound of my heart being chipped away deep inside my chest. Where am I? This isn't the field I was just in. It's much farther away. It's like I'm somewhere between Britain and the planet's inner sea. This must be the garden where Merlin said he was imprisoned. But he also said there was a different kinds of gardens. Sweet Dreams, Dark Abyss, Lost Will, the Innocent. And it looks like this garden is probably... I knew it. This is the Garden of Lost Will. A cold and unforgiving garden that whittled away the heart of its visitors by stripping away their delusions and torturing them with self-loathing. Merlin did say he could lead this garden if he can hold out till the end. But the whole thing is a cruel trap meant to make you lose your heart and mind before you can. Well, whatever. I can always cut the line when I need to avoid having my heart and mind destroyed. Sure, I won't be able to escape anymore if I do that, but there's no way Baobansif has enough magical energy to keep this garden going for that long anyway. I'll eventually get out of here one way or another, so until then. I just have to contend with a bunch of things I'd rather not. Ah, the prophecy was true. That girl is our star of hope. She will be our salvation. She will be our absolution. She is the savior who washed up on our shore along with the name Altria. May you grow healthy and strong to the age of 16. May the Queen soldiers never find you. Now go on, hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry and greet your 16th birthday. We have the complete faith in you. Which is why you must give everything you have for us. Master, I brought you a new book. It's about etiquette for upper-class fairies. You should study it now so that you're ready when you leave for the castle one day. Let's see, do you mind if I put it on the table here? It won't leave you much room in the stable, but you'll have to make do. By the way, have your Fey markings grown yet? You'll be 16 years old in only 2 more years, you know. I'm getting a little worried. Your journey is going to be hard enough as it is. I see you're working hard again today, Caster. You're so diligent, dedicated, innocent. You play just as hard as you study, and you always find whatever it is the village needs at any given moment. The other fairies could learn a thing or two from you. Just seeing you in action fills us with hope. Still, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to pay this year's tax. You've already sold most of the jewelry you were wearing when your boat washed up here, along with the rest of the treasure it carried. Some of the fairies are even starting to wonder if you really are the child of prophecy. Oh, what are we gonna do? We'll be lucky if we even survive the winter. Why must he be so terribly weak and useless? I swear, none of these fairies have any tact. I guess that's what happens when you've lived past your prime. Well, there's nothing wrong with saying when you don't like something. In fact, you should say so. Don't you agree, Caster? I mean, you don't want anyone treating you differently just because you're the child of prophecy either, right? So I don't care if you're the child of prophecy. I'm going to treat you like the slave you are. Oh, have you been growing? You really need to start if you're going to catch up with where you need to be. Especially since we don't have anything of yours left to sell. But we can always sell you to the High Queen if we have to. The child of prophecy, the child of prophecy, the child of prophecy raised in a stable. The child of prophecy, she was raised as the village slave. The child of prophecy, she always smiled and said right away when told to do something, no matter how much she didn't want to. She'd be killed if she refused, after all. How could she say no? It was so much easier to keep quiet and do as she was told. I used to think I could survive that way. I thought as long as I didn't rock the boat too much, once I finally turned 16, I may be burdened with an impossible duty, but I could at least finally leave that village. You want to see proof that you really are the child of prophecy. That blacksmith who lives on the cliff that is blank, blank, blank. You're the only one he's not wary of. You're the only one he trusts. If you're truly the fairy destined to stay burned, then blank him for us. Please, please, we're so anxious. Our every day is filled with fear. So go on, prove you could protect us by taking care of him. Of course. Of course I will. Right. No way. That's it. I've had enough. I'm just going to cut the line and close off the way to the exit now. And so the child of prophecy left to Tenagle for good. Good thing I've always been quick to cheer up when I'm feeling down. Afterwards, to make a long, not very interesting story short, I went into the nameless woods. And now I've come across Hio. Just as she's moments away from succumbing to the Lost Will's traps. For a moment, I thought I saw a tree on the other side of that wall. But that can't be right. I mean, there's a wall there. And the whole point of walls is that you can't see or go through them, so I couldn't have seen her on the other side. What are you looking at, Hugh? Why are you so exhausted you started hallucinating? Well, get it together already. We can't have you stacing out while we're storming the Lostbelts. We may have any number of replacements for you, but you're still the last master of humanity. Huh? Replacements? You mean you found other race shift candidates? Do you still not get it? You're understanding you don't need to race shift to get into Lostbelts, right? You have another master candidate in Cannock now. Once his treatment is finished, he won't be our only option anymore. Oh wait, he's not really a master candidate, is he? You were the only one who was just a candidate. Huh? Hang on, I have to take this. Hello? Cannock's awake now, and he's in good health. That's great. Send him to the command room immediately. Good news, Hugh. Cannock's fully recovered. You can go back to just being a spare, and we can start doing our jobs properly without holding your hand all the time. So that's how it is. Now they talk about how much they need me, and now they blow me off just like that. Hey, Hugh, what do you think you're doing here? Get it through your head already, will you? You're not a master anymore. You're supposed to be on standby in your room, right? Just get back in there before you get in trouble. But I need to stay in safe just in case. I mean, there's no telling when I might have to go on another Lostbelt. Huh? What are you talking about? Your training and mission days are over. You're just a regular girl with no special talents. Stop trying to be something you're not. Just hang out in your room and let the experts handle things. Just hang out. How exactly do I do that? All this time I've been training to handle watching someone die or seeing something unspeakable. I've been practicing overcoming my flight response and clearing my mind, all because they demanded it. All this point, I don't even remember what else to do with my spare time. I just can't tell. Is this really who I'm supposed to be? I see you're afraid to come to terms with your situation. To see the world as it really is, Miss Hio. I understand. To tell the truth, I've been mulling the same thought over for some time now. Is solving this case truly the right thing to do? Think about it. Even if we manage to prevent what's happened here, we won't regain what we lost. Once this case has been closed, you'll be left with nothing more than a broken, empty world. By comparison, even if the current state of the world is fairly overflowing with hope. No matter how bleak things may be, there's still a chance you'll be rewarded as long as you keep solving problems one at a time. You see, isn't that precisely how things are so much easier for you now? There's no longer any means to recover what you've lost, so you might as well forget it all. Don't worry, no one will blame you. With all of humanity having lost and ceased to exist, there's simply no one left to do so. Maybe I should stop this for her. It's not like she could cut her own line. Honestly, this Lost Will stuff is worse than I thought, even when it doesn't concern me. I can't even bear to watch. Hio's eyes keep getting more and more unfocused. She's holding her chest tightly, like she's in a vacuum and is having more and more difficulty breathing. Listen to me, Hio. There's no need to feel sorry for these people. They're all from a hypothetical history, a living what-if scenario foisted on us without our consent. Sure, I can understand the logic of them considering us as their enemies. But that's all there is to it. This doesn't change the fact that they're already lost. So what if a meteor impact resulted in a new ice age? So what if Ragnarok burned their world to the ground? Yes, I'm sure that made things hard for them, but that's not our cross to bear. So don't bother listening to the residents of the Lostbelt. Besides, we got them all beat when it comes to the sheer suffering. We're from proper human history. We're the victors. We took the intended route. We can't let anyone take that from us. We can't. Still, what can we do if only 12 of us? There's only no way we could ever rebuild what we lost. You know as well as I do how fake things are, right? These lost people know nothing of this kind of solitude, this sort of pressure. They should be the ones to compromise. They should be the ones to disappear. Any pain they've experienced is nothing compared to ours. In the end, we're all just foisting the worst parts of ourselves onto each other. We act like what we want is what the world wants. Yeah. I've been telling myself it's only for now, that everything I'm doing is to get life back to normal. That's why I've been able to make it this far, but the truth is... You know, you're not quite right in the head. You've almost died countless times surviving by luck alone. You've forsaken countless worlds kept alive by the devil's own luck. You've abandoned countless people, countless worlds, to their deaths. And despite all that, you're still no worse for wear. Stop it. You're going to what? Just grit your teeth and bear it because it's just for now? It's not my fault I have to fight. It's not my fault I can't save anyone. This is no time to whine about how hard I have it. I can just bury my face in my hands so no one can see me crying. It'll be okay. Once everything's gone back to normal, I can go back to how I used to be, too. That's what you've been telling yourself, isn't it? But it's not true. Hearts, they change so easily, but they never go back to what they once were. Stop it. If you really think things will go back to normal once the fighting's over, you're kidding yourself. Your heart isn't going anywhere. It can't. The sights that have been seared in your mind will never disappear. The sense that seeped into your sin can never be scrubbed away. There's no going back for you. So why are you trying so desperately to convince yourself otherwise? Please just stop. I'm begging you. You see, you passed your limit long ago. I figured that out sooner than you think. Nope, that's one of the better things about proper human history. Everyone's equal and no one is special. Since no one there is eternal or volatile in the way fairies here are, in the outside world things are pretty much always changing. Wow, that sounds like such a human way to run a kingdom. The truth is, I was thinking the exact opposite. You guys are all such liars, it makes me sick. Everybody's equal, no one is special, even as platitudes go, it's revolting. There will always be those who are superior as well as their inferiors. Of course there will always be special people too. And yet, Oberon said that proper human history can settle its differences with peaceful discussion. Gives everyone a chance, but it doesn't allow anyone to succeed. It's all jealousy, biases, anger, fear, and people dragging each other down. Everyone's constantly deceiving one another, so none of them can make it out of the ruts they're stuck in. Oberon may not have meant it that way, but that's the impression of proper human history I got from him. That's why I asked if you were really okay with it. How you felt about working yourself to the bone, about living for a world like that. I guess I do have some concerns. It was so beyond pitiful that all I could do was try and muster a smile in return. I swear, she already looked so broken that I didn't even know what kind of brave face she was trying to put on. Her knees are starting to give out. It won't be long before the rest of her follows. I know this is none of my business, but I should at least put an end to her lost will before that happens. We may be separated by a wall, but I can still at least stop the magecraft from... No, despite it all... Huh? Huh? Is she seriously standing back up now? That's why you should just quit now, Hio. You're only making things harder for yourself. Just stop. All this fighting you've been doing, Chelsea's grand order, it was all too much for you. His words were just what I wanted to hear. That's right, it's exactly what I've wanted someone to say to me for a long time now. It's okay, you've done enough. You don't have to finish what you started. Here, let me give you an example. The best thing for a species may be for it to continue to exist. That's not always true for individuals. Individuals, people if you like, are always wavering between two desires. Desire to continue and desire for a game over. There's nothing wrong with choosing game over. Everything has to end. If we refuse to accept that applies to life too, we'd never be able to do anything. So you all have to make our peace with that. No matter how long someone's winning streak might last, it must inevitably end. Huh? That's not good enough. You want to know what you should be aiming for then? I should have known you'd be so optimistic, Kyo. It's simple. Don't try for a game over. Try for a game complete. You, me, and everyone else are going to have to roll credits someday. But until then, all we can do is try and complete as many of the tasks before us as possible. Happy, sad, failure, success, none of that matters. As long as you're as you've never done it before, anything goes. And you still have plenty left to do, don't you? You've got a lot of living ahead of you before you can truly say you have no regrets. I believe that's what it's best for an individual, but above all, nothing would make me prouder than to know you did all of that. Oh right, you're supposed to be taking a break, and here I am talking about who knows what. Okay, see you later. Have another great day, and if you ever want to talk, you know where to find me. That's right, despite it all, I'm not ready to give up. Why is that? At first, it was like a curse. I felt I had no choice but to fight, but not anymore. I've stepped on lots of things and left so much and so many behind. Despite all that, I still have something pushing me forward. Back then, I shouted, "To live." Those were the words that helped me defeat the best thing for humanity. So now I have to find the answer for myself. I see it, and what would that be? I don't know just yet. Right now, all I have is the wish to live. Ah, a wish. That's right. What's wrong with that? Everyone wishes for what they want. Everything I've achieved so far is because I wished for something I wanted. So I'm going to keep going, and I'm going to find out why I think that way. So what if I lack confidence? So what if this is too much for me to handle? That's no reason to give up now. Seriously? Well, I'll be damned. Were humans always this resilient? What is this place? Senpai, I'll treat it. You're both alright. Oh, thank goodness. Mash, is that you? Doesn't mean we're back in reality. But the Garden of Lostbelt didn't stop because it ran out of magical energy, so how? Oh wow, it's all smashed into pieces. A national treasure gone just like that. That's so bold of you. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just in such a panic. It was putting out really evil magical energy, and I didn't know what else to do, so... Should I not have? No, Mash, you made a great call. Would have been too worried about how valuable it was to destroy it. But now, thanks to you, both you and I are safe and sound. The Garden of Lostbelt was a cursed object that robs anyone who's trapped of it inside of it their, well, will to live. I never had much of that to begin with, so it wasn't so bad for me. But if you had been there just a little longer, she might have nothing. You were standing right back up on your own in there. What the heck is your deal here? How can your mind be built like baggies? Why am I mad all of a sudden? I don't know. Ask Abatrot. It just came out, alright? What you did in there was so shocking. It actually is kind of infuriating. Makes me wonder just how serious you are about, well, anything. I see. Now I understand. It's true. Senpai's mental state never changes, whether she's doing her job as a master or just being Senpai. Even when she seems to be casually eating her dinner, she's actually quite serious about it. It's very strange. Say what? No, that's not what I'm... Then again, maybe it is. You really don't run from anything, do you? Even in Norwich, you ran all the way to the harbor even when everyone was trying to stop you. Hey, you didn't run away either. You know, I guess I didn't I? Sure, I didn't go to the harbor, though. I didn't mean that. I mean from being the child of prophecy. Oh my, is that romance in the air? No, wait, hang on. It's not romantic love. It's platonic love and admiration. Pepe! Right, I almost forgot. I was only able to find this place thanks to Peppercino. I went after Balba and Sif after she abducted you two, but then just when I was trying to figure out where you were, Peppercino swooped in and saved the day. You know it, Han. It took quite a lot out of me. I ran all the way here with these long legs of mine. There's a reason I'm so proud of them. I wasn't sure at first whether I'd be able to help or not, but man, she was just barreling ahead so frantically. I mean, she sprinted from Edinburgh to New Darlington so fast she actually kicked up dust clouds. So I simply couldn't help myself but step in, you know. Thanks, Capabron. By the way, what is this place? New Darlington. I know it's Smash because I've been keeping an eye on the place from a nearby hill. New Darlington is Barrel's citadel. I've been looking for a chance to sneak in for a long time. Up until now, I never found any openings I could use thanks to all Morgan's monitoring spells. But when I saw that Mashy was about to charge straight in from the main gate, I thought, oh well, c'est la vie, and stopped her before it was too late. Then we snuck in together. That's right, Peppercino used Magecraft to find you, senpai. All I did was follow the thread of the bond you share with Mash. If anything, I'm the one who should be thanking you. I never would have known this place was on the outskirts of New Darlington otherwise. New Darlington's outskirts? That's right, we're in an underground sanctuary. We came in through a little church out in the woods near the shore. Too bad it looks like this place is positively overrun with nasties now. Anyway, let's focus on getting out of here, shall we? This is the deepest floor of the sanctuary, a person 80 meters below ground. It's a long and winding way back to the surface, so make sure you're nice and limbered up first. I assume it was super cramped in that tiny little Altria. You've got it all wrong, Count. I don't think any kind of love is in the cards for me for. Altria! Yeah, yes, I'm ready. Of course I'm ready. Oh my, her shoulders are as tense as anything. I do hope she'll be able to loosen up eventually. Well, we can worry about that later. Besides, it doesn't look like I'll need to stick my nose in any of that. I have a feeling time will solve a lot of these problems. Huh? Oh, don't you mind little me. No, come on, let's get hurry back to the surface. And just so you know, Hio, I'm counting on you to handle any nasties we run into on the way.
まだまだ未熟者ですが頑張ります。よし、決めた。無駄なことをするのね。熱を帯びなさい。早がけですよ。春上の声ですから革命戦行きます。参拝の時言われなくても負けないぞ。これが本当の私。始まりは極小、広がりは無限。すべて我が身体に望むシビラクエイサー。早書きですよ、カルウェナ。圧倒しますよ。そうでなくっちゃ。これが本当の私。始まりは極小、広がりは無限。すべて我が身体に望むシビラクエイサー。 輩復讐する命令する気？霊気銀河解放。女神たるもの、これくらいのことはしないとね。次元の違いを知りなさい。見て、ボディッシュブラックエーサー。今回はうまくいきました。
After arriving in the British Lostbelt, all I found were vast stretches of nothingness and the tree of emptiness towering over them. There was no sign of anything that resembling a country. This is what if version of Britain had ended in abject failure long ago. Whatever history it may have had was long since gone. Looks like Woodheim was worked up all over nothing. Still, none of that changed the fact that I was bored out of my skull. So I did what any good crypter would do and decided to summon a servant. I am Morgan, the Fairy Queen of Ruler. I have come in response to your summons. You there, descendant of witches, are you my master? I couldn't have made a worse first impression. She saw through me in a single glance. Still, I managed to summon Morgan, the Fairy Queen. The woman who made King Arthur's life hell. The dreaded witch who brought Camelot to its knees. If anyone could keep things interesting, it was her. I could even take her to the other Lostbelts and mess around there. I sure am. Nice to meet you, Morgan. You and me, we're gonna have lots of fun together. As long as I could keep killing people, it was all good as far as I was concerned. So I welcomed Morgan into the fold, put my trust in her, and decided to turn in for the night. Huh? I went to sleep in an open field and woke up in a bed so fancy it almost made me sick. Welcome to Fairy Britain, Gut. Did you sleep well last night? The Tree of Emptiness is dead. The foreign god's plans are no longer a concern of mine. Huh? What are you? Whoa, you're right. This really is all dried up and dead. What the hell were you thinking? I have no further use for it. Fairy Britain is no longer a Lostbelt. And while I myself am no longer a servant, I am willing to keep you on as my husband, Gut. This would purely be for appearance's sake, but the pretense would benefit us both. Hang on, what the hell's going on here? In the span of a single night, this barren island became a civilized nation. There was no way I could tell what I'm bad, so I gave up and accepted Morgan's offer to be her husband. The next 6 months were crazy. Tamlin and Tristan, Balba and Sif, took a liking to me after I told her about proper human history. It was pretty cute, the way her eyes would always light up when she pressed me to tell her more about the outside world. She was especially taken with fashion and had a particular fascination with the latest shoe designs. I'm guessing she never found anywhere to belong in the land of the Fae. Later, we built the National Slaughterhouse Theater in the dowdy old city of New Darlington. There we put on every fun kind of show we could think up. Fairies hated Balba and stuff well before I came along. I just poured fuel on that fire. Oh, I see. That must be what happened. After thinking it over for a while, I figured out what was going on. I'd summoned Morgan for proper human history, but when I woke up the next morning, this Lostbelt's Morgan had taken her place. There's no way there could be two Morgans in Britain. She'd always been one of a kind. So at some point, proper human history Morgan must have transformed into Lostbelt Morgan. Correct. When you summoned me, I saw what had become of this British Lostbelt. Even in this hypothetical world, Britain still collapsed 2,000 years ago. This I could not allow. In an instant, it grasped both what had taken place in this Lostbelt's history and the mechanisms of Chaldean's summoning system. I deciphered the secrets of race shifting and used them myself. I knew it. Hot damn, you really are a monstrous genius amongst monstrous geniuses, aren't you? You've race shifted yourself back in time and rewrote Britain's entire history. And you did it all within a few hours of me summoning you. Damn, girl. So, is that what this is all about? Were you in a hurry to fix things because this place couldn't have come about as long as I knew about the old Lostbelt? True, I did need to alter the past while your consciousness was shut down. Information is the only thing which can be race shifted. To race shift a living person to a singularity, one must use a coffin to transfer their body into pseudo-spiritons, pure information. Impressive though this theory of magecraft is, it is only made possible by singularities existing outside normal space-time. However, that is still no more than a way to correct distortions, a system that can only function within the confines of a singularity. Race shifting is not time traveling, and thus cannot be used to alter the past. However, I already existed in this Lostbelt. I was here in Fey Era 4000 as the Fairy of Paradise sent from Avalon. I see, so you sent your own knowledge back into the past. Servants are ghost liners, which is just concentrated information when you get down to it. Of course, even a servant would normally disperse as soon as they ray-shifted anywhere that wasn't a singularity. But if there was someone on the other side to receive that information, like a pre-existing email account, well, that's another story entirely. In proper human history, you are a witch who was defeated by King Arthur and lost your hold over Britain. As a history's Queen Morgan, you were rejected by the entire Isle. So you decided to entrust those memories, that information, to the version of yourself that was born in this Lostbelt, didn't you? Correct. Following that ray shift, the Morgan of proper human history, the servant you summoned, ceased to exist. In exchange for a resolve, the Morgan of this Lostbelt learned the fate that awaited her. Thank you for to follow Ultimate Umi. In the first original version of the Fey Era, the Fairy of Paradise was murdered. And all but a handful of fairies were wiped out in the great calamity of Fey Era 12,000. Once I learned of that truth from my proper human history self, I was able to escape my would-be murderers and survive. Then I changed the course of that destructive history, killed the Tree of Emptiness. Doing so would ultimately destroy the Lostbelt, but also provide me with an opportunity. So long as someone is capable of keeping this world alive remains, this Lostbelt will transform from a fantasy into a reality. That is the world in which you now find yourself. This is the era of the High Queen. This land is my fairy Britain. I built it with my own hands, and no one will ever take it from me. Yep, she's one hell of a woman, probably the scariest one I've ever met in my life. She race-shifted her own will into the past while I was asleep, even though it cost her life. Then the Morgan from this Lostbelt inherited that knowledge, killed the Tree of Emptiness, and made a new history just for her. I don't like to think about this next part too much, but I probably disappeared too while that was all going on. I had seen the version of Britain from a 2019 where the Tree of Emptiness was still alive and well. So I must have died that night after falling asleep, and the me thinking these bosses just looked like Morgan whipped up the next morning. Is that a problem? Nope, no good here. When you've already been resurrected to suit someone else's purposes once before, why worry about it a second time? Still, things are going to be different now. Without the Tree of Emptiness in the way, the era of the High Queen has been firmly established. You can't bring any more dead people back to life to iron inconsistencies, and any outsiders who show up won't be able to mess with it either. You don't know the Chaldeans are going to do everything they can to destroy this burden of yours, right? I see no reason to be concerned with them. My enemy is your colleague, and Olympus's Tree of Emptiness, which now covers the entire planet. Damn, so you're planning to go on the offensive against a distant Lostbelt next? Granted, that probably is more urgent for you. But still, Wooden's no pushover, you know, and those Olympians' gods seem like pretty bad news too. Besides, Wooden doesn't seem especially pitiful or interesting. Killing him would be a pretty big risk, and there wouldn't be much reward even if I succeeded. Are you saying you have no wish to fight Olympus's Cryptor? Did you not tell me that each Cryptor is competing with the others? Is that not why you were all resurrected? To vie to become the king of this planet? No, I don't know about the others, but I got zero interest in being a king. Then why did you answer the foreign god's call? Was your mere survival your only concern? Well, yeah, I imagine you suddenly woke up dead, and a mysterious voice says you're going to stay that way unless you accept their offer. Isn't it natural for humans to bet on any opportunity that will mean life over death? Not for you. You have no attachment to your own life. Neither do you place any value in the lives of others. You live only for the moment and seek nothing beyond that. You are prepared to meet your end at any time. A man such as you will never awaken, simply to keep living. Ah, you're giving me way too much credit, your majesty. I'm just your everyday hedonist. Sure, living's a pain in the ass, but I can deal with that as long as there's enough fun stuff to make up for it. Take Tamlin Gwaine, for instance. She seems interesting. It'd be fun to mess with her. Spriggan, on the other hand, seems boring. He'd be better off as a villain of a B-movie. That's all there is to me, Morgan. Incidentally, you seem boring too, by which I mean you won't be any good for helping me pass the time. So you can just relax and do your queen thing. Besides, I'm not strong enough to kill you anyway. What about Tristan then? How do you see her? Lady Spiniel, huh? She's a jewel, that's for sure. I'm happy to take good care of a pretty young lady like that. But she's a dead end. She's neither pitiful nor interesting. Just the thought of harming her arms and legs makes my chest tighten up. The more promising someone's future is, the more it makes me want to ruin it. And believe me, I'm aware of how bad that makes me sound. I guess putting someone pitiful out of their misery is just my way of expressing my love. Alright, with that, I'm going to take a 10-minute break real quick. So I'll be back at 57. And so it is 57. Now we return to our regularly scheduled Lostbelt 6. Let's see here, what is this looking like? Oh, of course, sneezy start now. Lovely. Alright. That's fine. It'll all be fine. Up. Let's go. Did anyone else feel that tremor? It almost felt like a prelude to an earthquake. An earthquake? We almost never got those in Britain. That's alright. I got a bad feeling about it. Pepe, are you not feeling well? I couldn't help but notice that you haven't quite seemed like yourself. Oh, Mash, you really don't miss anything, do you? Well, don't worry about me. I'm just feeling a little bummed out, that's all. But I do appreciate you looking out for me. Thanks, Mashy. Now come on, once we get through that door and out to the hall, it's a straight shot back to the surface. So let's get going already. You guys still aren't anywhere near close to done. Whoa, their bodies are rotten. They're corpses. The remains of the people who died in the calamity of Darlington 100 years ago come back to life. Now I see, this was a human burial ground. Alright, if they mean to attack us, we'll just have to defend ourselves. I'll keep fighting to a minimum and secure a path to the upper floors. Jesus. Well, that was a pretty pointless battle, wasn't it? Oh, what? You're not going to attack him? Well, that's boring. I went through a lot of trouble to release these human wars from the observation room, too. Barrel. Hi, Hio. This makes what? 3 times we run into each other now? Feels like you and I are more just acquaintances by now, doesn't it? You said these things are human wars. Does that think what I think it does? As you can see, these things are human, but they're not corpses like you thought they were. There are only 1 dead body left in all Britain. Nah, these guys are the fruit of a little research project I've been working on the last 6 months. I wondered, what would happen if you transplanted the Morris curse into a human? Well, here's the answer. They're alive and they're dead. Dead by alive. Being like that's so painful for them that all they can do is implore anyone who passes nearby for help. But that makes them pretty great parting gifts. Because now, Morse poison can infect humans just as well as it can fairies. And if we fought them, we would have been. Still, while I'm not surprised to see Matt show up, I didn't expect you to be here too, Pepperoncino. I didn't think you'd come all the way to Britain just to avenge old Woodheim. I never pegged you for the hot-blooded type. If anything, I figured you were more like me. That's true, you're a cleaner, and I'm a killer. Neither of us were ever good people. Right, wrong, whatever. Even whether this benefits me, none of that matters to me right now. I'm just here to kill you. Someone pisses scum like us off, that's all the reason we need to kill him, isn't it? You know, when you're right, you're right. Guess this means emotional appeals and peaceful discussion are off the table then. Don't tell me that was. That's right. As you can see, this burial ground's long past its prime, so I thought I'd give it a little renovation. Now it's time to bury the evidence before Morgan finds out I got carried away with my experience. experiments. I didn't have to tell you guys that, but hey, you, me, and Mash were all part of Team A once, right, Peppercino? So I figured the least I could do is warn you to scram before you wind up buried alive. I don't know about Hio, but at least you two might be able to make it out of here in time. Gotta get these people out of here, too. Stay away from them, don't you get it? We can't help them anymore, no one can. We're still deep underground. If we don't hurry out of here, we'll be dead, too. Once we have a safe way out of here, then we can worry about rescuing anyone we can. Got it. I'll use spacecraft to keep us safe. Let's hurry upstairs, Hio. Did we make it? No, we're still underground. To reach the surface, we'll need to get to the farthest end of the sanctuary. Stop. Go back to the staircase. You just shut the door on us? Phew, that was close, but it looks like I just made it. Sorry for kicking you out so fast. I know my legs are just terribly long. Is anyone hurt? No? Oh, good. What's going on, Cowpepperon? Oh, there's just a little poison gas in here. Hang on while I go shut it off, okay? Don't worry. As you know, I trained in Gendo up in the mountains, so karma doesn't affect me much. I can survive the gas for a good while. Karma, I don't understand. What do you mean by... I'd say it just take me about 3 minutes. I could do it faster if I wasn't so tired, but oh well. Hio, Mashy, do you two trust me to wait enough to wait until I get back? Of course. Great, alrighty, I'm just gonna go take care of this. This should be fun. I haven't had a chance to use my full strength in a long time. Okay, it's been 3 minutes. I'm opening the door. Oh my, 3 minutes already? Time does fly when you're having fun, doesn't it? There you go, it's all spick and span. Now let's get out of here before it all comes crashing down, Stolly. I never doubted you could do it, Pepe. Although, exactly what kind of poisonous gas was it? The ceiling in here is about 40 meters high. Was the gas heavier than air? Something like that. All sorts of things tend to stagnate in the air under a cemetery. Kipperburn, are you? Ultria? Oh my, such fire in your eyes. Are you burning to continue our little love talk from earlier? Never mind, it's nothing. Oh well, it's too bad. I was looking forward to chatting about romance. I guess that's just how you've always lived your life, Altria? I do have my concerns about that, but this time I appreciate it. In that case, mind keeping it to yourself until all's said and done. Thanks, Han. The lower levels must be completely buried by now. Come on, let's get out of here while we still can. Right, the exit's just over there. I'll lead the way. There it is. Be careful, Master. I'm detecting a powerful hostile magical energy signal up ahead. Oh, come on. How'd you get up here without scratching you? What the hell, guys? That should have taken at least one or two of you out. And you, Hio. Why are you looking at me like that? Is that really your idea of a master sworn to defend humanity? Huh? What are you talking about? Don't waste your time on the likes of him, Hio. I was hoping to take care of him myself, but would you mind kicking his hiney for me? Just be thorough about it, yeah? I don't want him ever doing anything nasty again. Right, I'm sorry, Beryl, but we don't have any time to waste. If you're gonna stand in our way, I'm going to have to force my way past you. I see, guess you didn't care for my game then. Alright, looks like you'll have to break out the big guns. No human should be able to do that. That magical energy aura. Stand back, everyone. He's... Sorry about this. I didn't want to have anyone to show this side of myself if I didn't have to. I've waited long enough to be alone with Mash. Time for the rest of you to give us some privacy. Yes, no, it can't be. That's what was the spirit origin. still have the Da Vinci. Da Vinci's the best chance I have at this point. Anyway, we'll go with you. And I don't have that, so we're gonna do this. Alright, let's give it our best shot.
もともとこういう家系でね、送り狼には気をつけろって教わらなかったかい？捉えられるかしら？
ああ、とても楽しかった。黄金律にも種類があるの。憧れていきます。水のうちに準備。発信任せて。いくよ。そう、君たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越える。その勝利を今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ、行けるとこまで行ってみよう。行くよ。狙いを定めて。発射。
落ち着けよ。ほら、死んでない。ちょいとものだから。
シールドエフェクト発揮します。白兵戦いきます。ふむふむ、発進準備完了だ。早くふむふむ。
酔いしれなさい。
芸術は輝くものさ。どんな嵐であろうとも、どんな未来が待とうとも、これを突破するのが私たちの課題なのさ。ボンビアージョン、また会おう、諸君。行くよ行くよ。
落ち着けよ。ほら、死んでない。ちょいとものだから。
ステータス頑張ります。新名発進準備完了だ。ことを早く早く。私は最悪の世界。それは全ての傷、全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。権限せよロードキャメロット。そう、君たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越える。その勝利を今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ、行けるとこまで行ってみよう。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。
落ち着けよ。ほら、死んでない。ちょいとものだから。
やだな。オッケー。まふむふむ。せーの。頭上注意。気をつけたまえ。せーの。いくよ。
落ち着けよ。ほら、死んでない。ちょいとものだから。
了解です。はい、発進任せて。やー、どんな嵐であろうとも、どんな未来が待とうとも、これを突破するのが私たちの課題なのさ。ボンビアージョン、また会おう、諸君。いくよ。
おっと、落ち着けよ。
見事な采配です、先輩。
What, already? Come on, I'm just getting started. I didn't go through the trouble of copying what was the Spirit Order just for us to screw around. That's what was the Spirit Order, not Rhynek's. Rhynek? He was one of A's companions. He was nowhere near as powerful, though. Either way, that doesn't change the fact that he has an A-rated Spirit Origin. We don't have any weapons capable to penetrate the Grand Dukes of Waste Heat's hide. Oh, look at you, little savior. Clever, ain't ya? Don't gotta tell you there's no point in fighting, do I? Still, I wish your idiot friends would get it through their thick skulls that none of you are getting out alive. Isn't that right, Pepperoncino? Don't think you see you trying to sneak up behind me. Pepe. 1 down, 3 to go. Later, Pepperoncino. Could have killed you whenever I wanted, but I was cutting you a break for old time's sake. Huh? Ah, gross, I feel sick. You, what the hell did you do to me? What is this? Don't you recognize it? You've been testing it on who knows how many people. I was carrying enough for 500 people, and now I passed it on to you. What, you bastard? You already... That's right, I was already practically dead. So how do you like the taste of your own damn curse? One that reflects hot right back on you when you kill someone. Gah, blah. Stop. Go back to the staircase. $200, $300. Oh my, I can't even count them all. This must be what he was keeping all the humans he was experimenting on. I knew Beryl was a botanist, but I knew that he knew a lot about magecraft and potions. But I had no idea he could also abuse curses like this. Those British wishes really are bad news, aren't they? There's no way we can get past all of them unharmed. Get too close and they'll come after you begging for help. Touch them and you'll be poisoned. Kill them and get cursed. Well, Mashy's immune to poison, so that probably won't work on her. The real cruelty, though, is how it's meant to make you kill helpless innocents. Even if it's just a malicious prank taken too far. It'll still hurt Mashy and Hio the most. Scumbag or not, though, I'm still their senpai. I'll just have to handle this for them. Oh! Thank you for the raid I'm maxing. And welcome to the stream, everybody. There we go. All done. All you just need to do is cast a little illusion. Move the bodies over to the corner, hide all the bloods and guts, and... Oh gosh, just look at me. My outfit and makeup are all a mess. Makes sense, though. 1 curse for every person I just killed. Now my intestines are pulverized and my skin is in tatters. It's going to take more than a trip to the spa to bounce back from this. Any halfway decent person would follow you all the way to the grave now, but I can't do that just yet. Would you all mind waiting just a little bit longer? I have one last thing I need to take care of. Ah, blah. What the shit? What is wrong with this head of the Fang Clan's body? How the hell is the Morse curse even working on it? That's a little something from me, darling. I mixed in a little extra retaliating curse of my own to sweeten the deal, so to speak. A retaliating curse? You son of a... Is there any way to fight... Is that any way to fight like a man? Stop. Please stop, Beryl. It really hurts to laugh right now. This is no time to be laughing, Pepe. We need to treat you right away. Thank you, Mashy, but don't you worry about that. Hio, you know what you have to do. I do. Right. Preparing to take out hostile Black Wolf at full power. Well, she worked last time, so let's use her again. Up. Such sad. Pepe's a cool character. But I guess he avoided death one too many times now.
かったと思う。お任せて。そう君たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越える。その勝利を今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ行けるところまで行ってみよう。せーのせーの行くよ。
落ち着けよ。そこだ。どうだい。おっと。
シールド発揮します。神明発進準備完了だ。早く早く。私は最悪の席に立つ。それは全ての傷、全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。権限せよロードキャメロット。そう君たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越える。その勝利を今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ行けるところまで行ってみよう。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。
ちょいと無理だか。そこだ。どうだい。おっと。
今のうちに準備して渡す。頑張ります。私の方オッケー。どんな嵐であろうとも、どんな未来が待とうとも、これを突破するのが私たちの課題なのさ。ボンビアージョン、また会おう諸君。いくよ。
おっと。落ち着けよ。ちょいと無理だ。そこだ。どうだい。おっと。
白兵戦行きます。私ふむふむオッケー。そう君たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越える。その勝利を今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ行けるところまで行ってみよう。行くよ。せーの狙いを定めて発射。
落ち着けよ。そこだ。どうだい。おっと。
神明運命ですからやります。私は最悪の席に立つ。それは全ての傷、全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。権限せよロードキャメロット。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。ここで
ちょいと無理だ。そこだ。どうだい。おっと。
このアングルバッチリ。負けないぞ。任せて突破します。駆け抜けるは前人未到。未完の馬よ輝ける轍を残せ。人生はとても楽しいビューティフルジャーニー。せーの
おねん。そこだ。どうだい。おっと。
今のうちに準備シールド発揮します。とても楽しかったとも。 ないぞ。オッケー。いいかせー
落ち着け。そこだ。真理が。おっと。
Oh, we're there.
発進準備あります。完了だ。
Bye bye, Daryl. Rest in hell where you belong.
未完の馬よ、輝ける轍を残せ。人生はとても楽しい。ビューティフルジャーニー。
おいおい、こんなのありかよ。
鐘の音が聞こえる。
Ah! You really did it, damn it. I'm impressed, Pepperoncino. Alright, I see how it is. I admit, you got me. I'm the one who messed up, so I'll be the one to run for it. He escaped through the skylight. I guess we won't be following him. Not that it matters now. Pepe! Pepe! Oh, was I sleeping? Silly me, I can't believe I missed your big fight scene. Still, at least I can tell from your faces that you won, even though you both look like you're about to cry. Come now, cheer up. You're supposed to smile and high-five after you win a fight, not rain on your own parade. But we wouldn't be alive now if not for you. And we didn't even realize what you'd done for us. Oh, whatever you're talking about. All I did was try a sneak attack barrel and fail miserably. So of course things turned out this way. Besides, it's only right that I be the one to take responsibility for my actions, you know. Now go on, you need to get going already. This was just a detour, remember? Don't worry about me, this is as far as I go. I'm already dead anyway. We should at least get you outside. Oh, you. Actually, I can understand, but not you. Carrying the dead will only slow you down, especially now when I'm full to bursting with curses. Besides, we're enemies. We're always gonna go our separate ways sooner or later. Not to mention I really am a despicable murderer. I just went after someone worse this time. Believe me, you two have no reason to mourn someone like me. But I still don't know anything about that side of you. Exactly. I'm glad you never did. I'm glad my lovely little Kohai never ended up hating me. Pepe. Hey now, no crying. Besides, Beryl and I are cut from the same cloth. We're both worthless good-for-nothings at heart. I was just thinking more about how things would end rather than how long they keep going. Do you know why people like me violate the law? It's not because we want to do bad things. We want to get out of keeping on for keeping on's sake. The laws people make are meant to help them flourish longer and better, just like humanity itself. So after defying them, ignoring them, and breaking them, the bills finally come due. But you two aren't like that. You two want me to keep on keeping on, huh? Then that's exactly what you should do. You should keep running and running until you've gone so far people like me can't even see you anymore. You have to do at least that much if I'm gonna die myself. I'm too much of a coward otherwise. Go on now, take Mashy and get out of here. You're her master, aren't you? Okay, thanks, Peppy. It's been a blast. Why, thank you, darling. It's been a blast for me, too. Don't forget, now that you've come this far, you'd better say Britain and Altria. As something of an expert on curses, I can sense what type it is in covering all of Britain now. Listen to me closely. Your real enemy here is someone who's out to bring an end to everything. Remember that well, and don't lay your guard down until it's well and truly over. Good, they made it to the exit. That wraps up the last of my unfinished business. I'm not scared or in pain anymore. I guess I do still have some bitter memories. I killed them. All of them. In the span of a few minutes, while the moon was hidden behind the clouds, I killed all 400 members of my clan while they slept. It was quick and methodical like mowing a lawn, just like how I mowed down all the sick, helpless people earlier. When I was 10 years old, my clan expected great things of me. They saw me as the first genius born to the clan since our Founder's Day. I wanted to live up to her expectations, but it simply wasn't possible. I was born with different inclinations. My heart and body were never quite fit. My mind was fundamentally opposed to being the kind of person that the world at large demanded I be. My clan wanted me the father of lots of children, so my superior genes would be passed down and preserved. But I just couldn't do it. Some people understood me, but there was no one else like me. I heard a whisper from some people wishing I had been talentless so they could have given up on me, but I wasn't especially bothered. I never had any grudges or complaints. I did wonder why I had been born the way I was. But I didn't begrudge anyone or hate anyone or feel bad about my situation. I knew I couldn't help having been born who I am. It wasn't my place to gripe about it. It wasn't worth asserting my rights over either. The only thing I felt a little bad about was knowing that there would never be anything more to my life. Rojinsu is the power to know your own fate. By the time I was 10 years old, I knew that my soul would never be reincarnated again. It might have been sad about that if I had been in the middle of my journey, but instead, knowing this would be my last life, I only felt pity for this imperfect world and the fate all humans are given. Fast forward 10 years. There was nothing left for me to learn on the mountain, so I decided to put it behind me. But before I did that, there was something else I needed to do. Right before they died, they all looked at me with such shock as to say, "Why are you doing this?" We'd all been through a lot together. We may have been irredeemable scum, but we were practically family. And yes, I did love everyone in the Mioranji clan, but that child has no talent whatsoever. We should put him out of his misery now. Don't be ridiculous. He's still soft, that's all. Let's put one of his eyes out and make him kill his little brother. That'll make him awaken his true talent. Good point. Better to bet on one making it than getting rid of both of them. Exactly. Besides, that's what they did for us when we were that age, right? When I overheard that conversation, I cried. I knew then that there was no place in modern society for a clan with karma like that. That was my last memory as Mioranji Aro. After that, I completely forgot everything that happened on that mountain. I also stopped thinking of what I did as a crime. Really? I stopped thinking of it as part of my past at all. I swear, I really am scum. After everything I did, I still have nothing but fond memories of my time there. No wonder I was fated to die alone. That's what I get for killing everyone else myself. Really, it was shameless of me to even consider wanting to go out on a high note. Oh. So that's why he did that. I can't believe I only just realized it now. I swear. I always thought it was sudden even for him. Thank you, David. Thank you for using that once-in-a-lifetime ticket to come see me when I was at my most beautiful. Pepe. I didn't know the Count for very long, but I could tell he'd killed a lot of people, just like he said. He had no sympathy for those he killed or for himself as he was about to die. He was cruel and cold-blooded, so much so that we really don't need to waste time mourning him. That being said, he is under no delusions about who he was, and he never lied to you. He was so true to himself that it was almost scary. He really did do whatever he liked, however he felt like it. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, he was always good about taking care of others. Right, I'm sure he would have smiled and said so himself. He was a strange, mysterious sort of person, through and through. He was more egalitarian with himself and those around him than anyone I've ever met. Okay. Let's go. There, I see them. Your tracking capabilities truly are exceptional, Lady Da Vinci. You know it. Now I'm really glad I added a camera function to Typhone. Hey, Heel, Mash, Ultria. Are you guys okay? Come on, we got places to be. I see, so Pepe's... What a loss. I was always hoping he would take over as the new head of Norwich one day. Yeah, it's sad, but I'm afraid you'll have to mourn him later. Don't you got something to tell him? Tell them, Vinci? I could tell him myself if you like, but I figured it's better coming from you. Alright, I'll show you how we got an emergency message from Oberon. It said, the Round Table Army has captured Oxford. You can ring the bell of pilgrimage at any time. Please get here before the Queen's army comes to retake it. That's right. Percival beat the Fang clan while you were away up north, so we don't even have to fight this time. Now come on, let's get to Oxford as soon as we can. Wow, back from New Darlington in only half a day? That must be a new record. We really are lucky to have Roger a bit, and that brand new wagon he got for us. My back and butt are killing me. I see you're still in high spirits. That's great. I feel more hopeful for our future prospects than ever. Welcome back from Orkney, everyone. I'm glad to see you're all alive and well. Just you here, Percival. Where's Gareth? Oh, right, Londinium. That's a shame, but it's also understandable. Thanks for taking care of Oxford, Percival. It couldn't have been easy to conquer a city with walls like that. Oh no, I could have never done it without Altria. We asked for peaceful negotiations several times after we surrounded the city, but they refused to listen. We were just settling in for a protracted battle when we heard Orkney's bell ring out. That boosted the Round Table Army's morale and sent the Oxford soldiers into a panic. Percival's just being modest. Even without Orkney's bell, he could have taken the city in a few days. It's not just the Fang clan fairies living in Oxford, there are Earth and Wind clan fairies too. And their frustrations alone had the whole city on edge, just like a bomb waiting to go off. They were more resentful of the Fang clan than they were afraid of the Round Table Army surrounding them. So, thanks in part to that internal pressure, the Fang clan had a change of heart. They weren't serving Morgan because they truly believed in her, it was really only Woodwose who was devoted to her. But now that he's fallen and without a leader to take his place, they honestly didn't know what to do anymore. I see, so that's why the negotiations worked. So, how did those talks actually go? I mean, the Fang clan is literally optimized for combat. I can't imagine they'd be too eager to form a peaceful alliance. That's true. Even putting the Round Table Army aside, we've seen a lot of fairies among the volunteer soldiers with their own grudges against the Fang clan. In particular, a number of Woodwose's officers have been plundering nearby villages, and we've had a lot of requests from fairies wishing to take their revenge on them. So suffice to say, it would be pretty difficult to recruit the Fang clan into the rebel army at this point. That makes sense, but we also can't just do nothing about them. And keeping them all locked up in Londinium until our war with the Queen is over doesn't seem very realistic either. Yes, we discussed how to handle them among ourselves, but then Lady Marian came along for a proposition. Marian from Gloucester? That's right, she said Gloucester would join the rebel army so long as we guaranteed the Fang clan's safety. She said Gloucester would take in any Fang clan ferry with nowhere else to go as part of the emergency war effort. Thanks to that, we were able to guarantee the safety of any soldier who surrendered, which turned out to be the key to our peaceful takeover. We did take the liberty of shackling all the Fang clan fairies who surrendered in front of the other soldiers, but once they arrive in Gloucester, the shackles will be removed and they'll be free fairies once again. Lady Marian said she'll employ them as mercenaries, which works out since Gloucester doesn't currently have a garrison. I guess this means we have more focus on our forces on our side now? That's right, it's a twofer. Now we don't have to worry about dealing with the Fang clan, and we also have Marian on our side. Though really, Gloucester's basically been on our side since we rung their bell. Anyway, it feels good that finally have all our ducks in a row, doesn't it? Well, yeah, it does, but I don't know. Does this mean you have already had the Fang clan brought to Gloucester? That's right, every one of them who surrendered here, along with the prisoners we've been keeping in Glendinium. In fact, Marian said that every Fang clan member in Britain, well, except for the ones who live in Camelot, was welcome to come. Woodwose banned his clan from most forms of entertainment aside from going to restaurants, after all. So I bet by this point, all the FangClan fairies who had never seen anything like Gloucester's bliss before must be having the time of their lives. Meanwhile, in Gloucester. Are you okay, Lady Marian? You look a bit pale and you don't seem quite yourself. Perhaps you should lie down for a while. If you'd like, I'd be happy to show the FangClan fairies to their quarters myself. Don't be ridiculous, Queen Sky. I've never felt better in my life. I've been waiting so long for this moment. It's finally here. I've been preparing so long I would be ready when it came. I felt this lay on my feet since my last visit to the Royal Library. Oh, while we're at it, would you like to take a look? I'm especially proud of this one. Oh yes, I'd love to. I've actually been dying to see it up close. I simply love learning about new technology. Oh, so that works like that, and this fits into this. Wow, you've even perfectly replicated the water. And as for the buildings, oh my, just look at all this detail, and I see you even have double beds. Well, does it meet your standards? Does it? Why, I'm downright jealous. I can scarcely tear my eyes away from the sheer quality, nor can I believe the sheer originality. It's elaborate, exquisite, beautiful, and simply superb. I'd love to have something so dedicated to in my own company. Thank you, Lady Fox. Now that I'm in an excellent mood, I'm going to go get to work. Just be sure, would you mind guarding this room? To think that a woman of my talents will be reduced to work in security. Of course, I'll be glad to help. I won't let so much as a mouse pass me while you're gone. That being said, are you sure you want to do this now? You said yourself you could do it any time. I'm surprised to hear that from you, Queen Scout. When you get a chance, you take it immediately, right? I do understand how Lady Marian feels, at least to a degree. But I also know that while it's normal for fools to do foolish things, wise people doing foolish things always leads to them to ruin. I do hope you know that as well, Lady Marian. Thank you for your understanding, everyone. I've gone ahead and removed your shackles now. I do hope none of you were injured on the way here. If anything's bothering you, please don't hesitate to let me know. Ha! You think a mere man-made shackles can harm the FangClan? We could have torn them off whenever we wanted. Now you listen to me. We didn't put those shackles on just we yielded to the round table army. We only did save face. Your face, since you asked to hire us. Got it? Yes, of course. Thank you so much for your consideration. Once the Queen and the Rebel Army clash at Camelot, chaos is bound to follow. And I know I won't be able to preach the virtues of neutrality to Gloucester's citizens if their hunger should turn to violence. So even though this goes against the Wing Clan's principles, I decided Gloucester needs a force of its own, if only temporarily. Sounds like the kind of talk I expect from bugs. Your clan's always been parasites depending on the strong to survive, after all. Oh right, there's no clan left, is there? You're all that's left. And yet, you're still clinging to your clan's pride, huh? What a greedy little bug you are. If you ask me, the only thing bugs like you are good for is being scraped off our heels. I see Bacon's running his mouth again. Well, he's our de facto leader now that Woodwells is gone. Hey, you all agree, right? The so-called Wing Clan doesn't even count as one of the 6 clans anymore, does it? Yeah, you said it, sir. What a way of words you have. I couldn't agree more. Oh, is that so? Good to see you know your place. Alright, let's see our new homes. The FangClan has 1,200 fighters, 600 support units, and 400 trainers. And the deal is that you'd welcome all of us to Gloucester as upper-class citizens. We're the ones who got here ahead of us. What about the prisoners from Londinium? Oh yes, they've all been freed from their shackles as well. They've been chatting amongst themselves in the ballroom for a while now. You'll find them all up ahead, right through the doors. In fact, we're just about to begin your welcome celebration. Our food may not compare to Oxford's restaurants, but we do have a very unique cooking style of our own. Gloucester Cuisine, I can't wait to try it. I was getting tired of Woodwell's vegetarianism anyway. If just walking around the city was that much fun, imagine how fancy the food must be here. Wow, it's beautiful. I've never seen such wonderful scenery inside of the city before. Gloucester really is amazing. It's far better than them insect preserves. It wouldn't be Marian's much longer. Not now that she's invited us here. Only a FangClan can exterminate Moors, and our strength will be that much more valuable when the war heats up. The humans can have Oxford if they want it. We'll be taking Gloucester for themselves soon enough. What a short-sighted fool Marian is. She thinks she's keeping us safe, but actually it's the other way around. Soon she'll see just how strong we are. What a shock it'll be to her to realize that she has no choice but to depend on us. In fact, that's probably why she welcomed us in the first place. She knows exactly what a parasite like her needs to survive. Haha, you said it, boss. It doesn't matter how much of the other fairies copy humans. The weak will always have no choice but to obey the strong. And now the wood was its precious intellectualism are gone. We're free to use our strength any way we want. I truly can't believe it. 1,200 years later, and not one of you has changed at all. I'm honestly shocked that none of you had the slightest qualm about entering such a suspicious ballroom. I suppose it could be your brain shrinking to match your new size. Oh well, there's nothing we could do about that. You've never been more than trust. You can't even remember the atrocities committed in any case. Who said that? Where's that booming voice coming from? What is that? Hey, look outside. There, up in the sky. So you finally noticed me. I've been watching you all this time, you know. Good evening, members of the Fang Clan. Welcome to my game board. We won't have any interruptions tonight, so I do hope you could keep me entertained. Murian? What's going on? Where did she get a sacrament to make herself huge? I thought only Spriggans could do that. Really? That's the first thing you want to know? Well, okay. Only because it'll add to your humiliation. Weltcast is my personal fate domain. I've spent 1,000 years establishing its rules. The logic of the outside world doesn't apply here. My word is all. Here, the weak become the strong, and the strong become the weak. And in this place in particular is a world unto itself that reflects my mind even more closely, an insect space that shrinks everyone who enters it. Oh, thank you for the follow, Didi Tama. Now do you understand? I didn't grow, you all shrank. You're all as small as the insects you've ground beneath your feet. Murian, how dare you look down on us? Cut this crap out now and turn us back to normal. A mere insect like you will never be able to survive without our help. Oh my, the Fang's Clan's third best fighter indeed. You're almost mesmerizing how bold and brazen you are. But I suppose it's all bronze, no brains. You didn't think how easy it'd be for this mere insect to crush you with a finger, did you? Bagon's dead, the strongest warrior in the clan aside from Lord Woodwolf. I'm so sorry, he was just so loud. He was starting to annoy me, so I squashed him. You see, everyone, as long as you're on this game board, you're weaker than ants. But once you go outside, you'll be your old powerful selves again. So, of course, the only way for you to get outside is to kill me. Any other clan would probably admit defeat here. But you're the strongest clan developed in, right? Who knows, maybe you'll actually manage to beat me. Run for your lives! Get outside the ballroom, head for the forest, hurry, before she smashes. How truly glorious. Don't need enough time to scream before I squish them. I must admit, you're all dumber than I could have imagined. Have you not really grasped that there's no outside here? Try to run to the woods. It'll flatten you with a wave of my hand. Try to run to the lake. I'll turn the water and drown you. Even if you somehow manage to make it to the moon, I just eat the whole moon and you with it. No matter how many times you die, your next generations will only wake up inside this miniature garden. And I'm gonna keep exterminating all of you until your souls are so worn out that no new generations are born. The best thing you can do for yourselves is to plead for mercy. If you're lucky, I might even consider sparing your lives. Well, let's say life, since no more than one of you will make it. Alright then, my teeny weeny Fang Clan friends. The night has only just begun. I do hope you enjoy this game. I spent the last 1,000 years putting it together for you. You know. Take that, and that, and that. You can't hide from me. Not in the woods, not anywhere. Die, die, die. I want to see you running in panic, wailing for someone to save you before I grind you to paste. God, not fighting back didn't save them. Obeying them didn't save them. Running away didn't save them. Everyone I ever knew, they're all dead. Those Fang Clan barbarians ate them. Bit right into their arms and legs while they were still alive. How dare they call themselves Britain's guardians? They can't make anything themselves. All they do is destroy. Every day they just go around doing whatever they want, all because they happen to be born strong. And then, just when our clan starts pulling ahead of them, they decide to hunt us out for sport. And when they couldn't figure out what to do with the survivors, they decided it'd be easier to just get rid of everyone. That's the worst part of it all. Those barbaric wolves just live their whole lives doing whatever pops in their heads. Well, I won't let them get away with this. I swear, I'm going to make them know what it feels like to be preyed upon, no matter how long it takes. I won't listen to what they have to say. I won't tell them why I'm doing it. I'm going to wipe them all out with overwhelming power. Whatever else happens, I can't die before then. Even if I'm the last of my clan to survive, I'm going to erase the entire Fang clan from existence. Whether Morgan or the Child of Prophecy wins, Britain will stick around. But things will be very different for it with the Fang clan gone. You know what you're doing is foolish, but you still couldn't stop yourself. It's such a shame, Marianne. To think not even a creature as wise, as righteous as you could escape the hatred in your past. You're acting no better than human, and that's not what I look for in my clients. That takes care of the 5th belt. According to the prophecy, there's only one left to go now. Yes, the Mirror Clan's vow. We've been doing everything we can to find it, but to no avail. I'm so sorry we can't be of more help. I've been flying everywhere in search of it, and there just isn't a 6th bell to be found. I can't say I'm not nervous about this, but I think we need to give up on the 6th bell. Besides, we saw in Norwich that Einzel's prophecy is imperfect, right? So now Altria has enough magical energy to cover the entire Round Table army. And with Knocknever-based forces on our side, we should be a good match with the Queen's army. That's true. And now that Lady Knocknever-Bay has agreed to ally with us, we can't afford to be late to the party. I'll call for the 3rd platoon to volunteer soldiers we left in Londinium to join us here. As soon as they arrive, we'll set off for Camelot. Are you okay with that, Altria? Yes. Why do you ask? The bells of pilgrimage are markers of the clan's recognition, right? The Mirror Clan is gone, so I don't need theirs. By the way, I know it's kind of late to ask this now, but what are the bells of pilgrimage anyway? I can tell they're special since the clan heads all protect them, but that's it. Their tolling carries across all of Britain. Altria gets more full of herself every time she rings one. Bells like that are usually just meant to mark the time, right? How did they figure into a pilgrimage? It really is pretty late in the game to be asking that, Muramasa. Even so, I've been wondering the same thing. Putting aside the fact that in proper human history, bells were used to keep fairies away. I also wonder why Einzel used the word pilgrimage when this Britain has nothing in the way of gods. For that matter, not a single fairy of that has even known how long the bells have existed. Well, I'm sure Morgan probably does, but... can I say something? Bells of pilgrimage are the transported bodies of the dead clan leaders. They signify obedience to the Fairy of Paradise and support them of her mission to free Britain. The ring is a song of apology. It shows that the 6 clans of that time have decided to forego being the descendants of A-rays and are sent to become fairies of the earth. At least that's what I was told. Right, Ace must have told her. A song of apology. I guess that's what a pilgrimage is in Britain. In this Britain, an apology. The bodies of the clan leaders. So they're not the bodies of the 6 ancestor fairies? That's right. They were at first, but some of them were destroyed by calamities at various points in history. When that happens, either the current clan leader becomes a replacement bell, or the last. First of all, where's Gareth? What is she doing right now? Gareth? She's in Londinium, watching over the You know what? Let's have Kenwood, the captain of our recon team, check in on her. I've already prepared a mission for Londinium anyway. Commander Percival, we just received an emergency message. There's a fire burning in the south, a big one. A fire? Oh no. It's Londinium. The Queen's army is attacking Londinium. That takes care of this morning's patrol. No sign of any enemies nearby. It looks like today's gonna be another peaceful day in Londinium. They said that the Battle of Oxford concluded with peaceful negotiations too. I wonder if the Round Table Army's having a fancy breakfast in one of the restaurants there now. I'd love to see what they're eating. Huh? What's that sound? Is there something going on inside the castle? Huh? Why are they all fighting each other? There she is, the fairy who was with the child of prophecy. Just heard. Great, let's kill her now. She's just another filthy member of the Round Table Army anyway. Huh? I don't get it. What's going on? Why are the rebel army soldiers attacking Londinium? Huff, I beat him. I had to kill them, but... The castle, Londinium's under attack. I can worry about the rest later. Hurry, Gareth. Why are you doing this? I thought we were comrades. Ha! Us, you come. That's ridiculous. This poor excuse for an army must be softened and how their equipment is shabby. This so-called third platoon of theirs is all just paramedics. There's no match for us in our combat training. Go on, men. Kill every last person in Londinium. Women and children, too. Damaged goods like this rabble have no place in our burden. That's what you mongrels get. I wish I could see the look on Percival's face when he comes back here and finds all his precious people dead. You bastards! Granny, Granny's not, she's not. Shh, be quiet and hide here, Samaria. Well, help will be here soon. Damn it, it's all because she shielded Samaria. Where's everyone, Sam? What about Yuri, or Otto, or Camry? They're all okay, right? Everyone's okay, right? Of course they are. I saw them escape from the castle earlier. They're fine. They're all fine. Ugh, that's why we have to stay hidden, too. 1, 2, 3. Hey, there were 5 kids here, right? We're still missing a couple. They've got to be around here somewhere. Let's look around. We can't leave any witnesses. The oven fires out. Take a look inside. What, are you nuts? I can feel the heat all the way from over here. Looking inside will just burn you. No one would be stupid enough to hide in there. Exactly. These vagrants don't have a lick of sense. There's no telling what they'll do in a pinch. Never mind. I'll check it myself. Alright, let's see what's cooking. Somebody, please, save us. Gah! Huh? You dropped your sword. What are you... Ah! Samari, are you okay? If you're alive, answer me. It's Gareth. Samari, we're safe. Gareth's here now. Really? Oh, you're right. It's Miss Knight. Did you beat those guys all by yourself? That's amazing. Thank goodness. I'm so glad you two are alright. No, they're not alright at all. I have to treat those horrible bruins soon, before... Come on, let's get you outside. No, we can't leave through the gate now. Let's go to the command room. It's safe there, and it's got salves, too. Ursula and the others will get here in no time. We'll just have to hole up in there until they arrive. Yeah, okay, thanks, Gareth. Come on, Tamara. Don't get in Gareth's way now. I won't. I'm just glad everyone else is okay. Come on, we need to run. Stay close to me. Look, there's still a fairy here. Send more men over. Surround her and finish the job. Go. Huh? How's she so strong? I thought all the real fighters were supposed to be gone now. I know her. It's half-assed Gareth. She's a coward who chose to come back to Londinium instead of going with the Child of Prophecy. She'll just give up if we all attack her together. You're the cowards here. You could have never killed everyone if you hadn't taken it by surprise. I don't need help to take on the likes of you. If you value your lives, you better run away right now and never... Hi, Lancelot. Kill them all. Death is more than they deserve for refusing Her Majesty's mercy. Humans and fairies living in harmony. Ha, what a joke. This must be the drivel I expected from slaves raised like livestock. I see you're just about done. Woodwells may have failed to breach Londinium from without, but it was clearly all too fragile from within. It's fitting that these fools met their end by being too quick to trust other humans. Failures like them have no need for our hometown. Burn it to the ground. With Londinium gone, the Round Table Army will have nowhere to go, and the Child of Prophecy's reputation will suffer. Be especially thorough with the command room. Maybe that'll finally teach Percival a lesson. Huh? Why am I can't open my right eye. That's weird. What about the town? Not again. How many times do I have to see terrible things like this before? I've seen this before. More than once? Oh, right. That's right. I get it now. I'm a Mirror Clan fairy. I'm Einsel, the one who tried to save everyone from a future where they all died, only I couldn't save anyone. I'm sorry, Mirror. Even after you're so kind to take over for me. I still couldn't. Hey there were more kids around here, right? Where'd they go? Find them. Leave no survivors. Make sure they're all dead before the Round Table Army gets back. No, not yet. It's not over yet. Come on, Gareth. It's up to you to keep Sam and Samario safe. You know, Mir, despite everything, I'm glad I was reborn to a new generation. The days I spent in Londinium were perfect, a dream come true. Everyone helped each other, accepted each other, trusted themselves to each other. They cared for themselves and they cared for the people around them. And you know what Hio said about that? She said that was perfectly natural. So our brain was sure to end up like that too. I wonder if we'll still have that sort of world someday. Will there ever be fairies with a bright future like that? I really liked watching Hio. There was so much happiness in our world. And it sounds like there are no cruel futures there where things inevitably come to an end no matter what you do. I'm so jealous. We never had anything like that. If nothing else, at least I knew what I needed to protect, and I had to guide the Child of Prophecy. But I didn't want to lose anything else in the process. I didn't want the rest of my clan to die. That's just who I was. Gareth the obstinate. Einsel the stubborn. I could always see what fate the future held. Why couldn't I just accept it? Why? I know exactly why. The command room is up ahead. Are the oil barrels all in place? I want it completely blown to pieces. That's enough. You're not laying another finger on this place. So there's still one left. You're obviously on your last legs. Normally I wouldn't bother cutting you down. You could have managed to escape all on your own, but I guess you couldn't help playing the knight. Fine, I'll put this eyesore out of her misery. One of Percival's so-called soldiers has no business acting like a knight anyway. Shut up, you're the ones who have no business calling yourselves knights. I am Gareth, Knight of the Round Table Army. I'm the hard-working child of prophecy's first attendant and the great Percival's #1 apprentice. Well, had enough? Gugh, what is this with this fairy? Is she immortal or something? Forget her. She'll die soon enough anyway. Come on, we need to leave before the Round Table Army returns. Gugh, goddamn unkillable fairy. I did it. I did it. Now I just have to wait for Percival too. The command room is up at the head. Are all the oil barrels in place? I want to completely bone to pieces. Hup! One last thing to do. I'm a Knight of Londinium. It's my job to protect everyone's home. They really did plant a bomb in here. Oh, what were they thinking? This must be the fuse. Oh, but it'll still glow if the fire reaches it. Oh! Whoa, look at it go. Whoa, it hit the guys who were running away. That's great. Yeah, I definitely can't move anymore. Still, I should be safe here. The fire's not spreading that quickly. Oh, the bell's ringing. They're back. Way to go, Altria. That's great. The only bell left now is, all right. I guess things really are turning out like I predicted. Strange. I'm not even sad this time. Hang in there, Altria. Oh, and I'm sorry, everyone. After you went through the trouble to make this great armor for me, I still... What are you apologizing for? We're all so grateful. Thanks for not giving up on us, Gareth. You were amazing. Right? No bad guys are gonna beat me. I'm a knight of the round table, you know? That evening. Okay, the fires are all out. Let's get the bodies out of here. Bring the fairies' bodies to a nearby hill and the humans' bodies to the communal graveyard. Once you're done, we'll need to assess the damage and report to the commander. I know it won't be easy, but it has to be done. No survivors, huh? They didn't even spare the kids. We'll have to wait over here. I don't want to get in anyone's way. Yeah, there's nothing we could possibly say to console them. They knew these people much longer than we did. They need time to mourn. Altria's up above. She just carried Gareth's body up to the bell tower. You know, I'd forgotten there was a belfry in Londinium, too. It's almost like she knew things were going to turn out this way. Gareth, so this is where you made your last stand. But that slash mark on your helmet must have been made by... Oh, I'm sorry, Hugh. I didn't see you there. You're very kind to worry about me, but there's no need. I'm used to this sort of thing. I decided to bury Gareth's armor in the children's grave. But I'm holding on to her lance until I can return it to the one who deserves it the most. You held out on your own for so long, but... I knew it. I just can't do this, Gareth. I could tell why Londinium was attacked. I'm not like you. I can't see the good in this world. I can't see anything worth protect... Oh, you're here too, Hio. Did you come to cheer me up or something? Thank you, but you don't need to worry about me. I was prepared for this. Still, I think I would like to ring the bell alone. I'd rather no one else see me like this, if you don't mind. And there's the sixth bell. Well done, Altria. The round fortress shall burn, and the bell of water shall appear, huh? Oh, welcome back, Blanca. How are things looking in Knocknever Bay and Camelot? So both sides are preparing to fight, and the only Tamlin summoner broadcasting Lancelot. Valbence has been disinherited and is currently confined to her quarters in Camelot. Right, she stole the Garden of Lostfield. No wonder Morgan finally lost her temper. So Spriggan's at Camelot. Moraine hasn't moved from Gloucester. Aurora is gathering her volunteer soldiers at Salisbury and will rendezvous with the Child of Prophecy later. And no sign of movement from the Moors. Sounds like the calm before the storm. What is it? You don't seem like yourself. What's got your fine fur all ruffled? Did you push yourself a little too hard? Why don't you take a break then? You deserve it. From now on, you won't be able to just sit on the sidelines and watch. The battle between Morgan and Altria, the two fairies of paradise, will decide which of them survives. As long as Morgan's defeated, the story will be concluded. That will hold true even if they both die. The fact is, whether Altria lives or dies isn't the point of this story. If only Einzel hadn't left that hook. I don't know what she was so afraid of, but that was a really nasty trick. Still, as far as proper human history is concerned, all that matters is that Hio survives. We're finally almost at the finale. Soon the Land of the Fae story will come to a close. Even a decisive battle. Thank you for the follow code, Ango. I have a report to make, Queen Morgan. Tamlin Barghest and Tamlin Lancelot have finished arranging their formations on Camelot's ramparts. Lady Aurora of the Wind Clan has assembled an army and departed from Salisbury. They should arrive at Camelot's west gate tomorrow. Lord Fragment of the Earth Clan is already here, along with his private company of soldiers. Lady Marine of the Wind Clan has sided with the Child of Prophecy and refused their summons. Of our 105 royal knights stationed around Britain, 80 have returned to Camelot, while 25 remain in their respective territories after refusing your summons. Not even all the knights are here. I can't believe there are defectors from the Queen's own army. Doesn't this mean Camelot's forces are outnumbered now? Not to mention all the bells of pilgrimage have been rung. They say the Child of Prophecy magical energy is now equal to of Her Majesty's. And the foreign mage is said to command ghosts whose power even rivals our knights. What do you think we should do? Maybe it's not too late to change sides ourselves. No, it's okay. We have nothing to fear as long as we have the Tamlin. She may have been defeated, but Barghest is still as strong as ever. They'll never get through the main gate with her around. Aurora says she'll be late, does she? Precisely the sort of trickery I expected from her. Tell Barghest she needn't bother opening the west gate. But, Your Majesty, that would mean... Do not make me repeat myself. Your Majesty, what would you have us do with the knights who refuse their summons? If you'd like to have them branded traitors, we would be happy to go confiscate their territories. That will not be necessary. I have already disposed of those who refuse my summons personally. The very act of weighing me against the Child of Prophecy itself is itself blasphemy and punishable by death. She killed knights all across the land in a single night? How? They may not have compared to the Tamlin, but a single one of the Queen's knights is still equal to 1,000 ordinary soldiers. Did you kill 25 of them all by yourself? Silence, you dithering idiots. I did not summon my knights here because I required their aid. I merely offered them a chance to demonstrate their loyalty. Camelot will never fall, no matter what the rebel army may attempt. In my estimation, there are no greater threat than an 8th calamity. I can handle them alone, easily. And the Child of Prophecy is a fool for thinking she can match me by merely ringing the bells of pilgrimage. How many times does she think I have completed the very same pilgrimage? One such surety does not give her power enough to match even my little finger. Oh, is that Her Majesty just admit to undergoing a pilgrimage herself? Does that mean the rumors are true? Is High Queen Morgan actually a fairy of paradise? Your Majesty, please forgive my interruption. We have just received a call from Lady Knockner Bay of the King Clan's mirror. Shall I answer it? Yes, bring me the mirror. At once, Your Majesty. Spatial mirror to me. Good day, Queen Morgan. It is I, Knockner Bay, descendant of the Northern Fairies. First, I must offer an apology in regards to your recent request. I'm afraid I was unable to dispose of the Child of Prophecy as you instructed me. Following a fair and honorable duel, the Child of Prophecy and I have become close friends. I do hope you can forgive me for failing to do as you commanded. Not that I expect a frigid bitch like you. You ever thought I would. Not that I expect a frigid bitch like you ever thought I would to begin with, since you don't trust anyone. Why that little? How dare the Northern barbarian speak to Her Majesty that way? Oh, but you do bring some glad tidings, Queen Morgan. Allow me to offer my congratulations. At long last, you're going to be freed from the burden of ruling over Britain. For too long, you've been stuck in a strive for command spells and been woefully inadequate with your responses to the great calamities. As long as you remain on the throne, Britain has no future. And above all, I'm the rightful heir to the throne as granted me by my predecessor, Queen Mab. It's time for you to retire, Morgan. We can't trust you with Britain any longer. As Knock-Never-Beh, the rightful Queen of Britain, I offer Camelot's current administration an opportunity to surrender. If you refuse to peacefully hand over your castle by tomorrow morning, I'll come take it by force. Your treaty with my predecessor, the past Queen, is now null and void. Prepare yourself, Lord Miffy. This is the declaration of war from the child of the Queen and the child of the Queen and the child of prophecy. One and a half days after the attack on Londinium. Morning, royalty. The evening of the 44th day in Britain. There, that's the declaration of war taken care of. We have established that we are in the right. Aren't you supposed to declare war before giving the enemy a chance to surrender? Right? I thought at first you declared war, then you offered your enemy a chance to surrender right after you weakened them. Oh, come on, you know Morgan would never surrender. I was just getting the formalities out of the way. So the fighting begins tomorrow morning. Assuming that we'll need to organize new formations for our armies anyways, how should we go about our siege? It doesn't look as though the Queen's army will try to attack us out here in the open. Nope, the fact that there aren't any troops out on the plains already means they're definitely just focusing on shoring up their defenses. Good thing for us too, since that lets the Round Table army get here from Oxford today. So it's finally time to bring down the big castle, huh? Which gate do we take? Main, west, or east? Just the main gate. That's what Knock-Never-Beh put together her giant corpse for. After we smash the main gate, the Northern Fairy army and the Round Table army will occupy the castle town. Personally, I'd rather wait to do that until after we've seized control of the castle itself, but I already told you, no way. I want to keep my new castle in pristine condition. Especially the throne. Even if we succeed at defeating Morgan, it won't mean anything if we destroy the throne in the process. Is there something special about that throne? No, not really. I just plan to get a lot of use out of it once it's mine. Don't you think you're getting ahead of yourself? You haven't even started fighting yet, let alone won. I'd worry about yourself more than me. Never mind the castle town. You guys are going to have the hardest time of all once you're inside the castle itself. Morgan is going to come straight for you and you. If either of you dies, that'll pretty much be paid to paid to Einstein's prophecy. And if that happens, the Round Table armies will crumble, and me and my army will be the only ones to survive. Right. Yes, that's a good point. Shall we have Altria and Hio stay behind then? Not an option. We'll never break through the main gate without the Fairy of Paradise's protection. Especially if Barkas and Lancelot standing in our way. Altria, Mash, and Hio are the only ones who can hold their own against us two. You three will be in the vanguard the whole time. First the gate, then the city, then the castle. Got it? Nod. What is it, Knock-Never-Beh? What's with the side? Have you got something to say? Now's the time to say it. You won't get another chance before tomorrow night. No, I don't have anything in particular to say. All that matters to me is the dashing figure I'll cut tomorrow. Make sure you pay more attention to me than Altria Hio. For you see yourself which of us is the better Fury to rule Britain. Just make sure you don't spend too much time trying to look good, that you slip off one of those high places you love. What a cruel joke it'd be if you helped us win this war only to immediately fall to your death afterwards. As if I'd ever die in a dime accident like that. Besides, I'm an immortal as long as I have my northern army. Well, what do you know, I thought you'd be in a foul mood once the Round Table army joined us, but you're more fired up than ever. Guess having your rival and your mate here was just the motivator you needed. Pretty much, neither of them belong to me just yet, but you can definitely never have too many rewards. Which is why we need to cover every possible angle in this strategy meeting. Altria the Child of Prophecy, Percival the commander of the Round Table army. Grimmer the Magecraft advisor to the Northern army, Da Vinci sage of the outside world. You four stay here with me. Muramasa, Hio, you're dismissed. There's a tent set up for you outside our campsite. Go rest up for tomorrow. You want me here too? Well, okay, I guess I can offer my opinion as representative of Chaldean proper human history. Don't worry about me, Hio. Take advantage of this chance to rest. I'll go over to what we covered here with you later. Give Mash my best. Got it, I'll let Oberon know as well then. Welcome back, Master. How did the strategy meeting with the Round Table Army and the Northern Army go? Well, after Knocknever Bay when he declared war on Morgan. I see, so Knocknever Bay said this will be a battle between two opposing nations. And since the general plan of attack for the castle is decided, they just need to hammer out the particulars. You got it. Our goals are to obtain Rahagnamaya and stop the British Lostbelt's collapse from engulfing the world. I know we need to defeat Queen Morgan to achieve both of these goals, but do you think you could fight her? If we could settle this peacefully, I'd do it in a heartbeat. But Queen Morgan has been ruling Britain in a way she believes is right for 2,000 years. Words won't change her mind, especially since that's not how she wants to be persuaded. She'll only change her mind when she's been defeated by a power greater than her own. She said that if you want to make your dreams come true, you need to prove you're strong enough to do so. That's Ace the Savior as I knew her. She was always severe like that. So, knowing Ace actually makes me more willing to fight in this case. What about you, Senpai? I know this battle will determine the future of Britain. But I also know it's been 44 days since we left the storm border and we're approaching our deadline. We don't necessarily have to take part in this battle to complete our mission. We could always sneak into Camelot while the Round Table Army and the Queen's Army are fighting each other and acquire Rahagnamaya that way. If Holmes were here, he'd probably suggest we do just that. Now I'm gonna fight. I already promised Altria I'd help her. Right, running away was never an option. We have a responsibility as humans for proper human history who have already overthrown many Lostbelts. And we have hope that the Child of Prophecy's companions who have been with her on her journey. If we're gonna fight Queen Morgan for the future of this beautiful land, those are the two things we need to hold on to. Oh, hey there, Hio. Out for a walk? We wrapped up the strategy meeting a little while ago. All that's left now is to wait for tomorrow morning. You and Mash are the key to our assault team, so make sure you memorize the layout of the castle before you turn it in. Here, Knocknever Bay drew a map of the castle town. Remember how tall its buildings were when you went in for the audience? That's why you gotta watch your steps so you don't get lost, especially since I won't be there to help you out this time. You're not gonna fight with us, Habitrot. I'll stick with you guys until you get back to, the storm border, was it? But I'm not gonna fight Morgan. I'm gonna see how things play out here. That said, if you're gonna fight her, I'd like you to take her on and give her such a beating she'll have no choice but to admit she's outclassed. She's a real sore loser, so she'll never admit defeat otherwise. How about you, Grimmer? Are you gonna join them in the war? Well, yeah, honestly, I don't care which side wins, but I'm gonna keep Altria alive. My goal is to ensure the Fairy of Paradise fulfills her duty. As long as Altria stays alive, she can always try again, even if she doesn't defeat Morgan tomorrow. Altria will win. Oh yeah, Einstein's prophecy did say something about that, didn't it? Chosen by the staff of selection, the Savior, guarded by travelers from afar, shall reach the throne. The true king shall arrive at the throne, accept this now bloody crown. Ring, ring, like raging thunder, like weeping flame, let us hearken to the 6 bells ringing. So far, everything's played out just as it said. Altria rang the 6 bells, has a foreign mage watching out for her, and tomorrow she'll be moving arms reach to the throne. As far as I can tell, her and Morgan's Spirit Oranges are evenly matched, and the supports teams are too. So it'll all come down to tomorrow. That said, I really don't like the image of a bloodied crown. That's gotta be talking about Morgan's blood staining the crown after her defeat, right? Damn it, Einstein, why couldn't you have chosen better imagery for the Child of Prophecy's victory? I mean, it probably also means that Morgan's been squeezing Britain hard for a long time now, but still. Oh, right, Hio, could you give Percival a message for me? I'm happy to inscribe runes on the Round Table Army's shields too, but I've got my limits just like anyone else. So tell him to gather up his 100 best soldiers and have them see me. You'll find him in the officer's tent. Got it, play nice with Habitrot. No problem. We've known each other since the first Grimmer, after all. Don't worry, I'll make sure she doesn't push herself too hard again. There's one thing in this world that no one can do anything about. Love. bards have long sung of love. They have called it fate, joy, and even death. In their songs, those without love are, in a sense, blessed, and those with it are, in a sense, discontent. When I was a young child, I didn't know what they meant. I believed love was simple, and merely loving and being loved was enough to be happy. When I was bought from the ranch, I was taken to a dazzlingly beautiful city. I grew up in one of their educational facilities with the other children who had been purchased like I was. I wanted for nothing. They said a fairy who built the whole place on a whim. What if we tried raising them ourselves? Had been the question they asked. The result was a rearing house not meant to raise Tamlin, but human knights. It was run by the head of the Fang clan, though they said he didn't choose to do it. He only came to see us a few times, but whenever he did, he told the children the same thing. I bought all the children born that year. There are no other candidates to be found. If none of you shall show any promise by the time you grow up, this venture will be considered a failure. I know life isn't easy here, but do the best you can. He wasn't the most delicate of men, but he wasn't cruel or heartless either. Why did I go into the restaurant business? Well, I suppose I could tell you. We Fang clan fairies are wild by nature. Once we go into a frenzy, nothing can stop us. That's why we were once committed to a grave sin. We wiped out an entire clan for the smallest of reasons. So the Fang clan needs to learn etiquette, good taste, and moderation. We're brought off as vegetarians and carnivores. That won't make up for our past sins, of course, but I want to at least try to ensure we don't repeat them. I couldn't respect him, but I didn't hate him either. If nothing else, at least he had a conscience. Our days of training continued. Over time, more of the children failed to make the cut and were given to other fairies as slaves. The only reason I lasted is because I was lucky enough to be born with a strong constitution, and that's it. See how your left arm got hot just now? That's your magical circuit. It's one of your gifts, Percival. Even humans can generate magical energy. From there, it all depends on how you use it. Go on, try and copy me. Because I have the strongest, gentlest knight of the lake in all of Britain with me. That's okay. No need to be hasty. I'm here for you, Percival. Woodrose won't come here anymore. That venture has been shut down. So you have all the time in the world to grow up. Please don't be reckless. Please don't get hurt. Please don't do anything fun without me either. You're my first student, my first child, my first brother, my first friend. Ah, my dear Percival, may you grow up healthy and strong. That was the love I knew back then. Just being loved was all I needed. And being able to meet her expectations was the greatest happiness I had known. But as I grew older, every year I saw a little more of the world. Bit by bit, I began to see why I didn't as a child. Listen, Melusine, it's terrible, just terrible. After all the work we put into the manor, those bones people keep messing with it. I understand the confidence since their own manor is doing so well. But lately, they've been basically slandering ours almost non-stop, and they've been harassing the humans who work there. I'm afraid. You know how rough they could be, right? If they did anything to the humans. Ah, just thinking about it turns my knees into jelly. Tell me, are my wings still glistening? Of course. It's okay. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. The love she knew, the love she'd been given, wasn't love at all. It was merely affection. Love was destiny, joy, death, a curse she was powerless against. I knew, even then, I knew it was all wrong. But love distorts all our good sins. It makes fools of the wise and good people do evil things. It causes beauty to lose its true form. Even though she knew she was only being used, she still clung to that love. Even as it stole the happiness she should have known and the future she should have enjoyed. That day I heard a cry of grief that tore at my very soul. It was the night I broke the rules and rushed back to the cathedral to tell her I'd been awarded the Spear of Selection. That was when I saw her lost in despair at her own foolishness. I couldn't help her or even say anything to her. I was still only 10 years old at the time. That was why I wanted to grow up as quickly as I could. I was sure that once I grew up, I'd know how to free her from that horrible curse. That's right, I'm gonna save her, I swear it. I don't deserve any praise for becoming the commander of the Round Table Army. I only wanted to defeat the Queen to set her free. I never had any intention of fighting for all of Britain. I only wanted one thing, no matter how selfish the love that drives me that want may be. I know, Gareth, I'm not a child anymore. I will see that Earlance finds her. It's the least I can do to make your wish to protect Britain come true. I hear it, Percival. Oh, hello, Hugh. Something I can do for you. You have a message from Grimmer. I see. 100 of my best soldiers, huh? I'll go and round them up right away. Thank you for telling me. Are you alright? That obvious, huh? It's true. I got scolded for spacing out in the strategy meeting, too. But it's okay. I know what I need to do now, and I've made my peace with it. I'm Percival of the Round Table Army now. I have things worth fighting for, and wishes of my own. Now I'm only gonna fight for what's right. Please let Altria know that, too. I think she probably saw right through me at the meeting earlier. Right, so Percival really is. Tomorrow we face Queen Morgan. I know we're gonna have to fight Lancelot as well. So I asked that you let me handle her myself, as the commander of the Round Table Army. I may not be able to defeat her, but I swear to at least keep her busy until the battle is over. Alright, do you want to do that, Percival? I am. Altria and Knockner are the main actors in this battle, and the prophecy didn't say anything about me anyway. This just goes to show that I didn't know what love was when I was a child. Where's Altria? Altria was here just a moment ago. She said she was going to take a walk outside the camp to get some night air. Sure, it's a little reckless of her to go out on her own right before a big battle, but she's strong enough now that she'll be fine even with one of the Tamlin were to attack her. The real problem is whatever made her want to go outside. Maybe she's tired from being all around all these people. Well, you know, she's always had a tough time with crowds. Well, with fairies, really. Not that she's much better with humans either. Maybe it's because she can tell when someone's lying? Oh, she can. Must be the Fae eyes. Moraine said that it used to be impossible to lie to fairies because they could see your true feelings. From what I could tell, she still had a little bit of that power herself. Hold on, Oberon told us that ever since the British fairies started imitating human society, they lost their mystic that gave them their Fae eye. Oh right, Altria isn't a British fairy. She came here from Avalon, which means she could see lies. She could see what others are really thinking. No, she might even be seeing deeper than that. This might be rich coming from me, but seeing as I spent my life fixated on things like evil, retribution, and karma, if she could see people's karma, that'd be terrible for her. I'm sure one reason fairies disappeared from proper human history is the advance of civilization. I bet a bigger one, though, is that the constant seeing human malice laid bare. As humans invented language and began studying the world around them, the whole species grew wiser and knowledge spread from their privileged class to the masses. But that also helped lies, deceit, and pretense to spread all over the world. That's what the fairies couldn't bear. That's why they stopped having anything to do with humans. But now that the fairies of this Lostbelt are just as pretentious and deceitful as humans. And only two fairies can see just how ugly those lies are. Altria and Morgan. They're the only two who are like the fairies we knew in proper human history. Gotcha. Makes sense. It's one thing to see through lies, but quite another to see the lies themselves. Sometimes we humans choose to go along with what someone's telling us even if we know they're lying. We could turn a blind eye to it if it helps things go smoothly. But you can't do that if you have Fae eyes. They leave you no choice but to face both the lie and the true feelings behind it. What if they only hung out with honest people? It still wouldn't be enough. There'd always be gaps between what someone says and thinks, no matter how honest they are. In some ways, it's actually better if someone lies to you out of contempt. As long as you know that what they're doing, there are ways to cope. But if you can see the lies for what they are, the worst are the kind people that tell you to make you feel better. Even if they're doing it for good reasons, a lie is a lie. So even if white lies are told out of kindness and consideration seem dirty to those with Fae eyes, then this Britain must be no different from human society as far as the fairy of paradise is concerned. And if that's true, would she really want to save a world like that? Of course she would. She's got her head screwed on straight about that kind of thing. If she was going to jump ship, she would have done so long ago. I don't know why she's so stubborn. But whatever the reason, she's still definitely made of the most unyielding steel around. The kind of person who will never compromise her principles no matter what. Gotta say though, you never know what life or materialization has in store. I was planning to head back to the foreign god as soon as I worked off what my life's worth. But this job turned out to be a whole lot longer than I expected. One thing led to another, and the next thing I knew, we were only half a day away from attacking Camelot. And I'm gonna be doing it together with the Master of Chaldee too. Who'da thunk? You know, now that you mention it, it really is a hell of a situation we find ourselves in. I can only imagine the headaches Director Gordoff must be getting when he reads my reports. I don't suppose you'll be joining us officially, would you? You know, that's not a bad idea. Wait, could you actually do that? Sure I could. All the foreign god did was summon servants to give them jobs. Said we had no more reason to defy her since we've been handpicked by the strongest being in the world, so she never knew we'd never betray her. She told us to get the idea that some people are better fits for certain jobs than others, or that they might have actual preferences of their own. She just takes a pro and a con approach to everything. I guess that aspect might be different now. But I think I'll let another version of me handle that discussion. This time, it just wasn't in the cards. Damn, that's too bad. I know, make sure you hang on to that feeling though. I could tell there was no lie or zealousness to what you said. The only reason Altria's made it this far is because of how honest you are with yourself. Ooh, I'm exhausted. I can't believe Nocturne actually wrote up orders for each and every soldier. Squad leaders are supposed to handle that kind of thing. Guess all that mental labor tends to fall on the few who can handle it, since most northern fairies don't think about complicated things. Still, thanks to that, they're all honest and trustworthy, and they're all very loyal to Nocturne. Now that the Round Table Army is regrouped too, the battle tomorrow should play out just like the prophecy said. Morgan will be defeated without a single casualty. Pilgrimage went great. None of your traveling companions dropped out along the way. And the rebel army is in great shape. There's not a single soldier keeping secrets, just like in the Queen's army. All the signs are pointing to a happily ever after. Right, Altria? I see, you're still hung up on Gareth, but remember, the prophecy predicted all of that. The brown fortress shall burn, and the bell of water shall appear. What happened to her wasn't your fault, and she didn't desert you either. That was her fate. Is that really what you think? Of course it is. Besides, Gareth wouldn't want us to be sad about her being gone. I don't mean about her. I mean about what you said about there not being a single casualty. The truth is, you think our chances of winning are slim, that the Round Table Army is going to be slaughtered, and the humans are going to be the first to die. And yet, you're trying to comfort me by telling me there won't be any casualties. Then there's what you said about no one hiding anything, just like the Queen's army. Be honest, Oberon, you've actually known Nocturne for a long time now, right? But you pretended you never met her before when she captured us after our audience of Morgan. It's true, I have. But if you know Nocturne and I were friends, you never would have trusted me, would you? That's not all of it. When we saw a match for the first time, back in Norwich. That's Smash! That's Smash? You already know who Mash was, but you pretended not to. You also knew she was in Sheffield, but didn't tell us. You kept it from Hio so she wouldn't go looking for her there. I did. I wanted Hio to work with the Child of Prophecy of her own volition. Not because Chaldee ordered her to. I admit it was dishonest of me. As a powerful Tamlin as Mash was, it was still dangerous for her to be up north by herself. And then there's... Yes? You could say one of the reasons I'm so overly invested in Britain's welfare is their kindness. Who says they're worthless or incapable of doing anything? They might be powerless, but they were the only ones who cared for me. So of course I have to do everything I can to pay them back. That's why I care so much about taking Morgan down. And then there's the fact that they were gone on the morning of our battle with Woodwell's army. The only one because of the Queen's reinforcements never showed up. And that only happened because you did something to stop them. You always seem so honest and sincere, but you never tell the truth. You never tell anyone what you're really thinking. Why is that? Why do you keep lying to us? Do you actually want to defeat Morgan? Of course I do. There's not a fairy in Britain who's worked harder to bring her down than I have. I want to destroy her fairy brain with every fiber of my being. If that means I have to lie, then I'll lie. Besides, I'm not the only liar here, Altria. You haven't been truthful about why you've come to this far. Your true motive has nothing to do with saving Britain. And I'm not the only one who's figured that out. Hio's catching on too. You haven't been fighting for humans or even other fairies. Not for 1 second. Your true motivation lies elsewhere. You just refuse to talk about it. What are you saying? That's ridiculous. I'm the Fairy of Paradise. I was sent here to save Britain. That's your guilt talking, not you. And what exactly does it mean to save Britain, do you think? Do you know what Muramasa once said? He said that every fairy is seeking absolution, that every last one of them yearns for death. He said that, deep down, that's what every fairy in town he's been to secretly wants. Muramasa said that? He doesn't have fey eyes like we do, but he must be pretty sensitive to the pain people carry in their hearts. That's why you're still conflicted about this, isn't it, Altria? You don't talk about things like that because you know it won't change anything. It's the same with me. I'll do whatever it takes to defeat Morgan, whether I like it or not. So why don't we leave it at that for now? Tomorrow's our last battle. I'm sure there'll be a time when you could come clean about what you're really thinking. That's what this whole pilgrimage is for, right? Oh, welcome to the chat, Evan JS. Sorry for not noticing you earlier. And currently we're at the end of Act 2. We're on section 23 out of 24 for Act 2. Once I finish up section 24, then it'll be the end of stream. And hey, who knows, once you come clean, you might find that nobody thinks it's a big deal anyway. It seems Knockner Bay's army and the Round Table army have rendezvoused. I still can't quite believe Her Majesty didn't even try to stop him. It's one thing to give your enemy a fighting chance, but this is far too generous. Between the Child of Prophecy's protection and the King Clan's Fey domain, our forces should be evenly matched. I'm sure Her Majesty means to crush them, but there's still a chance they could get lucky. If our forces are evenly matched, there's no chance of them winning as long as you and I are here. The two of us alone could end this right now, whether the High Queen is here or not. I could destroy Knockner Bay's army on my own, and you could do the same for the Round Table army. We're already being nice by giving them till morning. There's no sense meeting them on their terms. The only ones we need to be wary of are the foreign mage, Galahad, the two servants, and Percival. But I can handle all of them on my own, too. They're all fairly good fighters, but none of them can match me in the air. The only fairies who could fight me on even terms are High Queen Morgan or you in a larger form. If I were in their shoes, I'd want to be at least twice the forces they have now before challenging Camelot. Unfortunately for them, the shoulders from Salisbury coming to join them have only just crossed the western plains. The Fang clan might have helped tip the scales if they'd gone over to the other side, but they're nowhere to be seen lately. They don't have a chance. The rebel army dies here. Einzel's prophecy will never come to pass. Assuming they don't secretly have a unit equivalent to one of us Tamlin on their side. Indeed, as long as they lack a Tamlin of their own, they won't stand a chance. Her Majesty ordered me to only kill soldiers that make their way into the castle town. So I'm going to patrol the air and take care of any soldiers that try to get past the ramparts. The knights Her Majesty has stationed in town will never get a chance to fight. And of course, they'll never get through the main gate, now with you guarding it. Part of me feels a little bad for crushing them so thoroughly, but there's no escape in reality. Fairy Brand's last war will end with a whimper. There won't be so much as a single surprise. The last war. I doubt there will be another rebellion of this size. But the calamities will not end here, and Her Majesty has no intention of stopping the Great Calamity. Our victory here won't do anything to stop the most of Britain's fairies from dying. Do you not think that's sad? Does it not make you question the point of winning this battle? I'm surprised to hear that from your broadcast. I didn't think you thought about those kinds of things. Goodwill says that the fighting of the Fang clans is instinctual drive and pitting themselves against powerful foes is their greatest pleasure. There is truth to that. I won't deny that there's a part of me that's a little different from the blood-starved beast. That's a little different from a blood-starved beast, too. The one thing Bell Bensif and I have in common is that I, too, cannot help myself in dominating the weak. That is my own personal issue, not one that affects all of Britain. I see. You did become a Tamlin to protect Britain, didn't you? I'm afraid I don't share your aspirations, though. The name Her Majesty gifted me was a hindrance, not a help. I'm an airborne fighter, not a knight. Human swordplay only slows me down. I accepted this name in spite of that, to remain as Lancelot. I think it was about 100 years ago when my body began showing signs of anomalies. My love for her maintained my form up until then, but even that couldn't last forever. Her Majesty saved me from that fate. Without this Tamlin name, I would have reverted back to my old self. I don't serve Her Majesty for Britain's sake. I serve her to preserve this form. That's why I don't quite understand what you're talking about. No, that's not true. I do understand. I've just chosen not to think about it. Because I have something else I care about more. Something you care about more than Bryn? I do too, as a matter of fact. I at least want Adonis to live out his natural life. I doubt you have anything like that yourself, though. That's why I envy you. High Queen Morgan has no love in her, but she does trust you implicitly. She'll always send for you, no matter how many times you fail her. No wonder Woodwose is jealous of you. No love, Her Majesty. No, I suppose you're right. She has always and only ever loved this land. I hope Her Majesty did as well. I wouldn't be here today without my gifted name. Her Grace made me who I am. Even if she only offered it to control me, a debt is still a debt. However, I cannot repay that debt any further. I have to protect Bryn's future and his. It's nighttime now. Could somebody turn on the light? I have to get to the ball. I have to put on my beautiful dress. Hello? Is anybody there? Forgive me, Mother. It wasn't my fault. I didn't want to do it. But my lord said he wanted to see what moving corpses were like. So I sucked the blood from one, just one. And my lord was so taken with them that he had me make lots more in the basement. Of course they were going to overrun everything. Of course they were going to. Help, somebody please, help them. I'm hopeless on my own. I could never been any good on my own. I never had anything of my own. That's why nobody ever helped me. I have no power, no special skills, no friends. If Mother abandons me too, then I won't have anything at all. There she goes again. Looks like Tamlin's Tristan's not long for this world. Finally. She lost her Tamlin name when the Child of Prophecy defeated her. Then Beryl Gut disappeared. And now she's finally exhausted Her Majesty's patience too. We'll see her seal her door up with wax tomorrow. Probably too much trouble to even execute her. Now she'll fade away with no one ever knowing what became of her. What's wrong with that? Sounds like a fitting end for the most hated figure in all of Britain. Remember how many fairies she's killed? Hell, I'd offer myself if I could get away with it. Don't bother. She's rotted so much she can barely move now anyway. She'll die soon enough on her own. Hell, he might even get cursed if he got too close to her. If ever someone weren't worth killing, it's her. You said at least once she's gone, Her Majesty ought to go back to being. Who goes there? The High Queen gave us strict orders not to let anyone. Oh, if it isn't Lord. Gah. I was told there wouldn't be. I was told to be guards there. I hate to do that to them when they couldn't be getting paid much. But from the looks of it, I'm sure the next generations will show up soon enough. Yeah, I'm finishing up this act and then I'm closing down the stream. I got the key from them. Shall I open the door? Of course. Apparently she's bedridden now, so do be gentle with her. But don't be afraid to get rough, she acts up. You don't have any time to waste. Yes, sir. Come on, let's go. Not worth killing, That's just the sort of thing I expect a vulgar lot to say. Really, most things aren't worth anything. The question is whether they're worth keeping or best thrown away. Priceless is something we set for ourselves. Even the worst piece of junk can still have its uses. Gah. I have to make certain. I have to ask her. Majesty, High Queen Morgan. It can't be. That can't be right. Oh, how wonderful. How good to see you're still alive and resolute as ever. I couldn't believe my ears when Spriggan asked me to take you in. But it looks like you really did survive. Coral, do treat his wounds, will you? Use the best magical powder we have. Thank you, Aurora. You really are a beautiful fairy. I'm so sorry I doubted you even for a moment. Gah. It's no use. His chest wound refused to close. Not even the magical powder can help him now. Besides, the Round Table Army won. Wouldn't it be, well, dangerous to harbor Lord Woodwose now? You mustn't give up. Gather all the medicine in town if we have to. It doesn't matter which army won that battle. Now that the battle is over, we can't let him die. He's the proud head of the Fang clan, after all. He's kept Bryn safe for hundreds of years. He doesn't deserve to die so miserably. Aurora, how can I have been so foolish? I had only heard your voice to begin with. Now, don't try to talk, Woodwose. You need to conserve your strength. I can hardly believe it. I wanted to dismiss what all the fairies have been saying about Her Majesty cutting the Fang clan loose as a mere rumor, but... Rumor? What rumor? What did the High Queen do to us, Aurora? Oh, poor Woodwose. Then you really don't know, did you? The head queen never did send you any reinforcements. She hated the Fang plan for how many humans they consume, and meant for both sides to fail in that battle. Her Majesty only trusts the Tamlin now. That's why she didn't send anyone to look for your body. It pains me to say this, but she abandoned you and your Fang clan, Woodwose. She thinks you're nothing more than old guard dogs who have outlived their usefulness. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I won't believe it. Majesty, your Majesty, that can't be true. It can't. The Fang clan's loyalty, our devotion, it must have meant something to you, right? I have to find it. I have to. Even if I have to kill her to do it. Oh, I know we're not far from the camp, but you still shouldn't be walking around on your own. What's wrong? So nervous you couldn't fall asleep? I could ask the same of you, Oberon. What are you doing here? Well, Tria seemed like she still had some doubts, so I thought I should check in on her. Thank you for the compliment, Evan. I specifically got it from a pixel artist. That's why it looks all pixelated. Also, thank you for the follow. It was done by someone on Twitter known as Waifu Pixel Art, if you're curious. I have the link in my panels. I specifically did the sway motion because it's supposed to be like an Android sort of deal. Something like that. They do really nice animations, so that's why I decided to go with them. Plus they're nice and affordable. At any rate, our armies might be evenly matched, but they still got the Tamlin on their side. If given so much as a centimeter, we're done for. So I gave her a little pep talk. I said, hey Altria, know what King Arthur really means? It means King of the Bears. And boy was she surprised. I can see it all too well. You know how competitive she is, right? Lighting a fire under her works best when trying to get her to see reason. In just a few hours, the veil of night will be lifted. The final battle will begin when the morning larks sing. At this point, I've done everything I possibly can. Though I can't say I don't have any regrets. I've been flying around this way and that, look for something, but I can't look anymore. I'm out of time. You know you said it doesn't exist here? You think it just because something doesn't exist means people don't look for it? You're all wrong, Hio. We search because they don't exist. We can't help but seek what never can be. That's what my queen, Titania, is to me. She's no different than the stars twinkling in the sky. Because no matter how hard we try, those of us here on Earth will never have one for ourselves. But we could talk about me some other time. Truth be told, I'm not used to being open about my feelings. For now, you should head back to the tent and rest up. If you're having trouble sleeping, I can always sprinkle you with a bit of sleeping powder. I may not be much good at fighting, but when it comes to putting people to sleep, I'm not even Merlin the Incubus can beat me. This might be my imagination, but... What's up? It seems like you're always angry. Yes, I suppose I kind of am. Truth be told, I'm a little upset ever since I heard you've all been going around embracing Lostbelt. Not at you, I understand. More at those who will learn those stories later. I know it can't be helped, of course. Every event ends up just as a story to the people who weren't involved in it. Decades after your adventure is over, it'll all be written up in some report. Those who read it won't think of it as anything more than a lesson to be learned. That's why I can't stand. Half of Oberon the Fairy King was born from a story, after all. That's why my feelings are split right down the middle. As a heroic spirit of proper human history, part of me wants to see Britain restored to its rightful state. Being a fictional character myself, part of me wants to let its story continue. That's hard to reconcile with the rest of me. I'm okay with excising Lostbelts to bring back proper human history. We wouldn't exist if it weren't for the latter, but the idea of these Lostbelts being neglected and forgotten in the future still hits me hard. I don't want them to be thought of as things that deserve to disappear. I want people to understand that even if they were cut off before their time, their existence still had meaning. Then again, maybe I only feel that way because I'm directly involved in this one. People have always moved forward by recording the past. They can't hold on to the same values forever. That we even have phrases like old-fashioned or behind the times is proof we moved on from what we once were. Do you hate Morgan, Oberon? No, she may be our enemy, but I don't hate her. Hell, I've never even met the woman. And, you know, the story of this land of the Fae she came up with isn't half bad. The entire era of the High Queen is basically a fairy tale Morgan wrote herself. It's a dream she wanted to see come true so much she poured her heart and soul into making it a reality. Whether it's a good story or a bad one, I can't help but respect the effort and went into creating it. Which is exactly why I'm pouring my heart and soul into defeating her. As a fellow fairy tale being, I want her current call to be memorable. Of course, we don't have a chance against her if we don't give it all we have, so I suppose memorability isn't really a factor. Take care of Altria, Hio. Like I said, my part is done. From here on, this will be your battle to fight. All I want now, before I depart this world, is to see you guys win this battle spectacularly. And so, the final battle begins. It's morning, all squads, form up. Round table of soldiers who have sworn to follow the trial of the prophecy. Northern fairies who have served me faithfully over the years. And volunteer soldiers from across the land. As of today, we are a single army with a single mission. We are, all of us, now the army of the new queen. Comrades dedicated to building a new brand, ruled by a true king, just as Einzel prophesized. You there, Hio, I can tell what you're thinking, and I don't care that it's not a more original name. There has been no word of surrender from Camelot, which is our glorious queen's way of telling us to bring it on. Fine by me, we've been waiting 100 years for this day. Are you ready to fight? To give your lives if it's necessary, then let's show them what we're made of. It's time to end Morgan's reign and take down Camelot. All troops, move out. Our first objective is smash through the main gate. So, this is it. The Round Table Army's 1st Division includes you, Altria, and Da Vinci. The 2nd Division includes Murmasa and Grimmer. And in Kanaknaru Bay's main force, bringing up the rear, we have Redrabet and Havatrot, who have both said they won't be taking part in the battle. As for me, I asked to be assigned to the 1st Division alongside you. Yep, Murmasa and Grimmer should be stronger working together. Which is why we had them join the 2nd Division, since they need all the help they can get. Oh, speak of the devil. We of the 2nd Division came here to pay our respects before we begin our advance. Thank you. Be counting on you for Division to act as a decoy by attacking the ramparts with those of us in the 1st Division to protect the giant corpse. I'm afraid you'll all be on your own out there. The longer the battle drags on, the higher our chances of being routed. So keep your attacks on the ramparts to the bare minimum necessary. Try not to take any foolish risks. Once the main gate is open, you're to regroup with the main force and follow Nocturne Bay's orders. Yes, sir. We won't let you down. Child of Prophecy, Foreign Mage. No, Lady Altria, Lady Hio. You two stay safe out there, okay? And take care of the commander for us. Come on, we better move out too. The main gate is protected by soldiers from the Queen's army, who are being led by Tamlin Barcast. Our job is to safely escort Knocknor Bay's giant corpse into the main gate so they can destroy it. This also means we'll be handling the Queen's army and Barcast herself. Altria, you'll be out in front casting protective spells on the rest of our troops. Hio, you'll handle the more powerful Queen's Knights and Barcast, right? But the secret pact we made with her. I remember. Of course we're not going to fight her. Once we make it through the main gate, she should declare her allegiance to the Child of Prophecy, just like we agreed in Manchester. But it's not as though we agreed on a plan. And knowing her, I'm sure she's going to fulfill her role as one of Morgan's knights right up until the main gate is destroyed. So first we need to secure a route to the main gate. Then we need to keep Barcast busy. That's what you mean, right, Da Vinci? Yep, Barcast should make her final peace with her decision once she sees you leading the charge. So even though it will be dangerous, we're still going to face her head on. This part is just like what we confirmed before daybreak. Got it, Hio? Don't worry, I've memorized the plan. I can't believe it. Do you mean Barcast is actually going to come over to our side? Oberon? Oberon, you're going to fight too? Yup, this is the final battle. Not much need for me to run recon anymore, is there? Besides, I'm sick of being left out. I may not exactly be a combat powerhouse, but at least I can be of some help. More importantly, when did you talk to Barcast? Right before we went to the Lake District? Ah, I see. Yes, that timing would have worked out nicely. Very efficient. The important thing is, if Barkas really is going to join us, that improves our chances considerably. In fact, with a bit of luck, my lie just might become the truth. Huh? What are you talking about? A victory without any casualties. With Barkas on our side, we only have to worry about Lancelot. And as long as Muramasa and Grimmer keep her occupied, we should have no trouble getting into the castle. Great work, you two. This gives us a real shot of reaching the throne room without losing anyone. First of all, you guard Archia. Mash, you guard Hio. Alright, let's go. First order of business, clear away the soldiers guarding the main gate. I was hoping to charge in during this decoy operation. But these walls are just bizarre. They're hot, cold, slippery, and repelling all at the same time. It's almost like they're alive and awaiting you to have to whatever throw at them. Damn it. Camelot's walls are modeled after Orkneys. They've got 1,000-year-old live oak trees propping them up on the inside. Don't bother trying to destroy them. They'll just regenerate instantly. It'd be faster to just pry open the east gate. We don't got tools for something like that. No choice but to hold our ground here. No, wait, hang on. You're a caster, right, blue guy? Can you make us a platform we could use to scale the wall? Oh, an oak platform to counter our oak wall, huh? Good idea. I'll grow one right now. Aw, crap. Looks like your brilliant idea was a little late, red guy. Look up there! I know that sound. Hi, Lancelot. Just as servants. This must be the decoy. Too bad. But at least you two should be worthy opponents, and since we've met, we could skip the introductions. Finally pick up where we left off at Sheffield in the pit. This time, I'll make sure to finish you both off properly. Now I know how resilient servants can be. Murmasa, I'll cut you into horizontal sections and Grimmer into vertical ones. Doesn't that sound nice, since you're such good friends? Friends? I hardly know this kid. If you want to slice and dice him, go right ahead. Nobody asked you. Come on, Murmasa, let's show her what we can really do. Of course, if you want to let her chop you into servant chunks, I won't stop you. There, you see? You're friends. You think alike. That makes this even more worth it. Finding a good rival is hard, especially when you're one of the strongest creatures ever to exist. Like me. If that's so, then you better come at us with everything you got, too. You still haven't fought at your full strength, right? You bet I will. It'd be a waste to hold anything back against you two. My name is Tamlin Lancelot. Prepare to be sliced with the ribbons, you ridiculous divine spirits of proper human history. Alright. This is gonna be fun. Should I? Probably. I should probably do a better scene and fucking imaginary element. I'll put aerial drive on her. Fancy parasment. No. Aerial drive. There we go. Alright. Update the list. And there she is. Actually, you're probably gonna need that fucking... Where's K-Scope? Do I have a K-Scope? Don't tell me I don't even have a fucking K-Scope. Bro. Absolutely rancid bro vibes. What about you? You're a winner, Kristen. Got it. What's the best way to approach this then? How about that? Let's go with that. And I don't think I'm gonna need plug suit for this, so I'm gonna go with this. I probably should have slapped the C on fucking Nero, but we'll see how that goes. Oh wait, I don't even get access to the master skills. God damn it. Well. Yep. This counts kind of on underdeveloped, so that's why the Mystic Code isn't maxed out. That's what's going on there. What's going on here? Alright. Alright, is a precaution. No, this is my Bessie's account because she isn't very good at this game, but she likes collecting characters anyways. So I play the game for her, and she gets to choose what characters I roll for on this account. Alright, make sure she stays alive. And I have the invincibility right now, so alright. That ain't pretty. Not at all. Alright. Alright, someone's dead. Oof. Well, at least it was just Bride. Bride I can live with dying. Alright, should be curtains now, I think.
ふざけてる？
よし、今回も生き残ったわね。うどん食べに行くか。
Alright. Back to plot. Gotcha. How can a foreign mage be supporting you from so far away? It ain't support, it's a strategy. It took a lot out of her, but I had Hio summon those servants before we began our advance. And I used my own magical energy to keep them around. But that all ends now. It took a hell of a lot more out of me than I expected. I knew it was insane to try and look after heroic spirits from different mythologies. You're a mage? Then Sage isn't just a nickname? The hell do you take me for? Well, you just looked like you'd be more at home throwing spears. Besides, Gungnir's pretty famous in Britain, too. Man, I thought you were a Lancer like me. What in the actual hell? Murmouse, are you sure this is the Lancelot's everyone's so afraid of? I know, it's hard to believe, but yes, she's a lonely airhead. But that's her, for sure. That's it, I'm definitely killing Murmouse later. Hang on, that doesn't make any sense. Your objective here is to break through the main gate. The foreign mage should be putting everything she has into that. If she had the power to spare for you, that must mean... They did it. The giant corpse broke for the main gate. And that's not all. Tamlin Barkas defected from the Queen's army. Barkas the Indomitable is on our side now. Barkas, so that's why your heart didn't seem to be in this. Very well, you've won this battle. Tamlin Lancelot is officially lost. Go ahead and tell everyone that the Child of Prophecy defeated all 3 of Morgan's knights. But that's only because I could see which way the wind is blowing here. Remember, I personally haven't lost. Don't you dare think otherwise. Yep, that's a dragon, alright. That's the trouble with those dominant species types. They act like they understand the human world, but they never listen to a thing people say. Ah, well, at least our work here is done. I'm gonna go head back to the main force along with the division. How about you? I'm gonna join Hio. Even with Barkas on our side, we still got our work cut out for us invading the castle proper. Gotcha. Well, good luck. Remember, Morgan's serious business. According to the first Grimmer's notes, she never backed down from a fight in her life. It doesn't matter where she is or who she's up against. Once she starts to fight, she won't stop until her opponent's dead or she is. She's as dedicated and stubborn as they come. Altria might be okay, but an opponent like that is going to be tough for Hio and Mash to deal with. So make sure you keep an eye out for him, and if worst comes to worst, you catch my drift. Of course I do. It seems like everyone's forgotten about it by now, but the whole reason I came here in the first place was to take Morgan's head. Oh yeah, the background music changed for here. I guess that makes sense considering we're in the final leg of this part. The main gate is open. Prepare to enter the castle town. The Child of Prophecy's team will make their way to the castle via the western route, neutralizing any enemy troops encountered along the way. If any enemy troops wish to surrender, let them do so. Follow Tamlin Barkas' example. Our goal is the establishment of a new order in Britain. One that can stand up to the threat of a great calamity. Remember, these fairies are not our true enemy. Do not kill unless absolutely necessary. Damn it, Percival, where'd you get off taking all the best parts for yourself? Alright, 2 could play at that game. Giant Corpse, great work breaking through the main gate, but don't overtax yourselves. Fall back to the rear. Wind Troops, go help the Round Table Army. Earth and Fang troops continue to advance towards the castle, split up into 4 divisions to neutralize the Queen's army. I'll lead the King Clan for the east route. Bull Squad forward. I had a feeling this would happen, but still. Of course I'm leading my own troops. I need to set an example for my subjects. If I end up getting hit by a stray arrow, then so be it. Don't bother telling me not to push myself. None of you would listen to me if I asked you to do the same either, right? This is our only chance to go toe-to-toe with Morgan. Last one to the castle's a Ryan Nagel trio. Come on, let's keep moving. We don't need to worry about Knockner. There's still a lot of fighting going around the main gate, but still. I'll subdue the Queen's soldiers stationed outside the ramparts. Once they see that Tamlin has been defected, they should prompt more of them to surrender. And one more thing. Having one of the Round Table armies stay behind me so there's someone seen to keeping an eye on me. That should put the other rebel army soldiers at ease. Good idea. We know you won't betray us, but the other soldiers won't have that confidence. Still, are you sure you don't want to come along? This is your chance to defeat the Queen and become ruler of Britain yourself. I can't do that. I may have gone over to your side, but I still cannot turn my horn on the Queen. After this battle, I intend to entrust the aftermath to you and the clans and be imprisoned for my crimes. I see, so you really have thought this through. I'll keep an eye on you then. Once the rebel army sees the Round Table army's resident Joker standing beside you, they should stop thinking of you as a threat. But don't think that'll be the end of it. You'll still have a ton of work to do, even after things calm down near the main gate. Hamlet's upper-class fairies are definitely afraid of you too. So one look from you should be more than enough to keep them in line. Yes, you're right. Now that would be the right way to use me. I would have no problem wielding my horn against them. But I'm sure you haven't forgotten how I burned down your woods. Do you not hate me for that, Oberon the traitor? Oh, intensely, but now's not the time to go into that. We have other things to take care of first. Isn't that right, Percival? Of course. Thank you for entrusting us with the fate of New Britain, Tamlin Barcast. We won't let you down. Division 1, move out. The Child of Prophecy and the Foreign Major are about to make their way into the castle. It won't be long now before the prophecy is realized. In the name of the Round Table, we must ensure they both arrive safe and sound. They've made it through the main gate. Only those free of sin may pass, huh? The problem is, there are no fairies without sin in Britain. It was High Queen Morgan's choice to have the gate acknowledge that, and still let those with sin pass through anyway. It was her one act of mercy, and they've trampled all over it. So I see no reason to be merciful to them now. I'll destroy all the rebel armies squatting into Castletown one by one, and then punish Barcast for turning traitor. That's the part I must play as a Tamlin. In 20 minutes, it will all be... That wind is from Aurora. Huh? Let's see here.
お任せ。これなんだよ。今のうちに準備表示通り。手はいくらでもあるのさ。ガンガン撃てた。破壊戦いきます。このスリル。さあバッチリいける。そう君たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越える。その勝者を今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ行けるところで行ってみよう。ほっふうなんぼですね。さあ前に進むとしよう。そう君たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越える。その勝者を今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ行けるところで行ってみよう。慣れたものだけど勝利はやっぱり嬉しいね。
And back to plot. So this is Camelot, the city Ask no Queen Morgan built. But this is no time to be admiring it. The pool of magical energy stored in here is incredible. I've seen many magical reactor cores before, but this easily surpasses them all. Yep, it's both the far end of the world and its center. And it's just as strong as the tower at the ends of the world we saw in the holy city of Camelot. Also, no matter how much things are going to go our way, we can't forget that Morgan still has a sacred lance. Be on your guard, everyone. There's still a chance he'll try to use Rahangnamayad against us. So we need to make our way into the castle before she destroys the whole city. You said it. Right, we can't let Morgan do that. Not to Camelot, the city of the Round Table. Rahangnamayad? Excuse me, Lady Da Vinci, but what is Rahangnamayad? Is it the name of a Tamlin? Though if it were, I'm sure I would have heard about it before. Huh? It's the lance they had right at the main gate. Have you guys really never heard of it? It's a truly massive burst of magical energy which can make a hole in the ground in almost the size of the pit. No, wait, that's right. Of course you're right. Not a single person in Britain has ever seen Rahangnamayad slide before. Morgan didn't use the sacred lance to conquer Britain. If she had, the aftermath would have been impossible to miss. But Marissa said she definitely had it. That's true. I'm sure Rahangnamayad does exist here. But she still never used it, which means she must have conquered Britain all on her own. So then why does she have the fairies pay the existence tax? If she doesn't need it for Rahangnamayad, then what's this magical energy being used for? Tamlin Barkess has surrendered to the rebel army and forsaken her duty to guard the main gate. After briefly circling Camelot's airspace, Tamlin Lancelot has disappeared into parts unknown. There have been no reports of her defeat, so we believe she has deserted her post in defiance of her orders. The rebel army currently controls 60% of Camelot. 42 of the Queen's Knights are still able to fight. We have blocked off the castle's entrance using the movable partition, but we believe it is only a matter of time until the rebel army breaks through that as well. I can't believe it. They got through the main gate. Barkess, her traitor. You see, I always knew we should have never trusted that damn black dog, let alone given her the territory of her own. Knockner Bay chained giants? Why did the Northern Fairies even have creatures like that there? This is exactly what I hate about Northerners. Those hicks don't know the first thing about politics or economics. Ah, just look what those barbarians are doing to my prized shop. That's it, I demand the High Queen compensate me for damages. I haven't been paying for shirts all this time for nothing. Now Lady Lancelot's gone too. Who's gonna kill the rebels? No, I can't have Knockner Bay here. I've been bad-mouthing her every day for years. She'll kill me for sure. Oh, but the Child of Prophecy will save me, right? Right? Could it actually be that the High Queen's army lose? But then, what's gonna happen to us? High Queen Morgan, oh wise and fair High Queen Morgan, what are we gonna do? Should we surrender to them now? Maybe they'll stop if you give yourself up. You're right to be concerned. Barkess has revolted, Lancelot has defied her orders, and the main gate has been smashed, and it is only a matter of time until the rebels control the city. Very well, the time for games with the Tamlin has come to an end. I shall change the course of this battle. Whoa, the High Queen just stood up from her throne. This is wonderful. The cheers for Her Majesty. But now what? The rebels aren't going to stop just because she got up, right? Silence, officials. Prostrate yourselves along the wall and shed tears of adoration. The High Queen is about to join the fray. This shall now be Her Majesty's battlefield. It's been 2,000 years since I last exerted myself. I shall take care not to break them utterly by the opening moments. Of course, Sparta was straight out to the castle before. That's basically the movable partition I heard about. They said they could be used to alter positions of Camelot's ramparts, and even some of its buildings. Oh, that explains it. I thought things looked different from the last time we were here. I see, then I guess some of these large buildings are actually part of the ramparts. In fact, now that I'm really looking, I can even see the rails on the ground. Even if they're only being used to slide things horizontally, that's still impressive. That means we won't be able to take the route to the castle as we have it on our map. If they can move their buildings around as they like, they can just as easily block off the entrance to the castle. Oh, you're right. Of course they would do that. Thank you, Bash. You've been a big help. If you hadn't said anything, I would have kept blindly searching for the entrance like an idiot. Not at all. I didn't do anything, really. I know I haven't had any time to talk to this Lostbelt version of Percival, but he's nothing like I imagined. If anything, it feels like I'm talking to someone around my own age. So we can't trust our eyes to take us where we need to go, huh? In that case, it must be over there. The strongest magical energy single is over that way, so it must be where the throne is. Understood. Atoll, get the word out to the other troops. Tell them Camelot's terrain is malleable, so the maps may be unreliable. So you just want me to send an unencrypted message to anyone and everyone? No problem. Is that wind? It's a wind tiding, a technique the wind clan uses to carry their forces along long distances. The big problem is that other fairies can hear what you say too, so it's not good for secrecy. I guess only the most powerful Wind Clan fairies can use it to speak exclusively to specific individuals. I see, so you can't use it for clandestine purposes, but it's perfect if you want to get word out to lots of people at once. I guess that means Nocturne Bay will hear it too, but that's okay. Right now, getting into the castle is our top priority. Right, I'd like to settle things before the Queen's Knights have a chance to regroup. Well, hang on, is that Ash normal? Altria. Ash? So that shield of yours is the round table. It seems proper human history mages are still lacking in fear as they are respect. You have taken the gathering place of your greatest heroes, the symbol of all who have sworn to defend their country, and turned it into your own personal weapon. Not even I would think to go so far. Or is it precisely because you are from proper human history they have gone to such depraved lengths? Perhaps you never cared what it means to choose if it meant for your survival in your end. No way, how? And in the middle of the city? It's really her, Morgan the Queen of Fairy Britain. Of course I have come for you in my city. What cause could it be for me to wait until the rabble sullies my castle before crushing them? Camelot's throne is the linchpin of my Britain. I would never let you stain it with blood. Altria the child of prophecy, Hio the major Chaldee, and you, the servant who possesses the gallant Galahad's spirit origin. Well done on completing your pilgrimage. On that, I commend you. Once again, judgment has passed on the 6 clans. Soon all of Britain's fairies shall know salvation. And yet, it's all I could do. All I could do is be sick at the thought. The bells of pilgrimage are a temporary salve at best. The fairies are all too quick to forget about your hard work. They remember nothing of your struggle, your anger, your grief. Surely you realize as much by the time you rang the second bell, and yet you persisted in your pilgrimage. You have taken what is right and proper from this lost Britain. I trust you pleased with yourself? Of course not. Don't talk to me about right and proper. I was only born because you abandoned your duty. And if you'd just done your job like you were supposed to, she never would have had to become king. I don't know what the clan's original sin was, and I don't care. I just want to fulfill my duty and be done with it. Whatever struggles he went through as ace or how the land of the Fae first came about, none of that has anything to do with me. I didn't stand a chance against you before, but things are different now. So come on, Morgan, let's do this thing. Afterwards, well, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. I don't know what's right and what's not. I don't want to know anything about my destiny either. I can't do anything about Britain's future or the outside world. I don't have some noble cause or grand ambition like you. All I know is that I want to win. That's the only part of myself I believe in. I see, so you still know nothing about your true identity, even after completing your pilgrimage. Come then, child of prophecy. I will put an end to your absurd destiny myself. Altria, my arch enemy in proper human history. You'll never go anywhere. You'll never change anything. I shall show you mercy. I will change what you cannot. Forget about going to the science election. It is time you went back to being a miserable village girl you once were. Alright, so what do I have to work with here? here. Might just stick to Voyager for this. This is probably gonna be one of the battles I'll have to use a Leyline Stone on. At this point. And then I'm gonna fill this out with our DPSs. And then stalling. You get this. You will get this. And you will get this. You get this. And we'll roll with that.
僕は導く人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルーシ、バッタこのようなスーパートイジャーパンチ。分断アコール内側終わる。シールズアップ。これの覚えたよ。見届けロジャーカピー。うん。僕は導く人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルーシ、バッタこのような大中中速度。ビーミーアップ。よっ、せーの。第3宇宙速度。手に入らない。まだですね。死になさい。召し上げましょう。I must A-OK。はあ。介入中速度。僕は導く人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルーシ、バッタこのような。よっ、せーの。第3宇宙速度。どこから潰したモールフォース。まだですね。
Okay, so this does still apply to foreigners. Lovely. That's all I wanted to know. Alright. Let's go with... Oh, you're in that mode, aren't you? Great. You're an AoE MP, aren't you? So, I'll have to complete the
冗談か。 さすがだな。道を開け。アイマスター。
Which is a shame, because I wanted to be able to use the fact that she's a single target DPS of mine to normal, but I need the invincible off of her Ray Horizon. Let's reset that turn, because I don't like that turn at all. Alright. If I do this, then I guess I need more crit stars. Maybe...
いいでしょう。ひれ伏しなさい。
What do I get from overcharging you? Burn. Burn doesn't matter. So... I'm gonna do this. 朽ちるムクロよりいでよ。炎の息、鉄の翼。ホローハート、アルビオン。このような。波。そう、いいでしょう。私の足元で許しを乞いなさい。落ちよ。ロードレス、キャメロット。 Alright, there goes Nero.
Roger, copy. もっと早く。セントール、フルスラット。死になさい。いいんだ。
Jesus.
またまた。モルゴー。モルゴー。
Jesus, Mach 2. Alright, let's do this first of all. And then, second of all.
Roger, I must. Beam me up. Moon, shut the super. Poison, punch. 逃がすもの。モルゴー。 さて、どこから潰したものか。シールドアップ。見届けよう。
どしがたい。
僕は導く。人の夢、人の望み。 いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルーシ、だったこのような。逃がすものか。逃がすものか。許すものか。風が。 覚えたよ。
最高のカードを君に。
そうきたか。遊びは終わりか。ほう。参考を超越し御帝を凌駕せし覇者、それこそが始皇帝、すなわち陳である。これを賜す。ひれ伏すがよいぞ。
簡単に終わらない分断通すもので逃がすもの
その夢の世界に一
式を通してあげる。食べなさい。
Well, this is turns, but that's fine. I prefer to get the ley lines done for this anyways. I'm not about the life of finding out the exact little composition I need. Team composition I need.
希望も何人通るにあたわず。
恐れ多いにも程がある。
メーデーメーデー。簡単に終わらないあまり悩まさない。
Alright, ley line stone time. Oh, I got lots of them. I got more than I expected. Huh. Well, that'll be helpful for Sarunos then. Alright. First of all, I think what I'm gonna do is... swap you two. And dump it all onto Melocene. Like so.
次は新年偽装展開精錬たる湖面月光を返す沈め真のゼーツアロンライトそこだまだですねモルゴー死になさい簡単に終わらないこの服を汚したくないな次は敵生命協会補足次はここから続く新面偽装展開精錬たる湖面月光を返す沈め真のゼーツアロンライト右だ正面すべて見つめる逃がすもの死になさい油断した
That's fine, you did your job. Alright.
食べなさい
Now then. You get that. Do that. And... let's see here. Could you imagine? Normally this is a 20% charge to supplement Bride's 30% charge. Because I don't have any other 50% charge that gets salary on this account. Okay, that seems like overkill, but I would assume the crit from that last card is gonna be okay. Yeah. There we go. Mission accomplished.
ように惚れ
Now all
直
that's
した
left is plot.
マスター
You have mortally wounded me. I have not been so gravely harmed since my battle with Map. I see now how you managed to excise so many Lostbelts. Now I too get to go to the same fate as the other Lostbelt kings you defeated. Be that as it may, I must say this, young foreign mage. The spells you wield in this isolated Lostbelt are so powerful they defy belief. Should you have the chance to do so in the future, I suggest you think back to where things began. What is Chelde? For what purpose was race shifting originally devised? Huh? What? Queen Morgan's spirit origin has vanished. There's no mistaking it. We really beat her? Hang on, sure, she was ridiculously powerful. Sure, we're way too worn out to fight anymore. But she never actually told us anything. Not about Rahagnomaya, not about the truth of the land of the Fae. She basically quit. I mean, lost while she was ahead. We still have a ton of questions with no answers. Maybe so, but I still don't think Queen Morgan would have told us anything even if we had lost. She never did say anything more than she had to. Morgan, she was all alone right to the end. You don't feel good about winning? Well, no, I guess not. I mean, as wicked as queens go, maybe she was a bit of a letdown? I don't know, I was stealing myself for her to do something way worse. Kind of weird thing to say after we finally ended things without losing anyone. You always called her queen, didn't you? Huh? Did I? I didn't realize. It's not like I meant anything by it. I mean, I definitely didn't respect her at all. Excuse me, I'm not sure why you're all so glum, but the fact of the matter remains. We defeated Queen Morgan. Isn't that a cause for celebration right now? I'll have a wind tidings sent to let the whole army know. That should put an end to the battle. Yeah, okay. It's next for Kanakna Rabe, but it looks like we were the ones to finally defeat Queen Morgan. Altria, you daft idiot. Huh? Oberon? You are indeed blessed in your companions, Altria. In that alone, you and I are equal. But now, you have lost one. Next, another. The servant who tried to take my head is gone as well. Those with you here now shall be next, I think. You will do, Percival. Gah, that spell, so powerful. It came from the sky. No way, that's... Did you truly believe defeating one of me would end this battle? It seemed done. I have been far too gentle in my rule over Fairy Brain. I should have taught you better. Any capable mage should be able to create copies of herself, each with their own abilities. Look to the sky. It's time you face the reality of your situation. Oh, we hit 10 hours on the stream. Wow. Amazing. I don't think anyone else has noticed something is off. Blanca's report. Soldiers screaming. Storms of destruction erupting all across Camelot. Nakna Rabe's troops, Muramasa dashing through the city on his own, as other brigades have split up, are all being attacked by the same enemy. It's Morgan. They're all fighting Morgan. Could they be magecraft familiars she created? No, that's not it. Judging by the quality of the magecraft, it has to be Morgan herself. Those are thought copies. Those are Morgan with the exact properties of the original. The real Morgan still hasn't budged from the throne. She never needed the Tamlin at all. I can't believe this. How could I have screwed up so badly? I should have known a queen who's ruled Britain for 2,000 years wouldn't go down this easily. We should have never waged a war against her. We should have taken her by surprise and assassinated her. There was no point at all in putting together an army to match hers. Morgan alone is more powerful than any soldier in Britain combined. She could have massacred the entire rebel army on her own if she wanted, without even stepping off her throne. Blocks. Blanca, where's Theo's group? Where's Altria? I shrink down to my smaller form and jump off into the Sphinx Boss Max, frustrated by its flimsy wings can't carry me faster. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Not about anyone else, of course. I don't know anything about other people's fortunes. I only know about my own. And it's been telling me for a long time that my role is going to end here in this battle for Camelot. Hurry, hurry. It's okay if they lost to Morgan. They can always try again. But if they win, everything will be over. I just know Altria's gonna drop her guard once they win. Ugh, why didn't I warn them? I should have told them when they need to keep fighting until they reach the throne, even if they won a battle or two. And so, by the time I found them, it was too late to warn them. I had to make a choice. Do I protect Hio or Altria? By process of elimination, I knew Hio would be okay. She's a spectator, just like I am. Fate won't demand her life today. No, the only one I need to rescue is that idiot girl. The girl who always leaps without looking, has no self-esteem whatsoever, and is also fiercely competitive and frustratingly obstinate. The girl who keeps hold of her weird hang-ups like she's cradling a precious jewel in both hands. Altria, you draft idiot. Well, I guess I'd like it if it was if nighttime was warmer. I haven't told anyone else though. It's too embarrassing. I remember a winter from years past, a completely ordinary, uneventful winter. There was no time to run or even to say goodbye. I hate to go out like this, but oh well. Guess it's just one of those things you can't see coming, like a falling chandelier. Now, even though it's a bit early to hibernate, I feel winter's light enfolding my body. It was a storm that appeared out of nowhere, a curtain call given with no warning. The queen shadows that appeared in Camelot's skies mercilessly ravaged to the ground. Those who tried to retreat found new walls blocking their path. Any who fought to hide in nearby buildings quickly learned that the queen was willing to burn her own city to the ground to kill those who dared to rise against her. She was cruelly methodical. There could be no hope of fighting back. The rebels could only wait for death. Soon the advancing army's cries turned to screams of retreat. When they realized escape was impossible, their cries turned to despair. In the skies above was no queen. She was a witch, the Witch of Britain. She was an avatar of death. Her only purpose was to torment and destroy the fairies of the land. Oberon, everyone. Hermosa too. Are they really? I will not spare a single member of the rebel army, nor the foreign mage, nor her companions. That is the price of thinking you can hope to defeat me, but after a single pilgrimage, all foolish enough to hail you as a savior shall pay for it. You and your mission both end here. My fairy brain has no need of paradise or the outside world. This is literally unwinnable, that's the point of this thing, so I'm not even going to bother setting up a team and just let it move it on quickly. Oh, I have to fill him up? Bitch. Fuck you, you're getting all sabers. Including Saber herself. Fuck you. No, you literally can't. There's... Even if you did somehow manage to get rid of both of all the break bars. Yeah, no, that's the point. Basically. When you get through all of her break bars, quite literally, it's built to, it literally gives her infinite guts. Like, she just keep on reviving and reviving and reviving until eventually your team got nuked. So it's quite literally no point in trying. So I'm quite literally not bothering with it.
落ちよ。ロードレスキャメラスト。
仕事の途中
手に入らせる。さて、どこから全て見つめます。よろしく悩ませない。式を通
Is
し
that what necessary?
食べなさい。
Like, actually. The fuck's wrong with you? Anyway.
お任せいいですね。
取った。
まだですね。
Alright, let's get this over with.
そう、いいでしょう。私の足元で許しを請いなさい。
落ちよ。ロードレスキャメラスト。
なんと空気の良くさ。
See? Battle finish. We don't even need to try. Mighty Chain canceled 7th anniversary in July. It seems I needn't have been concerned about Merlin aiding you. How truly heartless he is. They're all... That's right, they're all going to die and it's your fault. You came here with a weak resolve, no chance of victory, and no trust in anyone. This is the result. Pitiful Avalon Lithe, my comrade who has finally followed the prophecy to a dead end. He will have no thanks, he will have no help. He will go unrewarded, uncelebrated, and unrecognized. He will die all alone on a bloody hill, just as your counterpart did in proper human history. The child of prophecy's fate was sealed from the moment you chose to save Britain. You see, you cannot save what is already dead. Rather than fighting me, you should have fought the duty that brought you to me. Huh? Did she just disappear? Hear me? Can you hear me? This is Aurora, head of the Wind Clan. I'm sorry I can't aid you in battle, but I hope I can at least be of help now. I only hope every fairy in Britain will hear what I have to say. It's Aurora, her voice carrying all throughout Camelot. At this very moment, brave fairies are in Camelot, fighting to defeat Queen Morgan. The queens possess a great power, but our love and respect for her has been even greater. She has personally protected our Britain for over 2,000 years. I'm sure there is not a fairy in the land who does not owe her a debt. However, even bearing in mind all she has done for us, she has done other terrible things I cannot ignore. Those of you fighting in Camelot, please listen to what I have to say. Let me tell you of Queen Morgan's true identity and what she's been doing in the shadows of our history. Haha, look at them go. Those prophetic rebel army soldiers are running for their lives. That's what those lower class fairies get for entering Camelot without permission. Look, they're calling for help after finding their escape route cut off. Why are you happy about this? My mansion is gone. At least the rebels weren't destroying the entire city. Your Majesty, please stop this. Can't you know, cast a spell to only kill them without damaging our property? Don't be ridiculous. This is the best show I've seen in ages. It's like a festival out there. This is how wars should be. That Murmoss servant is more durable than I realized. 2 more clones should do for him. Gracious a fist for the child of Prof... Merdict? Your Majesty. What? Why did Merrick just collapse? He's one of the High Queen's personal bodyguards. He should be way stronger than a regular knight. Bow down. Kneel before her. You are, in the presence of Her Majesty, Guardian of Britain, Lord of the Fang Clan. Revel in her glory. What is that? Where did it come from? Guards, what are the guards doing? Woodwoes, so you are alive. Did you come by the secret underground path? I must have told you of it in the war against the Moors. That was 1,000 years ago. I'm impressed you still remember. Of course I did. You told it to me in confidence, just in case. I have never forgotten, even for a moment. Your Majesty, please, tell me, Your Majesty. Where is the child of prophecy? Where is Beryl Gut? No. Never mind trivialities like that. Why did you not send me reinforcements? Why did you abandon the Fang Clan to our deaths? Please tell me, Your Majesty. I'm Queen Morgan. Reinforcements? Oh, you mean the attack on Londinium. What a strange thing to ask. I did send you reinforcements, not that it seems to have done you any good. So you still insist on trusting Her Majesty? Very well, but please remember this. If Her Majesty tells you she did not send reinforcements, then all is well. Because that will mean she trusted you enough to believe you would have had no need for them. But if she tells you she did send them, she is lying. That will be a lie meant to fool you, to conceal her decision to discard the Fang clan. You were there. You know for sure she didn't send reinforcements. There is no escaping that truth. If Her Majesty claims otherwise, then you know she thinks you and your clan are worthless. Morgan. Morgan! Eek, he's mad. Woodwose has gone mad. He's knocked Her Majesty through the floor. Somebody stop him before he beats her to death. Have you gone mad as well? There's no way we could stop Woodwose. I'm not gonna try. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Our clan has been loyal to you for 2,000 years. I've been loyal to you for 1,000. You made a mockery of it all. You never loved us. You never cared about us. Die, 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 die. I don't need a ruler who doesn't love me. Die, you damned witch. I should have never trusted you. I should be Britain's king. I am an A-ray. I should stand over all the others. Fairy Britain, a kingdom just for us fairies. What a load of shit. If it wasn't for you. Irk. You fool. After all the trouble I took to teach you manners. Your eyes are so bloodshot. You should see how absolutely horrible you look. But your fur is as soft as ever. Ah, young Woodwose, my brave Woodwose. Your fur was always the warmest, most precious thing of all Britain. Ah, what have I done? How could I have been so foolish? I can't believe I had to hear you say that to finally understand. Forgive me. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I should have known how much you love me. Your Majesty, thank goodness you're all right, but perhaps you should rest now. You're in no condition to. What are you saying? There's still rebel troops out there. They need dealing with. Come, Your Majesty. The throne is this way. Please show them how strong you truly are. Show us why you're truly Britain's rightful ruler. You need not tell me. Now, where is... Ah, yes, the throne is that way. No, Your Majesty, you won't be returning to the throne. You have no right to it. So, you were the one who set Woodwose on me. If you are so eager to die, Spriggan, I'll be happy to accommodate you here and now. No, that won't be necessary. I do wonder how many years I have left, but that's not relevant right now. No, this time I have good reason to believe I can win. In fact, I think this very well may be my only chance at victory. Fairy Britain was a wonderful kingdom. I doubt that anyone else can claim to have ruled over a nation with their own for 2,000 years. It was, however, a little dull. Art can never hope to flourish in a nation that's forbidden from interacting with other cultures. A nation that experiences neither prosperity nor decline can hardly be called a nation at all. Britain is not your private garden, Queen Morgan. It is time you put such childish strings behind you. I have failed to realize to the extent to which you underestimated me. Impressive. Even were there nothing more than my head left to me, mere footstools never hoped to kill me. Bowban Sith. Thank you, Miss Witch. Thank you for doing all this for me. Everyone says you're a witch, but I'm so grateful to you. Thank you for doing this for us. Thank you for doing this for me, even though I don't deserve it. I do hope you can rest in peace now. You deserve it. In the beginning, before I had a single companion, I was known as a witch rather than a savior. One day I woke in Orkney with all the knowledge my other self had sent me. The Morgan of proper human history. The fairy queen who entrusted everything to me, even knowing it would cost her life. That was when I learned of Morgan's fate. She never found a place for which she belonged in proper human history. She was born to be Britain's heir, yet she lost it to King Arthur. For Morgan, the Isle of Bryn was everything. Without it, she herself was worthless. So when she lost Bryn, she lost her worth. She must have been heartbroken, seeing what became of this Bryn when she was summoned here. But at the same time, I think she had another thought as well. This time, I can succeed. Since she never had anywhere to belong, it was understandable that she would give so much to protect this place when she thought it offered her that chance. I had a duty to paradise, but I knew that duty would result in Bryn's destruction. As other me, though, she loved Bryn dearly, even in this Lostbelt version of it. I thought about it and realized I wanted the same thing she did. From then on, I chose to live as her. Witch. You were the only one to survive the calamity, but to do that, I would have to do something about the fairies. Countless times I stopped the calamities, countless times I mediated clan disputes to end the wars. Countless times I was cursed and scorned as a witch, countless times I had my spirit broken. I did not mind, it was never the fairies I loved. I only loved Bryn itself, the home I would make and the home I would make there. It would be my very own Bryn, something that was forever beyond my reach in proper human history. So I did everything I could to make it a reality. Eventually, though, I realized the best way I could do that was to keep the fairies safe. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this water. But I want you to have it, Miss Witch. You worked so hard. After many long years, I even came to like that method. I gained companions I could trust, learned how to handle myself better. I grew comfortable with pretending to be a savior. Good at it, even. I also changed my name to Ace, thinking it would make the fairy who gave me that name happy now that I was a savior. Later, I lost Londinium, and my companions distanced themselves from me. But it was okay. I would get it right this time. I would make my ideal Britain. That was my sole purpose for living. It was what the elder me gave her life for. My very own Britain. My very own land of the Fae. I was originally planning to make it into an even more brutal country, but I relented as to not make her sad. I let my subjects laugh. I let them have fun. I let them forge connections and make advancements. I hope the state of affairs continues forever and ever. I'm a traitor to humanity. I have turned my back on my duty to paradise to accomplishment, but I made my dream come true. I know this place is cut off from the outside thanks to the walls at the ends of the world, but still in the same place geographically. I expect that one day guests from proper human history will come pay it a visit. When they do, I'd like to ask them what they think of it. Is it beautiful? Is it like a dream made real? I hope they think it is. Nothing could possibly make me happier. Welcome to Fairy Bryn, fair guests. I hope you remember its beauty for the rest of your lives. Huh? Ugh. I told you, how you underestimated me. That even, no more than a head, I could. Ugh. What should we do now? Fragment's trying to overthrow the queen, right? Does that mean Fragment's the new king? But Morgan's still alive. Yeah, but she can only use her left hand now. How could she defeat the rebel army like that? Hang on, then what will happen to us? The rebels will kill us all. Should we help Her Majesty? Fragment won't stand a chance against the rebels. Maybe Queen Morgan can still do something if she gets back to the throne. No way, just look at what a mess she is now. I don't even want to touch her. Besides, showing her either side's support could go badly for us. Yeah, good point. We should see how things play out and go with the winner. However, even bearing in mind all she has done for us, she has done other terrible things I cannot ignore. Those of you fighting in Camelot, please listen to what I have to say. Let me tell you of the Queen Morgan's true identity and what she's been doing in the shadows of our history. That's a wind tiding from Aurora. What is she going to tell us? Everything that's happened here in Fairy Bryn has been one woman's selfish scheme. Ace the Savior is remembered for having saved Fairykind from in the Fae era, but she was never a fairy of this Bryn. She was an enemy who came from another world. Her only goal, was to rule Bryn for herself. To that end, she summoned countless calamities that broke the bonds that bind their clans. The worst of her crimes was the destruction of Londinium. Arthur was supposed to be Bryn's rightful king, and she killed him, shattering the unity of the clans. All because she couldn't stand anyone else being king. Then, thanks to all the blood spilled and the hatred fomented through that conflict, the Great Calamity became the worst one in history. There are only a few fairies left who are still alive back then to remember this. But 2,000 years ago, our Bryn was completely destroyed. Huh? What's what we're talking about? Us destroyed? That can't be right. If it were true, why are there still fairies around today? No, perhaps it would have been better if the Great Calamity had wiped us out. At least then, the few fairies to survive could have gone on to create a beautiful Britain. But that never happened. After Ask, Morgan the Witch survived Londinium's destruction. She hatched a truly terrible scheme. She decided to use our precious world tree for her own selfish desires. She stole all the magical energy stored inside the tree, leaving it a dry, dead husk in the process, and used that energy to resurrect us. I believe the method she used was known as the Chaldean summoning system. The command spells we all bear were not inscribed on us in Camelot. We were all born with them. They are a sign that we are Morgan's slaves, that our only purpose is to offer up our time and magical energy to her. This is how the witch created her new Britain, and had the audacity to call it the Era of the High Queen. The reasons Britain land was never expanded further, and why we cannot make effective use of humans, and why the Great Calamities destroy our land, is because she made it that way. Please know this, for over 2,000 years, the fairies of Britain have been used and abused solely to satisfy the witch's greed. Morgan is that witch. She is a false king who came from paradise to rule over us. While she is to be commended for protecting Britain from the Moors, she is unworthy of our love or respect. So please, fairies of Camelot, please ask yourselves this. Who is Britain's true enemy? To whom should we entrust our land? How could she do that to us? She's terrible. Horrible. You're right, she is. How dare she call herself a queen? Really, when you think about it. What do we need her for, anyway? Uh-oh, they're even more worked up than I expected. Go back to where you came from, witch. You don't belong here. Damn, even throwing things at her isn't stopping her. Fine then, we'll just have to use the soldiers' swords. Yeah, good idea. You can't fool us anymore, witch. What are you? Shut up, it's all your fault our world's so terrible. You're wrong, I must get back to the throne, without me. How dare you destroy our world over and over, especially when you can't do anything on your own. Stop, somebody please. Witch, you could have made a much better world, but no, you just had to be lazy about it. Stop, please, I must get to the throne. Useless witch, worthless fairy, false queen, we don't need a pathetic ruler like you. Put me back on the throne. I don't want to lose Britain again. Phew, she finally stopped. Too stupid to quit, even as she was dying, huh? Serves her right, though. She brought this on herself by tormenting us all those years. By the way, who's that filthy fairy on the floor over there? That belt, does that mean... Attention everyone, we just received a message from Knockneverbay's army. I have arrived at the throne and rung the bell of victory as proof. As for the Queen Morgan, Aurora's knights executed her in the throne room. The former Queen's officials have been captured. The throne room shall be placed under supervision of Knockneverbay's army. And Spriggan, who was instrumental in bringing Morgan to justice, sought to be temporarily appointed head of the 6 clans. Executed, so Morgan's dead? That's right, they said her body was horribly mutilated and that we won't have to worry about a successor appearing. The Queen's knights have been surrendering all across the land, and once we've recovered from our wounds, we're all to assemble in the throne room as well. It's a shame you weren't able to take the throne for yourself, Lady Altria. But at least the battle is over now, and we're victorious. Things are going to be busy in a very different way now. We'll have to prepare the coronation ceremony for Queen Morgan's success, the leader of our new Britain. Why? Why do you always do this, Balban Sif? She cradled me in her arms and wept for me as though she were the one suffering. But I'm already dead. I'm always dead. I'm always too late. I only ever find you after it's over. No matter how many times you're reborn, this is always what happens to you. Every time you are used, deceived, manipulated, discarded after you're broken. You should get angry at the fairies who deceive you. You should run away if they mistreat you. So why? Why do you always forgive them? I'm sorry, Miss Witch. I'm sorry I died again. I don't remember anything from a predecessor's lives, but thank you for always crying for me. But it's okay, don't worry about me. I'm a hopeless failure of a fairy, the only way I can be of any help. So if using me makes up for life better for everyone else in the village, that must be a good thing. That is not true. In all my many years in Bryn, you are the only one to ever thank me. So I will save you, I will, I promise. I swear I will find your next generation successor before those accursed fairies do. And this time I will make you happy. But I was still hopeless. No matter how many times Mother found me, I always ended up like this. Balban Sif exists for the whole village. Balban Sif always has a smile on her face. As a kind fairy, I always wound up a slave to others. So after I died in Darlington, my soul was so worn down that I would never be reborn again. Mother brought me back to life and told me this. You must be evil. You must be cruel. It is the only way you will survive. If it would let you live a happy life, even just once, I would give up my dream, my burden. I'm sorry, Mother. Even that didn't work. I do hate fairies. They were always so mean to me. I never had any friends because I was always so filthy. But then I met one fairy I could have a normal conversation with. How strange. I hate all the Bryn's fairies, but it was so easy to talk to her. What was her name again? And what was that city called? What happened afterwards? She's guilty too. She's Morgan's daughter, so she's guilty too. Let's tear her apart. Let's make her... She made her lives hell. Ah, gross. Her limbs have rotted. What should we do with her? We'll just have to cut her up and throw the pieces away. Let's throw her out the window behind the throne. She's done the same to so many other fairies. Bye-bye, Morgan's little princess. With both of you gone, we'll get to keep living in the castle forever. I couldn't stop them. I saw them pulverizing Mother, but I was too scared to stop them. I give up. I'm tired. I don't want to be here anymore. I know. I'll run away. I'll disappear. And look, there's a big dark hole right there. Sarunas, the scary god, the one thing Mother feared, the bright red eyes at the bottom of the pit. The lid of the apocalypse she could never close, even after trying for 2,000 years. And so that's the end of Act 2. And the end of the stream as well. After 10.5 hours. Next time on Dragon Ball Z, we're going to see the fallout from Morgan dying. Thank you for everyone who stuck around, and see you all next time.